Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Met Lost Fairytail Mage. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Sometimes we need a little magic. Nothing is as soft, flexible, and powerful as water. Whatever brings you down will eventually make you stronger. Love is like water. We can fall in it, drown in it, and can't live without it. The early morning sun shone brightly in the clear blue sky, casting a soft golden glow over the slowly awakening town of Magnolia. The air carried the tantalizing aroma of freshly baked bread mixed with a hint of recently fallen rain. Unfortunately, I had little time to spare to admire the sight as I hurried toward the wizard guild I belonged to. Technically, I was already supposed to be there a good 15 minutes ago, but in my post-wake-up days, I had hit the snooze button on my alarm clock 1 or 3 too many times. I wasn't a morning person, but waking up at the crack of dawn was pushing it for me. The corners of my lips quirked up as I spotted my destination in the distance. The guild building stood out among the surrounding structures due to its towering height, with the guild mark proudly displayed on an orange flag waving softly in the wind. Reinvigorated, I quickened my previously sluggish pace to a slow jog. I hurried through the open doors, panting lightly from my less-than-stellar stamina. Just as I stepped inside, I ducked down with a startled gasp as something approached me at high speed from the corner of my eye, narrowly avoiding being hit by a dinner plate that shattered against the wall behind me. "Sorry about that, Michun," a man with spiky salmon-colored hair and a big toothy grin yelled, right before one of his guildmates playfully punched him in the cheek. Home sweet home. You see, I am part of the rather infamous Wizard Guild Fairytail. We were well known throughout the country for having some of the strongest mages on the continent, especially after dominating the most recent edition of the Grand Magic Games. However, the trail of chaos we tended to leave behind, even on the simplest of jobs, was what the guild was truly known for. Of course, I hadn't always been a part of the guild. I was actually born on the other side of the country, many miles away from here. My father is the owner of a prominent company focused on developing technical advances in the engineering field. This meant I grew up in a lavish mansion in the countryside with my father and a multitude of servants. No comfort was spared to ensure my happiness. If I wanted a new dress, a seamstress would be there within the hour, and if I wished for a horse, one would be waiting in the newly built stables within a week. I had everything a girl could want. Except for the one thing money couldn't buy, a father's love. Because let's be real, having both riches and a happy family would be almost unnatural in this day and age. My mother had passed away due to childbirth complications, so I had never really known her. In a way, the fact that I never knew her made things easier for me. I didn't miss my mother, only the vague idea of one. My father had never really gotten over her death and had buried himself in his work for the company, making it thrive and grow into one of the wealthiest companies out there. He never really had time to spend with his daughter, hiring nanny after nanny to take care of me. In the end, I had been raised more by the servants than by my own father. Once, when I was 8 years old, I overheard him telling one of his friends that he had a hard time looking at me because I resembled my mother too much with my white hair and green eyes. So, in conclusion, I had both daddy and mommy issues. Eventually, when I was 10 years old, after my father failed to visit me on my birthday for the second year in a row, I left. In a fit of childish anger, I grabbed a rucksack and snuck out of the mansion with no intention of ever returning. I was young and naive and hadn't actually considered where I would go, and naturally, I ended up horribly lost. I was crying in the middle of a forest I had wandered into on a whim when I met who I now consider my brother, Natsu Dragneel, a fairytale mage. At first, he tried to ask me where I lived so he could bring me back, but I only cried harder and refused to go back. Not my finest moment, admittedly. Eventually, he figured out I wasn't going to return, so he brought me to the guild with him. A guild I ended up joining shortly thereafter and a guild that became my home. The reason I was at the guild at this ungodly hour was that I was going on a mission with Natsu, Lucy, and Wendy. Over the years, these were the people I had grown closest to and spent most of my time with. The four of us, well, 6 if you counted. Natsu's and Wendy's flying cats were often seen leaving the guild on missions together. Lucy Heartfilia was a kind and fun-loving blonde celestial mage. Much like me, she had joined the guild when she ran into Natsu some time ago. Our pasts were surprisingly similar, and she quickly took it upon herself to look after me. If I was not found in the vicinity of Natsu, chances were I was with Lucy. Wendy Marvel joined the guild a bit after me. She's the sweetest, cutest girl you'll ever meet. Both of us being roughly the same age and possessing a similar form of magic dragon slaying magic led to us often training together and bonding. Over time, she had grown to be my best friend. The mission we were undertaking today was a fairly basic one. We would be traveling south for a few miles to a town plagued by attacks from what they described as vicious fish-like creatures residing in the nearby lake. It was our job to get rid of the creatures in exchange for a reasonable sum of money. Are we there yet? We've been walking forever. We should be there by now, Lucy complained beside me, wiping the thin layer of sweat from her brow. We had been walking through the lush green forest, making our way between the town and the lake, for the past hour. It was a sunny day, and little flecks of light illuminated the ground where sunlight filtered through the high canopies. The pleasant scent of pine trees surrounded our group of mages as we moved through the shade cast by the towering trees. I had always found nature to be calming. The usual absence of human noise and the sounds of various animals going about their business never failed to soothe me, especially after a rain when the air was filled with that fresh, earthy scent. We'll be there soon, Lucy. I can sense the lake nearby, I replied gently, handing her a bottle of water from my backpack. My branch of magic was called Water Dragon Slayer, magic, a form of magic. Thought to be lost but which had recently resurfaced in a select few individuals. Originally, dragon-slaying magic was taught to humans by dragons. Natsu and Wendy, for example, had learned from a fire and air dragon, respectively. Others, like myself and my guildmate Laxus, had magic lacrimas implanted to grant us the ability to use dragon slayer magic. My element, water, allowed me to manipulate it in all its forms and use it both offensively and defensively. Additionally, water-based slayer magic provided healing properties, much like wind magic. After several more minutes of walking, we finally reached our mission's designated location. The lake was relatively small, definitely smaller than I had expected based on the townspeople's descriptions, and it was nestled in a forest clearing. The surface of the lake sparkled invitingly in the sun, rippling slightly in the gentle breeze. I fanned my face with my hand and let out a wistful sigh. In the clearing, the sun beat down on my pale skin, and the air felt oppressively humid. A trickle of sweat ran down my back, a result of both the walk and the heat. I gazed longingly at the cool water of the lake before refocusing on our mission. Well, let's catch those fish monsters and make some grilled fish, Natsu said with a grin, flames flickering around his fists, prompting me to step back from the wave of warm air that hit my face. Wait, Natsudo. But it was too late. Fire dragons roar. I sighed deeply, pinching the bridge of my nose. What else could I have expected? A large stream of flames shot from his mouth straight into the lake. The surface of the water sizzled as it met the heat, steam rising up and obscuring our view. With a huff, I waved my arms in a circular motion, using my magic to dissipate the steam. Moments later, our objective emerged from the lake, clearly displeased with our presence. The fish-like creatures towered at least 10 meters tall, looming over Natsu, who was closest to them. They resembled sharks with their smooth, grayish skin and sharp teeth that could easily bite through a human. Gills adorned their necks, but they seemed capable of breathing outside the water as well. Natsu, you idiot! Lucy yelled as she hurried back to a safer distance. During our 2-hour hike to this spot, Lucy, Wendy, and I had spent a good amount of time devising a plan to lure the creatures out of the lake and subdue them one by one. However, that plan did not account for Natsu's usual impulsiveness. In hindsight, it was doomed from the start. Natsu often acted rashly, jumping into action without considering the consequences. I cared for him deeply, but sometimes I just wanted to give him a gentle nudge to think things through. I cursed softly before moving swiftly toward the cover of a large boulder. Gate of the Bull, I open thee, Taurus, Lucy called out in mild panic from her hiding spot. Golden light appeared from the celestial spirit key she held, and a muscular humanoid bull with a large axe appeared from the gate. He was one of the 12 zodiac spirits, theoretically quite powerful, though he had a tendency to be a bit of a nuisance, so I usually kept my distance. "Taurus, please help us fight those creatures," she commanded, still trying to stay hidden behind the large tree she had chosen, fumbling for her preferred weapon, a whip. The bull charged toward one of the shark-like creatures, swinging his axe down on its tail. However, its scaly skin was too tough, and the axe merely ricocheted off with a metallic clang, hitting the spirit in the face. Golden light enveloped the bull before he vanished back to the spirit world, leaving behind a shocked Lucy and a deadpan me. So much for the mighty zodiac spirits. Coincidentally, Natsu and Wendy ended up hiding with me behind the boulder. The three of us huddled together as we observed the shark-like creatures. I bit my lip, trying to devise a strategy. "Mizuki, Natsu, what should we do?" Wendy asked shyly, glancing between us. "I have a plan," Natsu whispered excitedly, causing Wendy and me to lean in closer in anticipation. "Let's beat them up." With that, Natsu jumped up and sprinted right into the midst of the 15 or so creatures, fire crackling around his fists as he swung at the nearest one. How troublesome. Wendy and I exchanged exasperated looks before dashing toward the group of shark-like creatures in pursuit of our guildmate. Water dragons roar. A steady stream of water shot from my mouth, swirling violently as it struck the nearest creature. My eyes narrowed as it seemed unaffected, and I cut off the stream. I should have known water wouldn't be effective against literal fish. I clicked my tongue in annoyance, my hands grasping the twin blades strapped to my back. I pulled them from their sheaths, twirling one in my right hand to reacquaint myself with its familiar weight. Never let magic be your only option. Taking a deep breath, I charged towards the creature, swinging my left blade in a wide arc. Frustration bubbled inside me as my blade, much like the celestial bull's axe, slid harmlessly across its leathery skin. I twirled to the side, using my left blade to deflect a swipe from its fin. Gripping my right blade tightly, I ducked under another fin swipe and leaped upwards, driving the blade into the soft flesh of its mouth. Blue blood splattered onto me as the creature stilled, slowly slumping to the ground. I grimaced, pulling the blade free with a squelching sound and wiping it clean on its skin. Turning around, I spotted another creature advancing towards me. Gritting my teeth, I dashed forward, throwing one of my blades into its eye, eliciting an angry shriek. I used my other blade to stab through its mouth, aiming for its brain. With a sharp tug, I pulled both blades out and whirled towards my next opponent. As I dodged a swing from it, another creature approached from behind, striking me in the side and sending me flying through the air, the wind knocked out of my lungs. That was going to leave a mark. With a splash, I landed in the lake. I took a deep breath, one of the perks of being the water dragon slayer, before trying to orient myself and sheathing my blades to clear my vision. I swam near the bottom of the lake, not seeing any creatures left in the water. It seemed Natsu had managed to draw them all out. A school of colorful fish swam around me, one brave enough to touch my outstretched hand. I narrowed my eyes as a glint of light caught my attention further ahead. Cautiously, I swam towards it, curiosity getting the better of me. The closer I got, the brighter the light shone. Just as I neared it, the light flared up so intensely that I had to shield my eyes. A warm, pleasant sensation rippled through my body, and suddenly, I felt tired. My eyes blinked sleepily a few times before closing completely. Kakashi's POV. Can we hurry up already? We're almost back at the village, and I am absolutely starving. Hiro, my current teammate, whined for at least the 10th time in the last hour, raking a hand through his slightly greasy blue hair. I let out a sigh and pinched my nose, feeling fed up with him. Digging into my back pocket, I pulled out a green apple and tossed it at his head with a little more force than necessary. I smirked as the apple hit its target with a resounding thud. My temporary teammate shot me a glare but still bit into the apple after a few seconds. The two of us were currently on our way back from a mission in the Land of Lightning. We were almost back in Konoha, with only a few miles of forest separating us from the village gates. After 6 days of non-stop traveling, I was ready to return home, take a nice warm bath, and sleep for as long as the Hokage would allow me, probably not longer than 6 hours. The mission hadn't been as challenging as I had anticipated. It involved the elimination of a group of rogue ninjas from Konoha who were causing chaos in the west of the Land of Lightning. The mission had been executed swiftly. The small group of rogue ninjas was no more skilled than Chunin level, making them easy targets for us Jonins. All in all, it would have been considered a pleasant mission, as far as eliminating former comrades could be pleasant, if it weren't for my absolute moron of a teammate. I had been stuck with Hiro 24/7 for nearly a fortnight now, and I was seriously considering how to escape this situation, either by leaving him behind or finding a way to make him quieter. The guy seemed incapable of keeping his mouth shut for more than 5 minutes. He even talked in his sleep. I was pulled from my thoughts by a loud bang not far from us, followed by the sounds of birds taking flight in a hurry. I immediately signaled for Hiro to halt and quiet down, as he had been chewing his apple with his mouth open, peering in the direction of the sound. Squinting my eyes, I noticed a soft blue light emanating from somewhere in the distance, contrasting sharply with the green and brown hues of the forest. "What is it, Kakashi?" I shot Hiro a withering glare, which unfortunately didn't faze him at all. "First of all, it's Hataki-san for you. Secondly, how would I know what that is?" He pouted pitifully, grabbing my arm with both hands, sticky from the apple juices. "But Kakashi, aren't we friends now? We've spent so much time together." My eye twitched in annoyance before I grabbed one of his arms and tossed him over my shoulder onto the forest floor in a swift move that would have made Guy proud. I had been wanting to do that for days. After ensuring I hadn't accidentally harmed him, I turned and cautiously approached the light. "Kakashi, wait up." I quickened my pace. The closer we got, the brighter the light became. Once we arrived at a small clearing in the forest about a mile from where we started, we discovered the source of the unusual light. The center of the clearing was graced with a small lake, the surface rippling violently as the light seemed to emanate from its depths. Warily, I stepped closer to the lake, squinting to protect my eyes from the brightness. Perhaps it was a jutsu gone awry? But a quick scan of the area showed that there was no one else around. Suddenly, the glow flared so bright that it was unbearable to look at. I raised my arms to shield my eyes as I felt chakra fluctuating wildly in the area. When I reopened my eyes just seconds later, the light was completely gone. I did a double take as I noticed that the entire lake had disappeared with it. In its place lay a child, stretched on their back. A botched teleportation jutsu, perhaps? Hiro, who had finally caught up with me, and I exchanged a look. All traces of the amused smile he had worn for the past several days vanished, replaced by a determined frown. I signaled for us to approach carefully. As we neared the child, I was able to discern more details. The person was a young girl, no older than perhaps 12 or 13. Her long white hair spread around her head like a halo, making her skin appear almost sickly pale. Her eyes were closed, but the steady rise and fall of her chest indicated she was still alive, merely unconscious. She wore a cyan off-the-shoulder shirt paired with black spandex shorts. On her back rested a pair of high-quality twin swords, with swirling wave-like patterns carved into their dark sheaths. A quick glance revealed she had no other weapons on her. There was no headband visible, and a quick assessment of her chakra network suggested she was a civilian, albeit one with some combat training. So what was she doing, unconscious but uninjured, in the middle of nowhere? "What do we do with her, Hataki? Should we take her back to the village?" Hiro inquired, his voice tense as he checked her vitals. "Yes, we should probably drop her off at the security ward of the hospital. Others can decide what to do with her later." I picked up the surprisingly light girl, carefully positioning her on my back before speeding off to Konoha, with Hiro trailing behind me, talking rapidly and coming up with theories about her identity. I didn't know exactly who she was either, but I was pretty sure she wasn't some alien princess come to save the world. I solemnly swore to myself right then and there that I would never join a mission with this guy again. Next time, I would just pretend to be sick. No wonder he didn't have his own team. Not that I had my own team, but that was different. Reaching the gates of Konoha, I slowed down just long enough for Kotetsu, who was on gate duty, to recognize me before speeding up again. I calmly strolled into the hospital and handed the young girl over to some concerned nurses, who assured me she would be just fine soon. Since there was no legal guardian and she was presumably a minor, I had to sign her hospital form, which unfortunately meant I would also have to sign her out when the time came. I sighed, wishing Hiro could sign it instead of me. Turning around, I saw Hiro munching loudly on a chocolate chip cookie he had scored from a nurse who looked slightly disgusted, blissfully enjoying his treat. Yes, that was why they made me sign. Dragged Hiro by his sleeve along to the Hokage Tower for our mandatory mission report. I knocked on the door and waited until we heard a tired, "Come in." As we entered the Hokage's office, he closed some files scattered across his desk, then smiled at us and folded his hands in front of him. "Ah, I see you have returned. How did the mission go?" He took a long drag from his pipe, the smoke wafting towards the open window in lazy tendrils. "The mission was a success, Hokage-sama. No casualties on our side as you can see," I reported tiredly, the lack of a full night's rest over the past fortnight taking its toll. All I wanted to do now was lay on my couch, read my book, and maybe take a nap for an hour or two. Brady. "Very well then, have the full written report on my desk before noon tomorrow." Dismissed. More work, fun. Hiro nodded once more to the Hokage and quickly left the building. He was probably going to go eat or something. Whatever, hopefully I would never see the guy again. "Before I leave, there is something I still need to tell you, sir. We found a young girl lying unconscious in the forest close to the village. We took her back with us to the hospital, where she is currently in the security ward. She had no visible wounds, nor was she dehydrated or starved. However, most notably, she seemed to have appeared from a strange light. Upon the Hokage's request, I elaborated on the situation, discussing the light and the mysterious lake. That is a peculiar story." He scratched his chin thoughtfully. "I think we should wait for her to wake up so we can decide what to do with her. I'll send an extra ANBU over to the hospital to keep an eye on her." "You're dismissed." I nodded curtly and used the transportation jutsu to get to my apartment. Walking was overrated. Thoughts of the girl we found, however, would not let me take a nap in peace. How had she appeared there? And why was she unconscious? I sighed, realizing it was no use pondering, so I grabbed my book and plopped down on the couch. Mizuki's POV. Beep beep beep. Ugh, what is this annoying noise? Just let me sleep. I swear if it's Natsu, I'll drown him. Stop, let me sleep, I groaned into my pillow sleepily. I wasn't mentally prepared to leave the cocoon of warm blankets. Beep beep beep. After realizing the irritating beeping noise wouldn't stop, I slowly cracked my eyes open. I blinked several times to let my pupils adapt to the light intensity in the room before focusing on the plain white ceiling above me. I did a double take at the ceiling before I shot up, suddenly wide awake. My ceiling wasn't white. My eyes frantically darted around the unfamiliar room. The walls were white, the floor was white, everything was white. Spotting a glass of water on a nightstand next to the bed, I reached over, just now noticing my parched throat. An unpleasant tugging sensation on my arm made me look down, noticing a needle in my wrist connected to an IV drip. Confused, I looked at the multitude of machines in the room. The source of the incessant beeping was a heart monitor connected to my chest with sticky pads. It was obvious I had landed in a hospital room, but why? I couldn't remember any injuries. Upon further consideration, I realized I didn't remember anything after being flung into the lake earlier that day. Maybe the lake was more shallow than it appeared, and I hit my head on the bottom? More importantly, where were Natsu, Lucy, and Wendy? It was unlike them to just leave a teammate in the hospital without keeping watch, especially since some of us were somewhat prone to kidnapping or worse. My eyes widened in horror as I considered another possibility. What if they weren't here because they had also been admitted to the hospital? The beeping of the heart monitor quickened as my anxiety heightened, the sound grating on my nerves. Carefully, I removed the needle from my wrist, wincing slightly at the sting. With a brief surge of magic, I sealed the punctured skin, determined to avoid any risk of infection. I then peeled off the sticky electrodes that connected me to the heart machine, grimacing as I inadvertently pulled away a few strands of hair. Before anyone judges me, I was fully aware that disconnecting myself from hospital equipment was generally unwise. However, concern for my team pushed me to act impulsively. Besides, a quick magical diagnostic scan revealed that aside from a mild case of exhaustion, I was physically fine. When I swung my legs over the edge of the hospital bed, I was relieved to find I was still wearing the same clothes I had put on that morning. After searching for a few minutes, I located my slightly worn sneakers, neatly placed under the bed, and slipped them on, cringing at the uncomfortable feeling of wearing them without socks. I cautiously made my way out of my room in search of my teammates and found myself in a long white hallway that stretched in both directions, leading to numerous other rooms. On a whim, I decided to go left and followed the corridor until I reached what appeared to be the check-in area of my ward. "Excuse me, miss, but do you know where my teammates are?" I asked a kind-looking woman in her 40s sitting behind the desk. My hands trembled slightly, so I clasped them together behind my back. "If you mean the man who brought you in here," she began, her voice soothing. "He's probably at the Hokage Tower," she replied, glancing down at her beautifully designed nails with a hint of boredom. "The man who brought me here, could it be Natsu?" "It must be." I wondered what a Hokage Tower was, so I asked the woman for directions. With a few eye rolls and sighs, she finally pointed me in the right direction. I thanked her politely and made my way out of the hospital. Or at least, I tried to. Just as I approached the doors leading out of the ward, a figure appeared in front of me with incredible speed, suggesting they had some sort of enhancement magic. The person was dressed in dark underclothes, covered by gray armor, and wore a mask that resembled a bird. My gaze fell to a pouch on their right thigh, filled to the brim. "Are you ready to be discharged from the hospital? Please return to your room immediately." The man's hand hovered near his knife pouch, making his intentions clear. I swallowed nervously and took a step back, raising my arms in a gesture of peace. "Of course, sir." With that, I turned on my heel and hurried back to my room, acutely aware of a pair of eyes watching me. Eyes piercing into my back, I shut the door behind me with a clang. Had I gotten myself into? Why was I being kept in an armored hospital ward? Where was everyone? My eyes began to sting as I blinked rapidly, trying to hold back the tears. Never show weakness in a hostage situation. A firm knock on the door startled me, and I quickly stepped back. My swords had been taken, but there was still a half-finished glass of water in the room. Clearly, they hadn't known who they were dealing with. I was surprised when a sweet-looking nurse stepped through the door, a bright smile on her face and a clipboard in hand. The tension in my posture eased slightly, though I still watched her every move warily. Now, no need to be so on guard. I just came for a checkup," she said, her warm brown eyes narrowing slightly as she noticed the 4-needle on the floor before glancing at my left wrist. "What happened to the needle insertion wound?" "It healed," I replied curtly. Her gaze lingered on my wrist for a moment longer before she continued. "Now, dear, I need to take your blood pressure." I hesitantly allowed her to slide the cuff over my arm. After a few moments of silence, she hummed, apparently satisfied with the reading. "Do you feel dizzy or nauseous?" I shook my head. "Headache." I shook my head again. "Very well." With that, she straightened up, jotted down a few notes on her clipboard, and left the room. I let my gaze wander around the room, searching for clues about my location. Eventually, my eyes landed on a window behind me, thick steel pipes blocking any chance of escape. I stepped closer and froze, noticing something strange. I had never been here. This didn't look like the town that issued the mission, nor any other town I recognized. Why would I be in a hospital in a place I'd never seen? Further inspection only deepened my confusion. Magnolia blossoms were in full bloom, which typically happened in April or May. But it was August. This shouldn't be possible. Another oddity was the strange fashion I could see from the window, a mix of modern styles and clothing reminiscent of the feudal era. Just stay calm, Mizuki, there must be a logical explanation for this. If you find Natsu, he'll explain everything. I was startled by another knock on the door and turned just in time to see a security guard, this one wearing a mask that resembled a goat, stepping into the room. "You have been summoned by the Hokage." I let out a nervous sigh, unsure if that was a good thing or not. However, I figured it would at least provide some answers. I nodded tentatively at the guard. In a swift motion, he placed a hand on my shoulder, and suddenly, a nauseating sensation washed over me as if my body was being pulled in every direction at once. Just as quickly as it began, it was over, and I stumbled slightly as my feet found solid ground beneath me once more. If it hadn't been for the firm hands still holding on to me, I would surely have fallen to the floor. Looking around, I realized I was inside a rounded room with a large, expensive-looking wooden desk. Behind the desk sat an elderly man clad in a long white robe, wearing an eccentric white and red hat adorned with a symbol that resembled flames. I assumed he was the Hokage. There was also a man with oddly vertical silver hair and a mask covering the lower half of his face, standing in front of the desk. My eyes quickly scanned the room for Natsu, my heart sinking as I realized he was not there. Neither were the others. The lady had said he would be here. They wouldn't leave me behind, would they? No, maybe I just missed them. Yes, that must be it. "Lord Hokage," I bowed politely to the man who obviously commanded respect in this town. The firm grip of the security man finally left my shoulder as he stepped away, though his eyes remained fixed on my every movement. "Don't worry, child. It's all right." The old man gave me a kind smile, which put me slightly more at ease, though I recoiled a bit at the smoke wafting in my direction. I was not keen on any health issues. "It seems you have made a swift recovery during your stay at the hospital. I would like to thank you for the medical care I received in this village, Lord Hokage. Could you perhaps tell me where my teammates are?" I clasped my hands in front of me, trying to maintain a facade of calmness, with a polite smile on my lips. "I am terribly sorry, child, but I do not know the teammates you are speaking of." The Hokage's voice was laced with confusion and perhaps a hint of suspicion as he exchanged a glance with the silver-haired man. "I am referring to the 3 people who should have come in with me. The lady at the hospital informed me that the man who brought me there was in the tower." I explained, struggling to hold onto my crumbling facade. The 2 men exchanged another look, unspoken words passing between them. "The man who brought you to the hospital is me." The silver-haired man spoke up, his voice bored yet alert in his one visible eye. "I found you unconscious in the forest, a few miles from here. There was no one else in the area. Hataki is the name." My eyes widened, a shiver running down my spine. Taking a deep breath, I willed myself to calm down again. Why had I been left alone, unconscious in the middle of a forest? "My name is Mizuki. It is a pleasure to meet you, Hataki-san." I politely bowed towards him. "I really must find my teammates so we can return to the guild. We're from Fairytail, you see. Have you seen anyone with the guild mark?" A blue-haired girl around my age, a taller blonde, and a man with salmon-colored hair and a fiery personality. "Guild mark?" Kakashi questioned. I sighed and rolled up my sleeve to display the baby blue fairytale mark adorning my right bicep. Surely, the sight of the infamous mark would ring a bell. "Child, I am afraid the people you are describing haven't been seen in the vicinity of the village. From where do you hail?" The Hokage spoke slowly, seemingly trying to piece something together. I narrowed my eyes slightly at the lack of reaction to the guild name and mark. We had won the Grand Magic Games, for heaven's sake. Did these people live under a rock? "I live in Magnolia, Hokage-sama." I answered. "If you would be so kind as to direct me to the train station, I'm sure I can make my own way back." "I do not know of a place called Magnolia. I'm afraid trains are not something we have around here either," the man responded, stroking his beard. Yes, these people were definitely living under a rock. "Kakashi, I think the poor girl is a bit confused. Maybe she hit her head a bit harder than the medics originally thought. I would appreciate it if you watched over her for the rest of the day and night. Bring her to me again tomorrow morning so we may speak again." The Hokage obviously thought I was confused. "Wait, sir, I swear I'm not." I was growing desperate now. "Of course, Lord Hokage." Kakashi nodded respectfully before grabbing my arm. His other hand formed a strange gesture, and before I knew it, the ground disappeared from under my feet in a cloud of smoke, making me squeeze my eyes shut tightly. I stumbled clumsily as my feet found solid ground again. Kakashi steadied me effortlessly. As I reopened my eyes, I saw we were now in front of a small apartment on the edge of the village. What was that kind of magic you used? I thought teleportation mages were pretty rare. Kakashi looked at me strangely for a few awkward moments before leading me inside his apartment. It was surprisingly modern, all things considered. The decoration was minimal, making me think that the man either spent very little time here or had simply never opened an IKEA magazine. Magic? I think you might have hit your head before I found you. You should probably get some sleep. He said again, acting like I was confused as he led me by the wrist to a room with plain white walls and a dark wooden floor. A twin-sized bed stood in the middle of the room, covered in plain gray sheets. The only other furniture was a wooden desk and chair, and a closet. Plain gray curtains fluttered slightly in the breeze coming through the half-opened windows. Here, this is your room for tonight. Please try to get some sleep. I'll bring you some food in an hour or so. Kakashi said, walking out of the room and not so subtly locking the door behind me. What was wrong with these people? How could they never have heard about guilds or magic? It was everywhere in Fiori. I should probably not talk about it to them anymore for now. It seemed like they would think I was crazy if I did. Frustrated, I combed my hands through my still messy hair before letting out a shuddering breath and sinking down to the cold floor. Why was this happening to me? Tears welled up in my eyes at the thought of Lucy, Netsu, and Wendy abandoning me. They wouldn't do that, would they? Maybe this was all one big elaborate nightmare, and when I woke up tomorrow, everything would be fine. I glared at the sliver of sunlight peeking through a gap in the blinds, shining directly into my eyes and waking me up. It had no right to do that. After a solid 2 minutes, I concluded that glaring at the sun wasn't going to change anything. Heaving a sigh, I managed to drag myself out of my warm bed. Looking around the unfamiliar room, my heart sank. So it wasn't a dream after all. I really was stuck here on my own. I swallowed thickly, willing the tears pricking behind my eyes to retreat. Crying wouldn't make this situation any better. Sking in a deep breath, I lightly slapped my cheeks. It's okay, Mizuki. Natsu will definitely find you. He always does. Grabbing the clothes I had hastily discarded on the floor the night before, I quickly put them on, using a hand to rake through my hair as a makeshift comb. If Ariel could do it with a fork, then I could manage with my hands. Walking to the door, I was surprised to see that Kakashi had unlocked it while I was sleeping. Tentatively, I opened the door and peeked into the hallway. The heavenly scent of fresh pancakes wafted through the house, and my stomach grumbled appreciatively. With light footsteps, I tiptoed down the stairs at the end of the hallway. I froze midway down the stairs, taking in the sight before me. Kakashi stood in the kitchen with his back turned, the hot pink straps of an apron peeking behind his neck. He was using 2 pans to cook the pancakes, a fairly large stack already on a plate on the table. It was so homely. Ah, you're up already. How are you feeling? I startled at his voice, surprised he had noticed me. He turned around to face me, flipping a pancake without even looking at it, his visible eye crinkling, indicating a smile beneath the ever-present mask. I'm feeling well, thank you, I replied hesitantly. Should I help with breakfast, Kakashi-san? Maybe if I was nice enough, they would let me go. I could go to a nearby village and ask for directions back home. Surely, the other villages here would be less strange. No, it's okay. Also, you can just call me Kakashi if you'd like, Mizuki, he said as he flipped the final pancake onto the plate. He filled 2 glasses with water and placed them on the table. Please eat up. I smiled appreciatively. I hadn't really eaten anything since yesterday morning, so I was positively starving at this point. Very well, Kakashi. The name still felt foreign on my tongue. How late are we supposed to be at the Hokage's office? Pulling out one of the kitchen chairs, I took my seat across from him, reaching for the big stack of pancakes to place one on my plate, smothering it in syrup. I tentatively took a bite, my lips twitching up at the delicious taste. We're supposed to be there in about 2 hours, so we still have plenty of time, he responded, watching me eat. I tried my best to hide my discomfort under his scrutinizing gaze, glancing at his own untouched pancake. Excuse me, Kakashi, are you not going to eat your own pancake? It will get cold like this. Ah, it's just that I'd rather not take off my mask, so I'll eat when you're finished, he replied, rubbing at his neck awkwardly. What a weirdo. I ate my pancakes as quickly as possible while still remaining proper, before placing the plate and my empty glass into the sink. Glancing around the room, my eyes landed on a towering bookshelf. As I approached it, I scanned the different titles, quickly noticing the abundance of books about ninjas. I chuckled softly. This guy must be obsessed or something. Could I read one of these books? Sure, go ahead, he responded, his voice sounding muffled. Turning around, my eyes widened in surprise as I saw that the remaining stack of pancakes had significantly shrunk within the minute I had my back turned. Kakashi merely blinked at me lazily, mask perfectly in place. Shrugging it off, I turned back to the bookshelf. I took out a book titled Ninja Handbook for Beginners. The cover was a deep blue, with a cartoon drawing of what could only be a ninja gracing the front. After glancing towards Kakashi and his dwindling pile of pancakes, I trudged upstairs toward my temporary room. Plopping down on the bed, I started reading. The mainly discussed some sort of life force called chakra and the techniques you could execute with it jutsus. It seemed quite similar to the concept and application of magic I was used to. After a long passage on the supposed ninja rules, the book talked about various ninja villages. All in all, I found myself engrossed and slightly amused by the book. That is, until my eyes stumbled upon the section titled, The Hidden Leaf, Konoha. I was fairly certain the village I was currently staying in was called Konoha. Was that a mere coincidence? Some kind of weird tribute to a book? Surely it wasn't real? Now that I thought about it, one of those jutsus was eerily similar to that little teleportation trick Kakashi pulled yesterday. With shaking hands, I pushed myself off the bed and hurried back downstairs. Kakashi, I called, not even halfway down. Do you happen to have a map of the world? The silver-haired man looked at me suspiciously for a few seconds before making his way over to a cabinet, grabbing a map from the top drawer. Why do you need a map? I just need to figure something out. Kakashi stared at me for a few seconds more, finally handing me the map, which I took gingerly, hoping he wouldn't notice the faint trembling of my hands. Thank you. I swiftly retreated back to my room, taking a cross-legged seat on my bed, the map spread out over my knees. My eyes shifted over the names of villages and countries feverishly. No. Nothing. There wasn't a single place I recognized. No Magnolia, no Fiori, only Konoha. My breath quickened, coming out in short puffs, hands trembling. Where was I, and where were my teammates? Are you coming? It's time to go to the Hokage and we're late as it is. Kakashi stuck his head through the door opening into my room. I quickly stood up, scrambling to look as presentable as possible. I brushed through my hair with my fingers and smoothed the wrinkles in my shirt. Kakashi grabbed hold of my shoulder and teleported us away. My stomach flipped at the unfamiliar feeling. I opened my eyes as soon as I felt solid ground beneath my feet again, meeting the Hokage's gaze. Mizuki, how are you feeling today? He asked from behind his desk, a tendril of smoke from his pipe curling toward the ceiling. I'm feeling much better. Thank you for asking, Hohama, I replied stiffly. My eyes scanned the room, landing on another man present. He had brown spiky hair and wore a green vest similar to Kakashi's. His most noticeable feature, however, was the jagged scar across his nose. Let me ask you a question, the Hokage continued. Do you have a place to go, child? I clenched my fists tightly, my teeth gritting as his words struck a chord within me. My eyes met his, filled with pain. No, sir. I realized then that I had nowhere to turn. I was in a foreign world, all alone, with no way back to my guild. I was afraid you would say that, which is why I have an offer for you. I will allow you to stay here in the village, with Kakashi, if you enroll in the academy to become a ninja. I will provide for you until you earn enough to pay me back. The Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke, a small smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. A ninja, huh? From what I had gathered during my early morning reading, it was a dangerous occupation, much like being a soldier. The thought of risking my life for a random village didn't sound appealing. But what choice did I have? If I declined, I would likely be kicked out of the village, left to fend for myself with nowhere to go. There was only one answer I could give. I would like that. Thank you for your kindness, Hokitsama. I bowed politely. Very well. This is Irika. He gestured to the other man in the room, who smiled warmly at me. He will be your teacher at the academy. You are expected to be there at 8 tomorrow morning. That is all. Kakashi once again teleported us out of the office and into a bustling street. Without a word, he bought me all the necessary items to start my training: sharp tools, throwing stars, and bandages. Yes, those seemed safe for children. I followed him closely, like a lost puppy, afraid to lose him in the crowd. Afterward, he took us back to his house. It felt strange to realize that this place would be my home for the foreseeable future. He led me into the garden behind the house. It was surprisingly large, filled with grass, wildflowers, a small pond, and bordered by trees. Since you'll be attending the academy starting tomorrow, I'm going to help you catch up a bit. I assume you read about chakra in the book you took this morning, right? I nodded tentatively. This guy was more perceptive than he let on. Normally, someone opens their chakra points naturally over time. However, you don't have that luxury right now, so I will help you open your chakra points. Is that all right with you? I nodded again, though I felt a bit more reluctant. The idea of forcing them open didn't sound pleasant. He sat down on the ground, motioning for me to do the same. As I sat, he placed both hands on my shoulders. At first, nothing happened, but then his hands began to glow a faint blue, and a warm, prickly sensation surged through my body, starting from my shoulders. It hurt. A lot, actually. I bit my lip to suppress any sound as it felt like my insides were being ignited. I clenched my fists tightly, a small sound of discomfort escaping me. It couldn't have taken more than a few minutes, though it felt like hours. Suddenly, I felt a source of energy opening, spreading a pleasant tingling sensation through me. I was surprised to find it felt similar to my magic source. Good. I could have sworn I saw a flash of pride in Kakashi's eyes for a brief moment. Now I will teach you your first jutsu, so pay close attention. It's called the clone jutsu, and it does exactly what you think it does. Observe. Kakashi swiftly moved his hands into various positions, and then with a puff, 2 Kakashis appeared, blinking down at me lazily. My eyes widened at the odd sight. Making another hand sign, he made the clones disappear in a puff of smoke. The first seal is called Tiger, he explained. He demonstrated the hand sign, and I tried to mirror him as best as I could. We sat facing each other, hands intertwined with some fingers sticking up vertically. Why is it called Tiger? Kakashi looked at me, then back at the hand sign. Well, if you hold it like this, he adjusted his hands slightly, and imagine there are eyes in the front, it kind of resembles a tiger. I stared blankly at him for several seconds. It sure does. After repeating the process, I finally got all the signs in the right order, though it still felt a bit clunky. Now release your chakra. I took a deep breath and began the sequence of hand signs. Slowly but surely, I completed them and tried to release my chakra as I finished the last seal. Instead, I accidentally released a burst of magic, causing the nearby pond to ripple violently. Oops. Kakashi glanced between me and the pond a few times, his visible eye showing suspicion and confusion. Let's try that again. Taking a deep breath, I focused and tried again. This time, I managed to release some chakra instead of magic. With a small poof, I cautiously opened my eyes. My face fell at the misshapen figure that had appeared next to me. It had no arms and seemed to lack bones in its legs. Again. After several attempts, I finally managed to release the right amount of chakra, and a decent copy of me stood beside me. My clone and I stared at each other for a moment before simultaneously placing a hand on our left hip. This is weird, we echoed. Kakashi gently patted my head. Good job, you're a quick learner. It was dark. Cold darkness surrounded me everywhere. My heart thudded loudly in my chest as I breathed in sharply, turning in a circle, hoping to find some clue as to where I was. Come on, Mizu-chan. I turned around so quickly that I stumbled awkwardly. That voice. I recognized it like no other, warm yet rough around the edges. Natsu. But I still couldn't see. Natsu. My voice was scratchy from fear. Come on this way. A feminine voice echoed around the area. Lucy. Desperately, I turned in circles. Where are you? A soft, youthful laugh sounded next. Wendy. I woke up gasping for air, sheets tangled around my legs uncomfortably. I glared up at the unfamiliar ceiling, moisture prickling my eyes. I hastily wiped away the tears before they could fall because I was stronger than this. Somehow, even though I knew it was foolish, I still hoped that every time I opened my eyes, I would be back home in the guild hall, that all of this was one elaborate nightmare. But it wasn't a dream. No, this was real. I was stuck in a strange village, an unknown distance away from Magnolia. They didn't even have magic here, only ninjas. My friends weren't here. Natsu, Wendy, and Lucy wouldn't have left me alone here. Right? So why was I here? After several minutes, I finally fell back into a fitful slumber. This time, I woke up to someone gently shaking me awake. Go away, let me sleep, I muttered into my pillow, entirely too exhausted to want to wake up. Come on, you have to wake up or you'll be late for the academy on your first day. My eyes shot open at the somewhat unfamiliar voice, only to see Kakashi leaning over me, still seeming half asleep himself. His brow quirked inquisitively as he observed how my eyes darted around the room, trying to orient myself. Sighing, I got up as Kakashi went downstairs to make us some breakfast. I quickly got ready in the small bathroom just across the hall as the delicious scent of toasted bread wafted towards me, making my stomach growl hungrily. I unceremoniously plopped down on a kitchen chair, swiftly buttering some toast. I was surprisingly hungry after all of the previous day's shenanigans. Sparing a glance up at Kakashi, who had taken the seat across from me, I saw he was engrossed in some kind of book, clearly not looking for conversation. With not much else to do, I resumed reading the book I had started yesterday, scanning through the pages for anything that seemed useful during my time here. The silence was surprisingly calming. I looked up at the sound of a book closing softly to see Kakashi rising from his seat. It's time for school. I nodded agreeably, getting up as well. Giving me a once-over, he gently but firmly grabbed hold of my shoulder before teleporting us in front of a building swarming with kids. Here. I took the packed lunchbox he reached out to me. Have fun on your first day. Kakashi waved lazily before disappearing in a small puff of smoke. My eyes narrowed at the space he'd occupied just moments before, slightly annoyed at being left to navigate this foreign place by myself. I didn't even know where my classroom was located. The least he could have done was point me in the right direction. Steeling myself, I exhaled sharply as I strode into the building, deciding to take a right turn on a whim, subtly peering into each classroom until I found the right one. I could just about see Irika standing in front of some kids my age. I took a deep breath and knocked on the door firmly. Ah, Mizuki, come in and introduce yourself to the others, Irika said when he opened the door with a kind smile, motioning towards the class that was giving me curious stares. Squaring my shoulders, I tilted my chin up slightly as I strode into the room. My old maid had drilled the importance of seeming confident and self-assured into me from a young age. With practiced ease, my lips quirked up into a polite but entirely fake smile as I made my way into the room. My name is Mizuki, and I'm 12 years old. It's nice to meet you all, I said, ending with a slight bow towards the other kids, who were still looking at me as if Santa Claus had walked through the door himself, quietly whispering among themselves. I could faintly pick up on what the kids in the first row were whispering about. A transfer student? Have you seen her before? No, never. That's a bit odd, right? Mizuki-kun, how come I've never seen you around the village? A boy with a small white puppy perched on his head finally asked me as he regarded me curiously. I only recently came to this village and haven't really had the time to see much of it yet. He seemed satisfied with my answer and continued whatever he was doing before, which was sneakily feeding bits of what seemed like beef jerky to himself and the dog alternately. "Where did you come from?" a pretty brunette asked me from where she was sitting towards the back of the class. The small smile that was still painted upon my face faltered slightly at the question as I carefully considered how to answer. "I come from a small place, not really near any of the great ninja villages, so I doubt you'd know it." The girl tilted her head curiously, visibly gearing up to ask a follow-up question to that admittedly vague statement. "Well, if there aren't any more questions, you can sit over there," Irika cut in, motioning towards an empty seat next to a black-haired boy who was preoccupied with blankly staring outside the window. I quickly walked over and sat down. The boy spared me a single glance, let out a non-committal "Achin," clearly not impressed with what he saw, and averted his eyes towards the teacher, who was explaining something about a test we had to take tomorrow. I let out a small huff at the sight, not impressed either. After several long hours of unusual classes, I peered around the outside of the building. I had somehow expected Kakashi to be there to take me back to his apartment. Because he had only been teleporting us around, I didn't actually know how to get back to his place. So instead, I decided to head towards the Hokage Tower. It was the highest building in the village, making it easy to find. Plus, it was a place where I had actually seen Kakashi, so maybe that was where he was now as well. I knocked on the large wooden door, listening for the faint "come in," before stepping inside to find the Hokage seated behind his desk, accompanied by 3 unfamiliar ninjas, who were also wearing the metal pieces with a symbol I had started associating with the village. "Mizuki, what are you doing here?" he asked, smiling warmly at me, a hint of curiosity in his eyes, with a tendril of smoke curling from the tip of his pipe towards the ceiling. With a small nod of his head, all 3 ninjas in front of him vanished from the room with remarkable speed. "I apologize for interrupting, sir. I was merely looking for Kakashi-san." The corners of his lips turned up slightly at that, an amused twinkle in his eyes. "It's not a problem, child. Kakashi is out of the village at the moment, but I'm sure he'll be back in an hour or so. Now, if that's all." He reached for a pile of documents stacked on his desk, accidentally knocking over a glass of water in the process. He let out a deep chuckle at the sight of the small puddle of water dripping from the side of the desk onto the floor. "It seems I am indeed getting older." Hesitantly, I stepped forward. "Allow me." The familiar thrum of magic filled my veins as I gently lifted the water from the floor, returning it to the glass as I picked it up and set it upright. How did you do that?" I tilted my head curiously toward the Hokage, who was staring at me as if I had grown a second head. "Magic, of course," I replied matter-of-factly. It was quiet for a few uncomfortable seconds as the Hokage merely observed me. "I see you were indeed speaking the truth last time. Tell me more." And so I did. I began explaining the basic concept of magic and guilds. The Hokage listened carefully, sometimes interjecting with pointed questions that I answered as best I could. "I advise you not to use this ability of yours in front of others for your own safety. It is a highly unusual skill set that some, especially foreign ninjas, may want to neutralize. I do not wish to risk the village or you." His voice had turned stern, making it clear this was more of an order than advice. "As for this Fiori place, I'm terribly sorry, but I have never heard of such a location before. However, I will make sure to keep my eyes open." "Thank you, sir." If even the Hokage hadn't heard of Fiori, who would know? I had tried, I really did, to find my way back to the apartment. It had been almost an hour since I left the tower, and I was utterly lost. Not only was I unsure of the neighborhood I was supposed to be in, but I also had a rather poor sense of direction. I was currently wandering through a random street in an unfamiliar area. It seemed to be a decent neighborhood with nice-looking houses lining each side of the street. I was curiously trying to read a sign a bit to my right when I bumped into something hard and fell right onto my behind. Ouch! I blinked dazedly a few times before my eyes focused on an outstretched hand in front of me. My eyes widened as I realized I had not run into a wall as I had thought. Instead, I had collided with the dog boy from class. I slowly took his hand and allowed him to pull me up. "I am so sorry. I wasn't paying attention and—" "It's all right," the boy laughed. What are you doing here anyway? I averted my eyes in embarrassment. I'm lost. Where do you live? He inquired, an amused twinkle in his eyes as his dog yipped cutely. Good question. I honestly don't even know the address. Why couldn't Kakashi come and pick me up from school? Why didn't I ask him to write down the address? Well, I'm afraid I can't help you then, the boy said with an apologetic look. That's okay. I'm near the apartment anyway, I think. I looked around once more. That was a blatant lie. I didn't know anything about where I was. Well, see you later. Good luck finding your house. The boy waved before turning around and walking off. The dog barked once, and my heart melted. The dog was adorable. Thank you. I'll see you two tomorrow. 30 minutes. It had been 30 minutes since the boy and his dog had left, and I still hadn't found the apartment. I was starting to mentally curse Kakashi, envisioning his head instead of a pebble on the roadside that I kicked away in frustration. This guy is the worst babysitter ever. I saw the black-haired boy from my class standing near a house in the distance, his gaze flickering between me and the pebble that had somehow landed near his feet. I waved, smiling politely. He narrowed his eyes at me before turning around abruptly and disappearing into the building. Ah yes, such a friendly person he is. Mizuki, there you are. Startled, I turned around and saw Kakashi standing behind me. My savior. Thank goodness you're here. I seem to have slightly lost my way. Slightly. Kakashi just shook his head, the corner of his eye crinkling in amusement before grabbing my shoulder and teleporting us to the apartment. I bet he didn't pick me up on purpose, just so he could laugh at me. Mizuki. Grumbling, I slowly opened my eyes. My gaze drifted to the alarm clock on the nightstand, its bright red numbers flashing 5:30 at me. Too early to get up for the academy. I sighed, rubbing my eyes, before focusing on Kakashi, who was standing next to me like some kind of eerie figure. The metal on his forehead protector glinted ominously in the red light of the clock. Yes. I grunted, my voice thick with sleep. Here, he drawled monotonously. I blinked slowly as he pushed a rolled-up paper into my hand. Warily, I unrolled it, discovering it was a map of the village. A big golden star marked what I assumed to be Kakashi's apartment. A red line slithered over the map. Before stopping at a building circled in green, with the academy written on it crudely. You made me a map? I have a mission today, so I can't take you to the academy. After yesterday's fiasco, I thought it might be handy to give you a map of Konoha, Kakashi said, amused. Thanks. Don't die. My head hit the pillow with a muffled thud, and I instantly fell back asleep, the last thing I heard being a soft chuckle before the sound of my door closing with a small click. Thanks to my newly acquired map, I managed to find the academy rather quickly, which put me in a good mood, at least as good as one could be in the early morning. Once I arrived at the classroom, I took the same seat I had been assigned yesterday, next to the dark-haired boy who didn't spare me a glance and simply observed the class to get to know them better. Knowledge is power, after all, or so I was always told by my old maid. It was hard not to notice the odd crowd of girls gathered around my seat neighbor's desk, fawning over Sasuke loudly and dramatically. At the forefront of the small group were two girls, one with platinum blonde hair and the other with a lovely shade of pink hair, who spent equal time competing with each other and gushing over their classmate. Sasuke, seemingly indifferent, only betrayed his discomfort by the way his fist tightened around a pencil whenever a girl came a bit too close to his personal space. Peering further around the room, I saw a few boys engaged in enthusiastic conversation, their hands animatedly moving as they spoke. One of them was the nice boy with the cute puppy. I waved at him and smiled as our eyes met. He waved back, grinning widely, before returning to his conversation with the three boys beside him. All the way in the back was a kid with bright blonde hair. He stared out of the window, his head propped up by his hand, and a dejected aura surrounded him. I felt a small pang of sympathy for the boy, who was clearly the outsider of the group. Poor kid, I know how that feels. Due to my father's wealth, he had decided it was in my best interest to hire the best tutors the country had to offer. As a result, I had been homeschooled all my life. My main tutor, however, had advocated for me to attend a local school one afternoon a week to integrate with others my age. At first, I had been excited to hang out with other kids. It soon turned out, however, that they didn't like me much, thinking I was a stuck-up rich kid. And perhaps I had been. This resulted in those afternoons being spent in the back corner of the classroom, reading books during breaks instead of playing with others. It was frustrating. But no matter how much I protested, my tutor insisted it was good for me, so I had no choice but to keep going. After a while, Irika walked in with a faint smile on his lips. Okay, kids, as you undoubtedly already know, today we will be taking the genin exams. An excited hush swept through the room. To pass this test, you will need to successfully create a clone of yourself. Please enter when your name is called. I perked up in my seat, a small smile tugging at my lips. I knew this jutsu, and only this one. Kakashi must have known this would be the exam this year. After a solid hour of waiting, doodling on an empty piece of paper, and watching the room get less crowded with each name called, it was finally my turn. I stood up quickly and made my way into the room. Inside, I was met by the sight of Irika sitting behind a simple desk, giving me a reassuring smile. Next to him sat another ninja, who briefly introduced himself as Mizuki, my name buddy. My lips quirked in amusement, especially since he shared a similar pale shade of hair. As you know, you are to create one decent clone of yourself to pass this test and become an official ninja of Konoha. I nodded and swiftly went through the now familiar hand signs. With a small puff of smoke, a duplicate of me stood next to me, waving politely at the instructors. Irika smiled broadly at me and handed me a blue forehead protector, which I tied loosely around my neck before dispelling the clone in a puff of smoke. Very well done, Mizuki, especially for someone who joined the academy this late in the year. Tomorrow you'll be placed into a 3-person squad of genin under the guidance of a higher-ranked ninja. I bowed respectfully and exited the exam room, wondering who would be on my team. Maybe the boy with the dog? Or the guy who always seemed to be sleeping in the back but knew the answers when called upon? Or perhaps the quiet girl who often stared at the blonde kid? Outside, I saw kids chatting excitedly with their parents, who were proudly celebrating their children's achievements in a way only parents could. A mix of jealousy and sadness bubbled in the pit of my stomach at the sight. I smiled bitterly. Even if my father were here, he would have sent a driver to pick me up instead of coming himself. 6-year-old me was happily dancing around the room. It was my birthday after all. I wore a soft blue ball gown specially made for me by a few of my father's servants. It was big and poofy, flaring beautifully whenever I spun in a circle. I was absolutely delighted by the dress. It made me feel like a princess from the fairy tales my maid would read to me at night. Lena, an older servant who had been with me my entire life, smiled at my enthusiasm. Her eyes crinkled as she laughed at my antics. In the corner of the room were some presents I had received from the servants. I loved each and every one of them. Gustav from the kitchen had given me a new book about mermaids. Mio, who worked in the garden, had plucked my favorite flowers for today, and Lena had given me a delicate golden bracelet. Of course, it wasn't real gold as she couldn't afford it, but it still glittered prettily in the light. Lena, what do you think Papa got me? I was already dreaming about the gift my father would personally give me. It would surely be beautiful. Maybe the puppy I had been asking for the past few months? Lena's smile faded, causing me to stop twirling and frown up at her. Oh, I don't know, Mizuki. She ruffled my hair affectionately. Your father is a very busy man. The hard edge to her tone went completely over my 6-year-old head. Yes, Papa was always working. Working to bring in enough money to take care of me and spoil me. That's what he always said when I asked him to have a picnic by the lake or a tea party in the gardens. After I got bored of dancing, I decided to visit my father. If he was too busy to come and find me, I would simply go to him. I'll be right back, Lena. Knock knock. I took a deep breath and pushed open the heavy wooden door. I usually wasn't allowed to come in here, but today was my birthday, so surely Papa would make an exception. I softly walked inside his office. My father sat behind his big wooden desk, seemingly focused on a stack of papers in front of him. His pale hair streaked with gray was tousled. He had the habit of running his hands through his hair when he was stressed. Papa! I laughed when the man jumped, not having noticed my entrance. "What are you doing here, Mizuki? You know you shouldn't come in here when I'm working." "I was just wondering what kind of present you got me." I smiled innocently at him with big hopeful eyes. "Listen, Mizuki," his pale blue eyes turned hard and cold, "I know you grew up in a rich household. You get a lot of gifts, and maybe I spoiled you a bit too much in hindsight, but you can't expect me to buy you a gift every day just because you want one. Okay, sweetie?" My hands fell limply to my sides, and my eyes lost their happy twinkle as moisture pricked at them. He forgot. "It's my birthday," I whispered before storming out, tears streaming down my face. I noticed the blonde-haired kid sitting on a swing. Much like me, he didn't seem to have his parents there for him. Judging from the lack of forehead protector and the gloomy aura surrounding him, he hadn't passed the test. Interestingly, I also noticed that most of the villagers were avoiding him, sending dark looks and harsh whispers his way. But he was just a kid, surely he couldn't have done anything to deserve such treatment from adults. I felt sorry for him. It must be tough to fail your test while surrounded by happy families celebrating their children's successes. Even worse, it seemed he was the only kid who hadn't passed. I debated going over to cheer him up a bit but ultimately decided against it. He didn't even know me. It would just be awkward and uncomfortable for both of us. So, with a heavy heart, I turned around and pulled out the little map Kakashi had given me, rotating it to match my orientation before setting off back toward the apartment. Maybe Kakashi would let me choose what to have for dinner to celebrate. White medium star. Chapter end. This morning, I was awakened by the smack of a pillow landing squarely in my face, causing me to sputter indignantly and glare at Kakashi, who was leaning against the doorpost, looking a little too pleased with himself. Today is a big day for you, Mizuki." His voice was laced with such forced optimism that it felt insincere. "You'll be assigned your genin team. I'm sure you don't want to be late and keep your new sensei waiting." My eyes narrowed at the false cheer in his tone, not missing the hint of smugness. It was as if he knew something I didn't. "Fine," I groaned, sliding out of bed. Muttering under my breath about the coldness of the floor on my feet, I got dressed. I wistfully glanced at my swords lying on top of my desk. As an academy student, I hadn't been allowed to bring them to class. Tomorrow, when I was officially instated as a genin and part of a team eligible for missions, I could bring them with me. My gaze stopped on a small piece of white fabric snagged on one of the hilts. I swallowed thickly as I recognized it not as fabric at all, but a singular scale, one that I recognized well. With a slight tremor in my hand, I reached out to take the piece of Natsu's signature scarf into my hands, running my thumb over the slightly rough texture of the scale. I blinked several times at the ceiling, trying to keep the tears gathering in my eyes from spilling down my cheeks as my heart clenched painfully. Natsu. He hadn't been like my other guildmates. I cared about all my comrades, but he had been more than that. Ever since I ran away and Natsu found me lost and starving, he had been like a big brother to me. He taught me everything he could about dragon-slaying magic, and when I was feeling down, he was the one I would seek out. We would go fishing together, sitting in comfortable silence until I was ready to talk about what was bothering me. I missed him. Taking one of the spare shoelaces stored in this room, I carefully hung the scale on it, tying the black string around my neck, with the scale safely tucked underneath my shirt. "Akamaru, wait." A gruff but youthful voice pulled me out of my daydream. I halted my step, turning around to see a familiar puppy dashing towards me, yipping happily. The little dog came to a stop in front of me, tail wagging joyfully as it sat down and looked up at me expectantly. "So cute." I crouched down, letting the dog sniff my hand before gently patting its delightfully soft fur. The puppy's tail started wagging even faster as I scratched it behind the ears. "Ah, Mizuki-chan, right?" I looked up to see the dog's owner finally arrive, relief evident on his face at the sight of his puppy safe and sound. I guessed his clan compound wasn't too far from Kakashi's apartment, judging by how often we seemed to run into each other. "Yes. Inuzuka-san, was it?" His cheeks tinted red at my overly formal address, and he rubbed his neck awkwardly. Just Kiba is fine." "Very well, just Kiba." The corners of my lips tilted up in amusement. "Are you also on your way to the academy?" He finally seemed to relax, detecting the light teasing tone in my voice. Bending down, he held out a hand to Akamaru, who yipped once and jumped into it. He then placed the dog on its usual perch, right on top of his head. Thus, I'm ready to see who will be in my team. They will have to be impressive to keep up with me. He pumped his fist determinedly as we started walking at a leisurely pace. I chuckled softly at that. The statement sounded arrogant, but I knew it was said more as a jest. Unlike a certain classmate who truly acted like he was a god descended to earth, graciously allowing the masses to be in his divine presence. I'm sure they will be, I chimed in. Well, I'll probably be put in some kind of tracking team. Us Inuzuka have good noses after all. I blinked at that information. Sure, I knew Kiba had some animalistic traits, like the way his teeth were slightly sharper than normal. I didn't know his clan's connection to dogs extended to sharing a strong sense of smell. This shinobi thing continued to surprise me. It must be tough for you to sit so close to that one boy, the green-haired one, I replied. That particular kid used enough cologne to bother even my non-enhanced sense of smell. I couldn't. Imagine how overwhelming it must be for those with enhanced noses. Kiba's face scrunched up in disdain, no doubt recalling the pungent scent. It's awful. I actually have to breathe through my mouth when he's near. Upon our arrival at the academy, we went our separate ways. I quickly took my seat, trying desperately to ignore the racket of the other kids, particularly loud today due to their excitement about finally being official shinobi. During my cursory glance around the room, I made eye contact with my seat neighbor, who looked equally annoyed by the noise levels. Though that seemed to be his standard expression, so maybe not. As if the room wasn't noisy enough already, Naruto waltzed into the class with a self-satisfied grin on his face, a headband proudly tied to his forehead. But hadn't he failed the test? His big blue eyes settled on Sasuke, who was now being crowded by several girls, narrowing into slits. Changing directions, he stormed towards the emotionally distant boy, pushing his way through the taller girls and jumping onto his desk. The loud thud of the class clown landing on his desk finally made Sasuke look up from the empty surface he'd been focusing on. As soon as their eyes locked, his face settled into a scowl even more pronounced than usual. Were they seriously having a staring contest right now? The group of girls surrounding the desk were obviously displeased, yelling at Naruto to leave their Sasuke alone and to stop ruining his coolness by being in his presence. I watched in baffled silence. And I thought people back home were strange. Suddenly, someone bumped into Naruto, causing him to stumble forward and collide with Sasuke's lips, resulting in an audible smack as the class fell silent. A huff of air escaped my nose as I hastily ducked my head down to hide my amused and unladylike snickering. As soon as the two boys realized what had happened, they jumped away from each other, gagging and coughing in disgust. The girls standing around finally processing what they had just witnessed, pounced on poor Naruto, only stopping their onslaught when the teacher stepped into the room. Starting today, you are all official ninjas, but you are still new genin. It's going to get harder from here. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a cat traipsing across the academy grounds, focusing on that instead of my teacher. Up next, Team Uzumaki Naruto. I was pulled from my fascination with the now two cats playing together outside by the loud cheer from Naruto. Mizuki. I glanced tentatively at the blonde who beamed at me enthusiastically. Hesitantly, I smiled back at him, which made his grin grow even wider. He wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed. I had gathered that much during the past few days here at the academy, but at least he was nice. I could work with that. Now for the third person. And lastly, Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto let out an indignant squawk as I looked at my seat neighbor, who met my gaze in return. Both of us sizing each other up and deciding how to feel about the assignment. He was good, there was no denying that, consistently at the top of the class. He was also quieter than my other teammate, which was a big plus. But he was also arrogant and cold. After Irika finished calling all the teams, Naruto stood up, pointing at Sasuke with frustration. Irika-sensei, why is someone like me in a group with him? Oh, Naruto, Irika replied calmly. Sasuke graduated with one of the highest scores, while you, Naruto, had the lowest. We want to balance the abilities in each group. Don't drag me down, Dobe, Sasuke said, not even glancing at the irritated Naruto. What did you say? Naruto shouted. If this was any indication of how their team was going to function, I wanted out. Stop it, Naruto, Irika said authoritatively, and Naruto slumped back into his seat with a huff. He muttered something about life not being fair but eventually quieted down, though I knew that wouldn't last long. We're going to introduce the Jounin teachers to you in the afternoon. Meeting adjourned until then, Irika announced. Most teams left the room together, likely planning to get to know each other better over lunch. I waved quickly at Kiba as he exited with his team, a quiet boy who always wore sunglasses and had some kind of bug-themed jutsu, and the shy girl who often stared at Naruto from her spot in the back of the class. All three of them were from prominent clans in the village, well suited for tracking, just as Kiba had predicted earlier that morning. I stared at my lunchbox for several moments, gathering my thoughts for lunch with my new team. I guessed we would be more of a combat team, given that Sasuke consistently dominated everyone in practice sparring, and my own talents were lacking. As for Naruto, well, he would catch up eventually. Maybe. Looking up, I noticed Sasuke already out of his seat, coolly striding out of the room. Clearly, he had no intention of getting to know us better. Well, that left Sakura-chan. And my other teammate was off, chasing after the pink-haired girl who had bested him that very morning, a goofy love-struck grin on his face. Oh yes, my team was going to work so well together. After several long hours of watching other teams get picked up by their Jounin sensei, I was growing bored and admittedly rather annoyed. I could forgive being a few minutes late, not always being the most punctual myself, but hours was too much. Surely our sensei hadn't forgotten us, right? No way. Being assigned a group of genin to mentor for at least 2 to 3 years was a significant responsibility, even for an experienced shinobi. First impressions mattered, and I was already disliking my new sensei. I had started doodling on an empty sheet of paper some time ago and had moved on from trying to draw kunai, shuriken, and dragons with my limited artistic skills to just filling the whole page with black ink. I was pulled from my mindless coloring by Naruto, who couldn't sit still for more than 5 minutes. He propped an eraser on top of the door frame, intending for it to fall when someone opened the door from the outside. Surely a high-level shinobi like a Jounin wouldn't fall for that. Besides, it would ruin their first impression of us. Not that I cared much after making us wait this long. A Jounin isn't going to fall for a plain old trap like that, Sasuke said from his seat at the front next to the window, and I silently agreed with him. Yes, all three of us were sitting as far apart in the room as possible. Because that was what good teammates, in whose hands you would need to place your life, did. To be fair, I hadn't tried to interact much with the two boys during our quiet waiting time. When the door creaked open, all eyes in the room focused on it, anxiously awaiting the person who would become their mentor for the next few years. Slowly, the door slid open, causing the eraser to tilt and fall. Right onto Kakashi's head. I let out the breath I had been holding in anticipation in a small huff at the familiar face. I glanced around the room, unimpressed, as his gaze first landed on Naruto, who was laughing at his successful prank, then on the stoic Uchiha, who was glaring at his classmate with arms crossed, and finally on me. Well, he kind of deserved that after making us wait for. I quickly checked the clock in the corner of the room, 2.5 hours. I wasn't sure how to feel about Kakashi being assigned as our teacher. On one hand, it saved me the struggle of getting to know an entirely unknown person, and I knew Kakashi was a decent teacher based on how he had taught me the clone jutsu initially. But it was also a bit awkward to live in the same house as your sensei, right? How should I say this? My first impressions of you guys are that I dislike you, he said in a monotone voice. Naruto, who had been rolling on the floor with laughter, instantly stopped and sat up, his shoulders drooping comically. In front of me, I could see Sasuke's fists clenching angrily under the desk. Meet me on the rooftop. Kakashi disappeared in a puff of smoke, presumably too lazy to walk up the stairs himself. Which, fair enough. If I could do that, I would probably take advantage of it all the time. Without waiting for the boys, I got up, stretching my back from inactivity, and made my way up the several flights of stairs. Kakashi was already waiting for us, leaning casually against the railing with his arms folded. I nodded hesitantly at him, unsure if I was included in the "I dislike you" statement. Judging by the way his expression softened slightly as he gestured for me to take a seat in front of him, I hoped not. As soon as I sat down and heard Naruto's loud footsteps, followed by the quieter steps of Sasuke echoing up the staircase, I noticed Kakashi's gaze hardening again. He made a casual hand gesture in my direction as they finally appeared in the doorway, inviting them to take a seat. The boys, seemingly unable to sit too close to each other, settled on either side of me, casting wary glances at the unflappable Jounin in front of them as he remained silent for several moments, staring each of them down. Finally, he uncrossed his arms, causing both of my classmates to relax slightly as the tension in the air eased. Kakashi then instructed us to introduce ourselves, which proved to be a challenging task for 3 fresh genin as we exchanged awkward glances, none of us eager to go first. "Hey, why don't you introduce yourself first, sensei?" Naruto suggested boldly, prompting a loud sigh from Kakashi, who clearly wasn't thrilled with the idea. "My name is Hatake Kakashi. I have no intention of sharing my likes and dislikes. As for my dream, I have a few hobbies." I stared at our instructor in disbelief, his response revealing nothing at all. To my left, Naruto sputtered in indignation at the lack of information, while Sasuke, on my other side, clenched his jaw tightly, a vein in his neck visibly tensing. "Well, why doesn't the blonde one go next then?" Kakashi said, waving his hand dismissively in Naruto's direction, appearing uninterested in anything we might say. "I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I like cup ramen, but I love the ramen at Ichiraku that Irika-sensei buys for me even more. I hate the 3 minutes I have to wait after adding hot water. My hobby is eating ramen, and my dream is to become the new Hokage." So, he loved ramen and had ambitious goals for the future. I couldn't quite picture the energetic blonde sitting behind a desk all day, signing paperwork, but if that was his dream, who was I to judge? Since I was in the middle, I decided it was my turn for an introduction. "My name is Mizuki. I enjoy reading, learning, spending time with my comrades, and cheese. I dislike, well, the desert, I guess. As for my dream for the future..." I hesitated, curling my shoulders inward slightly. "That's private." "Hey Mizuki, why don't you have a last name?" Naruto asked rather bluntly. I noticed Sasuke glance at me from the corner of his eye, trying to appear uninterested. I inhaled sharply, my muscles tensing at the personal question. "It's a long story. Translation, it's none of your business." Before Naruto could voice the next question I could see burning in his bright blue eyes, Kakashi motioned for Sasuke to introduce himself. "My name is Uchiha Sasuke. There are many things I hate and not many things I like. I also have an ambition to confront a certain man and restore my clan." I blinked in surprise. He wanted to confront someone? And what was this about restoring a clan? I hadn't been in the village long enough to understand all this clan talk, but judging from his somber introduction, something troubling had happened to his family. Perhaps I could find more information in Kakashi's mini library. "Alright, you 3 all have unique personalities." "I like that," Kakashi said, breaking the tense atmosphere with a forced cheerfulness. "Tomorrow we're doing survival training. This is no ordinary training." "Then what kind of training is it?" Naruto asked, confused. In response, Kakashi began to laugh ominously, and I could swear I felt a chill run down my spine. "Well, if I tell you, you 3 are going to be surprised. Out of the 27 graduates, only 9 will become genin. The others will be sent back to the academy. In other words, the training will have a dropout rate of 66%. So we had been misled. Great. Personally, I didn't have much at stake here. I wasn't planning on staying longer than necessary, so whether I became a genin or was sent back to the academy didn't concern me. In fact, from what I had gathered, it seemed much safer inside the academy than outside the village gates. Not that I wasn't used to being in potentially dangerous situations from time to time due to the company I kept back home. The boys, however, seemed far more invested in becoming genin, judging by the way Sasuke looked ready to confront Kakashi while Naruto dramatically tugged at his hair at the thought of failing and being sent back to the academy from which he had just barely graduated. No way! Then what was the final exam for? Naruto shouted, clearly upset. That? Kakashi shrugged lazily. It just identifies those who are qualified to potentially become genin. Anyway, meet tomorrow at 5 a.m. And don't eat breakfast, or you'll regret it. He shot us one last self-satisfied look before vanishing. Silence fell as the three of us tried to process this new information. I mean, 5 a.m. was incredibly early. Was the sun even up at that time? Well, I guess I'll see you guys tomorrow, I said, nodding towards the boys as I stood up and headed home. Embarrassingly, I still had to pull out the map from my pocket to navigate through the crowded streets of the village. Why couldn't Kakashi teleport me home too? I removed my sandals in the hallway before entering, reminiscing about the delicious dango I had seen in one of the stores on my way home. Unfortunately, I didn't have any money, so I hadn't been able to buy one of the sweet-smelling treats. Yo! I looked up from where I was loosening one of the straps on my sandals to see Kakashi peeking out from the living room. Leave those on and follow me out back. Sighing softly, I fastened the strap again and made my way to the garden area behind the apartment. Show me your clone jutsu again. Diligently, I went through the motions, releasing a small burst of chakra at the end. I was pleased to see another version of myself appear next to me, giving a small bow to Kakashi, who motioned for me to release the jutsu. I felt the slight drain of chakra as I did so, my reserves being rather limited. It kind of reminded me of how my magic had felt in the very beginning, weak and draining. Very well. My lips quirked up at the praise. Seeing as you are unusually good at releasing your chakra for someone who didn't know about its existence a week ago, I want to test what else you can do. I observed Kakashi as he manipulated his chakra, creating a visible blue outline around his body. What I am currently doing is expelling more chakra from the chakra points in my body. Instead of just pouring it into a jutsu through your hands, I want you to try and flare your chakra evenly over your body. Try to make it tangible. Alright, I can do that. Maybe. Closing my eyes, I took a deep breath and spent several seconds trying to sense the chakra network in my body, locating the chakra points from which I could release the energy. Once I felt I had a good grasp, I clenched my teeth and willed the chakra to push out of my skin. Clumsily and unevenly, chakra began to trickle out. I quickly noticed that it was easier to expel from my chest and back, while it became harder the further away I got from my heart. My eyes flew open as I felt an odd, static sensation causing the hair on my arms to rise. It felt dangerous but not directed at me. This sensation shattered my concentration, and my chakra flow returned to its normal sluggish pace inside my body. What was that? Kakashi raised an eyebrow at me, regarding me curiously. When your chakra touched mine, you felt it. Every shinobi has a distinct signature to their chakra. Yours feels like... I struggled to find the right words. Like the moment before lightning strikes in a thunderstorm. That's because my primary chakra nature is indeed lightning. I'm surprised you picked up on that. It usually takes more experienced shinobi to identify the exact feel of another's chakra. It seems you could make a decent sensor if you put in the work. I dipped my head shyly at the praise before tilting it up at Kakashi curiously. So what's my nature? Can you feel it? He chuckled softly, rummaging through his pocket until he pulled out a small square of paper, gesturing for me to take it. The reason a person's chakra may start to feel somewhat like one of their natures is due to the use of jutsu of that specific nature, which over time leaves a mark on the user's chakra. Since you haven't used any jutsu of any nature, your chakra doesn't have such a mark yet. I nodded in understanding as he paused to check whether I was keeping up with the theory. The paper I just gave you is called chakra paper. If you channel your chakra out of your body, as you did just now, the paper will indicate what your primary nature is. Alrighty then. With the paper clutched tightly in my hands, I once again flared my chakra out of my body clumsily. I stared in astonishment as the paper crinkled in my grip. Is that supposed to happen? Kakashi gave an encouraging nod, seemingly pleased with the outcome. It looks like you also have a primary affinity for lightning. I had imagined I would have an affinity for water, considering my magic type. Now, that doesn't mean you can't use other natures, but it means that lightning-based jutsu will come easier to you than others. Will you teach me one? I asked hopefully. Kakashi chuckled, placing a hand on my shoulder as he walked past me toward the apartment. I felt that same electric sensation where his hand connected with my shoulder. You have a long way to go before we reach that level. Keep practicing that chakra flare in the meantime. I awoke with a large groan, still feeling tired, but my bladder required attention. I awkwardly turned from my right side onto my left to glance at the alarm clock next to me, the blaring red digits far too bright for my unadjusted eyes. 5? Oh no. I was supposed to be at the training field half an hour ago. Never before had I jumped out of bed so quickly, half tripping over the sheets still tangled around my legs as I sprinted toward the bathroom. I finished getting ready in a record time of 10 minutes, still combing through my hair with one hand as I raced down the stairs. Yo! I skidded to a halt as Kakashi's head popped out of the kitchen, his visible eye closed in a way that made it seem like he was smiling beneath the black fabric covering the lower half of his face. What? But you're I sputtered unintelligibly. Give me your map for a second. Still trying to comprehend why the person who had told me to meet at some random training field 40 minutes ago was calmly standing in front of me, I dumbly handed over the map. He rummaged through one of his many pockets and pulled out a blue marker, quickly drawing a route to our meeting point before dropping it into my still raised hand. Ma, you better hurry up and get there, you're already late. But you're still here. Aren't you also late? Am I? Deciding not to question the odd man in front of me any further, I huffed and made my way out, pausing momentarily to put on my sandals. In the hall. Carefully, I navigated through the quiet village because it was early and normal people were still sleeping following the thick blue lines on the map. You're late. A loud, boisterous voice made me jump, nearly dropping the map I was holding in front of my face. I glanced around the training area I had managed to find. Naruto, in his bright orange jumpsuit which was far too hot for the warm climate, was standing several meters away from me, pointing at me accusingly. Under the shade of a tree, I could see my more grumpy teammate sitting with his back against the trunk, his eyes half open, thick bags under his eyes revealing that he had also not gotten enough sleep last night. Kakashi, however, was nowhere to be seen, making my shoulders drop in relief. Somehow, I had expected him to have immediately teleported here to publicly humiliate me for being late. Well, Kakashi-sensei isn't here either, so that means I'm not really late. I could visibly see Naruto processing the statement, finally deciding that yes, it made sense in a way, and dropping his accusatory finger before sitting back down several feet away from Sasuke. He began pulling out blades of grass and piling them in front of him. Weighing my options, I wasn't fond of sitting too close to the Uchiha, but I also didn't want to sit in the tender sunbeams that were slowly peeking over the horizon. I decided to take my chances and quietly made my way into the shade of the tree. I settled down against the trunk near Sasuke as unobtrusively as I could. Is that a map of the village? His voice, still thick with sleep, came out slightly raspy. I was surprised he had decided to speak to me, looking as exhausted as he did. Briefly glancing up at him, I noticed his eyes on the map I had put down next to me, intending to fold it neatly and tuck it away. Yes. His dark eyes connected with my lighter ones for a moment, an incredulous expression on his face before he decided it wasn't worth his time and energy, averting his gaze to the tree canopy above him. Small flecks of sunlight filtered through, making his skin seem even paler than usual. It was clear the conversation, if it could even be called such, was over, so I decided to close my eyes, slightly burning from lack of sleep, and drifted into a dreamless rest. I jolted awake to Naruto's loud voice shouting at our sensei, who had finally deemed it the appropriate time to show up. Judging from the position of the sun, it had been several hours since the agreed-upon meeting time. A black cat crossed my path, so I had to take the long way. I gave Kakashi a blank stare as I rolled my shoulders to relieve the stiffness from napping against the hard surface of the tree trunk. Naruto was sputtering indignantly at Kakashi's lame excuse, but Kakashi dealt with it by completely ignoring him. I have an alarm set for 12 p.m. Today, you have to get one of these bells from me. He took 2 silver bells out of his pocket. Whoever can't will not have lunch. I'm going to tie you to a pole and eat lunch in front of you. He sounded unnervingly enthusiastic at the prospect. As if on cue, all 3 of our stomachs growled. So that's why he didn't want us to have breakfast. One thing caught my attention, however. Why are there only 2 bells, Kakashi-sensei? I asked, tilting my head in confusion. Since there are only 2, at least one will have to be tied to the log. That person will fail since they failed to complete the mission and will return to the academy immediately. From the corner of my eye, I saw Sasuke tense slightly. You can use any weapon, as you won't be able to get these unless you come at me with the full intent to win. You couldn't even dodge a chalk eraser. Naruto said confidently, crossing his arms in a smug manner. In society, those who lack talent tend to complain more, Kakashi replied unbothered. Just ignore the guy with the lowest score. We're going to start after I say, start. Suddenly, Naruto charged at Kakashi with a kunai in hand, and in the blink of an eye, Kakashi had twisted the boy's hand so it pointed towards his own neck. Sasuke and I were slightly okay. I was practically gaping at the Jounin with my jaw open, impressed by his skill. I didn't say start yet. Kakashi released Naruto and told us to begin. Sasuke and I immediately opted to scatter and hide, following the limited training I had picked up at the academy, while Naruto just stood there yelling at Kakashi to come and fight him. From my perch crouched under a thick bush, I observed Kakashi making quick work of Naruto with some rather unconventional techniques. Something kept nagging at the back of my mind. Why were there only 2 bells? To pit us against each other? But why would they want to do that? The added pressure making us give it our very best? I was briefly pulled out of my musings when Kakashi made direct eye contact with me, Naruto hanging upside down from a rope tied around a tree branch behind him. Crap. Scrambling backward, I jumped to my feet, ready to dash away in search of a better spot to observe and think. There was surely more to this test than met the eye. I let out an embarrassing yelp as I saw Kakashi standing in front of me, an orange book in hand, but his eye focused on me. Instinctively, I reached behind my back for my swords, only to realize I had forgotten to bring them in the rush this morning. My hands instead grabbed 2 kunai, holding them up defensively. Several tense seconds passed as neither of us moved to attack. You're not going to attack me for a bell? His head was pegged to the side in contemplation. No, I am not arrogant enough to think that a genin like me could take on a jounin, and my voice trailed off. Of course, a single genin against a jounin was impossible. Unless they tried for it together. I mentally face-bombed at how long it took me to figure out what the test was really about. It made so much sense. They were testing our teamwork. And that's why we were intentionally pitted against each other. My moment of realization must have been visible, as I could swear Kakashi's eye crinkled with actual amusement. None of that fake smiling he did all the time. The next second, he was gone, presumably off to challenge my dark-haired teammate. I quickly made my way over to Naruto, now dangling upside down from a different tree. I threw a kunai up at the thick rope, easily slicing through it, and Naruto fell out of the tree face first. Naruto, listen to me, I think we need to team up to pass this test. I spoke softly. Sorry, Mizuki-chan, I need to do this alone if I want to become Hokage. He smiled apologetically at me as he ran away in the most unstealthy fashion. I sighed heavily and decided to search for Sasuke instead. Not that I expected him to want to team up, but maybe miracles weren't completely out of reach. When I found him, only his head was sticking out of the ground. I pressed my lips together firmly to stifle the laugh bubbling up inside me as he glared at me, his expression promising retribution if I dared to laugh. Carefully using a kunai to dig through the slightly softened earth, I managed to free one of his arms, pulling with all my strength until he slowly emerged from the ground. He brushed off some of the dirt clinging to his white shorts, which was a poor choice for this kind of work, and shook out the stiffness in his muscles. So, I said awkwardly, I think we need to team up to pass this test. You'll only slow me down. And just like that, he was gone, dashing through the woods in pursuit of Kakashi. Oh, thank you, Mizuki. How gracious of you to help me, I muttered bitterly. After several minutes of wandering around aimlessly, the alarm finally went off, and I made my way to the clearing where Naruto was tied to one of the poles. He probably tried to eat something and got caught by Kakashi. Sasuke, on the other hand, was glaring intently at the Jounin, arms crossed in front of him in frustration. Clearly, he hadn't managed to grab one of the bells on his own. I strolled over to my team, leaning against one of the unoccupied poles, my stomach protesting at the lack of food as the smell of warm rice and chicken wafted through the air. About the results of this training, none of you need to return to the academy, Kakashi said in an overly pleasant voice, interrupted by Naruto's cheering while Sasuke merely let out a grunt, some tension easing from his posture. I remained quiet, fully aware that there was no way they were all passing. Naruto and Sasuke, instead of returning to the academy, you should consider quitting being ninjas. You are just little brats who don't deserve to be ninjas. As the words echoed through the too quiet clearing, Sasuke stormed at Kakashi, looking ready to explode, but he was easily pinned to the ground, Kakashi using his back as a makeshift chair. Do you think being a ninja is easy? Why do you think we're training in groups? In other words, out of all three of you, only Mizuki understood the true meaning of this test. Silence fell as the boys tried to comprehend that there was a different, hidden meaning to the test, but they clearly came up short. Teamwork. The answer is teamwork, guys, I finally said to the confused boys. That's correct. If all three of you had come at me at once, maybe you could have gotten a bell. But that's too bad. Naruto, you only worked on your own even though you were asked to team up with Mizuki. Sasuke, you assumed the other two would only hold you back and try to do everything by yourself. An individual action that disrupts teamwork can lead to danger for your teammates. For example, Mizuki could have harmed Naruto, or Sasuke could have faced serious consequences. This is Sasuke, arrived at point B. This is Mizuki, I'm at point C. This is Naruto, arrived at point A. You're slow, Naruto. Okay, 7th unit, the target has moved. After it. At the go-ahead from our sensei, I carefully moved closer to our target, my footsteps crunching softly over the dry forest floor. My eyes were fixated on the deep brown-furred creature as I moved from the cover of one tree trunk to the next, vaguely noticing my teammates doing the same out of the corner of my eye. What's the distance to the target? I heard Kakashi ask over the wireless headsets we had received for this mission. Yes, you heard that right. We were on a mission as a team. Kakashi had passed both Naruto and Sasuke after the latter shared his lunch with the former despite our sensei's orders. So here we were. 5 meters. I'm ready to go. Naruto exclaimed. Achin, I am too, Sasuke replied. I am ready as well, I added. Okay, go. As soon as we heard that, we simultaneously shot out of our hiding places toward our target. Naruto dove onto it, holding tightly to its dark fur as the animal retaliated, scratching at his face. I stared at the scene in front of me in exasperated silence for several seconds before I gently grabbed the cat. Yes, our mission was to find a missing cat. This was the shinobi life apparently, and started petting it, making it purr contentedly in my arms. It was undeniably adorable. A small smile crept onto my face at the soft feeling of its fur against my calloused hands. Does it have a ribbon on its right ear? Is it our target, Tora? Kakashi's voice sounded slightly staticky over the headset. It's definitely the target, Sasuke confirmed from my left. Yes, we were taking this whole thing way too seriously. Okay, Operation Capture Tora the Lost Pet complete. Isn't there a more exciting mission we can work on? Naruto shouted. I nearly dropped the cat from my arms at his loud outburst. Whoever decided to give him a headset needed to seriously rethink their choices. Oh my cute Toraton, I was so worried about you. A well-dressed lady, judging by her fine silk attire, squashed the poor cat tightly against her chest. I felt a bit bad for the feline, who was clearly unamused, hissing angrily at its owner. Haha, that cat's getting what it deserves. No wonder it ran away, Naruto giggled. My ears were still ringing uncomfortably, and I briefly wondered if my overly enthusiastic teammate had given me permanent hearing damage. The Hokage cleared his throat. Now then, Kakashi's 7th unit's next mission is babysitting Yoyusama's boy, grocery shopping in the neighboring town, helping dig up potatoes at. Before he could finish, Naruto interrupted rudely. No thanks to all of those. I want to do a more exciting mission. Choose something else. I silently agreed with him, though I kept my thoughts to myself in front of the leader of an army of deadly shinobi, as that didn't seem like a great idea. Idiot. You're still a novice ninja. Everyone needs to start with easy missions to gain experience. Arika, seated to the right of the Hokage, shouted back at a confused Naruto. But we've only been doing silly missions lately. Naruto protested. Kakashi swiftly tapped Naruto on the head, clearly annoyed that his student was being so disrespectful. Naruto stumbled forward, landing face first on the ground with a thud. Cut it out. Now listen, you guys are freshly graduated genin. There are several ranks of shinobi in this village, and we divide our missions into multiple categories based on expected difficulty, with D being the lowest. Genin like you. I wonder which ramen I should eat tonight? I only have a few packages left, but I should consider the taste. As embarrassing as it was to admit, I found myself more invested in Naruto's quiet rambling about ramen than the Hokage's speech about why we were only assigned simple missions that felt more like chores. Sasuke glanced at Naruto from the corner of his eye, trying to appear uninterested, but I noticed him tilt his head in thought every time Naruto came up with a new idea for his ramen stash. Even Kakashi seemed to be listening, his dark eye lazily focused on his student. Yeah, I interjected, but if you eat the chicken ramen today and the beef ramen tomorrow, then you can eat. Listen. The Hokage's voice thundered, making us flinch. Instead of quieting Naruto, this only fueled his enthusiasm as he launched into a dramatic speech about not being a kid anymore. He claimed to be a man now, though his lack of facial hair and moderately high-pitched voice suggested otherwise. Okay, I understand. If you insist, I will give you a C-ranked mission. You need to escort a certain person. The Hokage, to my surprise and satisfaction, relented. Really? Who is it? The feudal lord? A princess? Naruto exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Naruto, do you really think they would send genin to escort someone of that importance? I asked blankly, causing him to stop bouncing as his lofty fantasies faded. At the Hokage's signal, an older man staggered into the room. His gray hair and clothing were a bit scruffy, and he clutched an unfamiliar brownish bottle, his flushed cheeks and unsteady stance hinting at its contents. I grimaced slightly as the odor of alcohol wafted into the room. I briefly wondered how long the man had been waiting behind the door, suspecting this might have been the Hokage's plan all along. A small smirk from the Hokage confirmed my suspicion. What? They're all kids, the old man slurred. Hey, is the smallest one there with the silly face really a shinobi? Haha, who's the smallest one with the silly face? Naruto asked, confused. Sighing deeply, Sasuke and I stepped in line with Naruto, making it clear he was, in fact, the shortest on the team. He was still several centimeters shorter than I was, with Sasuke towering over both of us. I'm going to get you, Naruto shouted, realizing he was the one the old man referred to. Kakashi effortlessly grabbed him by the scruff of his jacket, holding him back with little effort. Naruto, you can't attack our client. We're supposed to protect him, remember? He explained, exasperated. I am Tazuna, the bridge builder. Once I return to my country, I will need all of you to protect my life while I complete the bridge. I narrowed my eyes at his statement, feeling something was off. Protect his life with ours? The worst we should encounter on a C-rank mission would likely be some minor bandits. I pushed the thought aside as Kakashi began giving us instructions on what to pack and when to meet at the village gates before disappearing. Without me. All right, let's go. I've never been outside the village before. Naruto exclaimed, bouncing with excitement at the prospect of adventure. Hey, will a kid like this really be capable of this mission? Tazuna asked. Don't worry, Tazuna-san. Kakashi is a jounin, and Sasuke and I are capable enough for this as well, I assured him, teasingly smiling at Naruto, though I was slightly irked by the bridge builder's rudeness. Hey Mizuki, Why did you say it like that? Naruto pouted, looking indignant. I almost felt bad for my teasing, but his grand monologue about how amazing he was and how he would become Hokage one day quickly squashed any guilt. We unanimously agreed to ignore him as we started toward the forest just outside the village gates at a leisurely pace. The walk was mostly quiet, as Naruto had decided a few minutes into our journey that he was upset with Sasuke for some reason and was too busy sending glares at his back to talk. No one particularly minded. Kakashi, walking at the back, had his book out, seemingly engrossed in its pages. Tazuna had sobered up a bit from the physical exercise, now able to walk in a straight line between Naruto and me. I wiped the sweat from my brow, still getting used to the warm and humid climate of Konoha when I felt a faint tingling sensation indicating water nearby. Due to my affinity with water, I was always subconsciously aware of bodies of water. The tingling grew stronger as we walked until I spotted a small puddle on the road ahead. The water felt. I couldn't pinpoint what was wrong, but it seemed somehow tampered with. I subtly glanced at Kakashi as we passed it, flickering my gaze between the puddle and him, tilting my head questioningly. He nodded at me before returning his gaze to his book, though his focus seemed distant. We were about 10 meters past the puddle when it happened. With a loud splash, two dangerous-looking men emerged from the water, both wielding thick metal gauntlets with expandable chains. One of the assailants skillfully wrapped his chains around Kakashi before pulling them tight, a strange sound echoing in the air. My heart raced as I saw a spray of red, and I instinctively unsheathed my twin swords, focusing intently on the two attackers who were laughing about how easily they had taken down our sensei. One of them lunged at Tazuna, but Sasuke quickly jumped in the way, clashing his kunai against the chains with a loud clang. The other attacker turned his attention to Naruto, swinging his chain menacingly. I dashed in front of the startled blonde, raising my hand to deflect the heavy chain from its path. Seizing the opportunity, I struck the assailant with the hilt of my blade, knocking him out with a precision that would have impressed even Urza. Focus, I reminded myself. Turning to check on Sasuke, I saw he was holding his own, having pinned the enemy's chain down with a well-aimed kunai. He moved in closer, kicking the attacker in the chest with enough force to send him flying back, limited only by the chain's reach. And then there was Kakashi. Alive and unharmed, my eyes widened as I realized the bloody remains were merely a log. He swiftly captured the assailant midair and bound him and his unconscious comrade to a tree trunk with their own chains. Sasuke, Mizuki, you did great, Kakashi praised, making me duck my head in embarrassment. Naruto, I'm sorry I didn't arrive sooner. I didn't expect you to freeze in battle. I should have been there to protect you. I turned to Naruto and noticed a small cut on his hand, a trickle of blood indicating the presence of poison. Sasuke approached with a smirk. Hey, are you hurt, scaredy cat? Before Naruto could react in anger, I stepped closer. Naruto, there's poison on their claws. We need to remove as much of it as possible right away. Try not to move too much, or the poison will spread. Naturally, this sent Naruto into a panic, running in circles around us. Since Naruto's injured, we should head back to the village, Kakashi said dryly. This made Naruto stop his frantic movements. He clenched his fist, trembling slightly, then pulled out a kunai from his pouch and pressed it against his wound, causing blood to flow steadily. Why am I so different? Why am I always? I should be stronger. I won't rely on anyone else. I refuse to lose to Sasuke. I vow it. The mission is still on. I stared at him, a mix of shock and concern flooding my mind before my medical training kicked in. Naruto, it's good that you're trying to get rid of the poisoned blood, but you'll lose too much if you keep this up. He began waving his hand around until Kakashi caught it, examining it critically before declaring that the mission was back on. It's huge, Naruto exclaimed as we quietly floated past the large bridge under construction in our small boat. Naruto, you should probably stay quiet. We're traveling without the engine for a reason, I whispered. He quickly covered his mouth, embarrassed. I let out a content sigh, trailing my hand through the cool water. Slowly, I channeled my magic into the water, using it to sense for any dangers nearby. Aside from the occasional ripple from swimming fish, Everything seemed normal. Tazun, before we reach the pier, I need to ask you something, Kakashi said quietly but firmly. You must tell us who is after you and why. If you refuse, we will call off this mission when we reach shore. The older man sighed deeply, his shoulders slumping in resignation. I listened intently as he spoke of a man named Gato, a wealthy and influential figure who controlled most of the trading routes on the island we were headed to. Anger flared within me as Tazuna described the plight of the islanders exploited, starving, and suffering. Money truly is the root of all evil. The bridge's construction, overseen by Tazuna, offered the islanders a chance to open trade routes with other nations, bringing in much-needed resources. Gato, unhappy with this development, had resorted to intimidation and even attempted murder to halt the bridge's completion. Kakashi pointed out that assassins were far beyond the scope of a C-rank mission, which was ill-suited for a fresh batch of genin like us. In response, Tazuna began to dramatically lament about his daughter and grandson, who would be lost without him. After a rare moment of silence, Naruto declared loudly that he would save these people and also become Hokage one day. Naruto, you can't make decisions like that on your own. If we continue this mission, which may be beyond your skill level, the whole team needs to agree, Kakashi stated firmly. I exchanged glances with Sasuke, who shrugged non-committally. With a healthy dose of caution for a choice that could endanger our lives, I nodded in agreement with Kakashi. When we reached the shore, Tazuna graciously extended his arm to me. I placed my hand on his surprisingly firm underarm with a polite smile as I stepped out of the small boat. I didn't truly need the assistance, but it was a kind gesture nonetheless. Now that we were knowingly risking our lives for him, he had warmed up to us somewhat. There! Naruto yelled, throwing a kunai between two trees on the shoreline. Immediately, my hands were on the hilts of my swords as I crouched into a defensive position to the left of the bridge builder, my eyes rapidly scanning the area for any danger. My heart thudded loudly in my chest in anticipation of an incoming threat. Sasuke slid in front of Tazuna, kunai in hand and muscles coiled with tension. Even Kakashi had put his book away in preparation. Oh, never mind, it's nothing. I let out an unamused groan as tension flooded out of my clenched muscles and my heart rate settled back to its resting pace. You're an idiot, Sasuke said, looking ready to punch his teammate. Ah, Naruto, those are sharp, you know. Please be more careful, Kakashi said as he pulled his book back out of his pouch, taking point as we started moving. Then, not even 2 minutes later, the boy did it again. I nearly jumped out of my skin as the sharp object whizzed past my cheek, landing in a thick oak tree with a loud thud. Must have been the wind, he chuckled uncomfortably. My eye twitched slightly as I turned to give the blonde an indignant glare. Feeling adequately chastised, he mumbled a quick apology and rushed past me to walk closer to our client. Sharing a quick exasperated look with Sasuke, I moved to the rear position of the group as we continued through the forest. As the blonde yelled to "watch out" for the 5th time, the only reaction was several heated glares aimed at his back. If looks could kill, he'd be in serious trouble. My glare faded somewhat at the sight of a white rabbit hopping around where the kunai had landed. At least this time, something had actually been there. In front of me, I saw Kakashi closing his book and tucking it away as he stared at the rabbit. Was there really cause for concern this time? My eyes shifted between the innocent rabbit and the unusually attentive Jounin warily. Duck, he ordered. Before I could even process the command, Sasuke had thrown me down to the ground just in time for a large sword to cleave through the air where my head had been only moments before. A loud thunk indicated the blade coming to a halt inside a tree trunk. Groaning in pain from my sudden proximity to the hard ground, I looked up from where I lay sprawled out on my stomach, my teammate's pleasantly warm body weighing heavily on my back. A man stood on the oversized sword, wearing odd cow-patterned pants that matched a set of arm guards. His chest was bare, showcasing his lean physique up to his neck, where bandages were wrapped just below his eyes. His forehead protector had a scratched-out symbol I recognized as belonging to the Hidden Mist. Rogue Ninja. Oh my, you are Momochi Zabuza, the exiled shinobi of the hidden village of Mist, Kakashi spoke as he stepped in front of us, hand hovering over his weapon pouch. We genin hovered in front of Tazuna uncertainly. This man felt different from our earlier assailants. He practically radiated danger. Naruto attempted to dash towards Zabuza but was quickly stopped by Kakashi, who looked more serious than I had ever seen him, making me swallow uneasily. You're in the way. Stay back, everyone. This guy is entirely different from the ones we met before. If he's our enemy, I can't win like this. He slowly lifted his hand towards the headband covering his eye. I'm guessing you are Kakashi, the Sharingan user, Zabuza began. I'm sorry, but I'll need you to hand over the geezer. Sharingan? Sasuke flinched violently, an uncharacteristic lack of control over his emotions. I eyed his tense posture uneasily, wanting to ease his tension but unsure how. Everyone, form the Manji formation. Protect Tazuna-san and don't even think about joining the battle. Not interfering is teamwork in this case. Kakashi then lifted his headband, revealing a startlingly red eye with 3 black commas slowly swirling around. What is that? I'm honored that I can see the Sharingan that I've heard so much about, Zabuza said. You guys keep saying Sharingan, but what is it? Naruto asked, his voice laced with annoyance. Sharingan. It's an eye technique that grants the user various powers, Sasuke replied quietly, his knuckles tightening around his kunai until they turned white. Those who use Dijitsu are said to have abilities that can see through all Genjutsu, Taijutsu, and Ninjutsu, canceling their effects. Sharingan is one of the various types of eyes that Dijitsu users possess. But that's not all it can do. Correct, that's not all. The scary part is that the Sharingan can understand how an opponent's technique works and copy it by merely observing. When I was in the hidden village of the Miss Assassination Squad, your information was in my bingo book. It noted this: the man who copied more than 1,000 techniques, Kakashi the copycat ninja. More than 1,000? I stared at him with a mixture of shock and awe. I knew our sensei was strong, but clearly he had been holding back on us. Hence, that's why in order to complete my objective, I will have to eliminate you first. Zabuza disappeared from view and then reappeared standing on water. After performing a series of inhumanly fast hand seals, we were enveloped in a thick cloud of mist. 8 points: larynx, spine, lungs, liver, jugular vein, collarbone, kidney, and heart. Now, which vital organ do you want to be struck? Zabuza said, his voice echoing from several directions at once. With a single hand seal, Kakashi began to release heavy chakra around the area. I flinched as it contacted my own. When our chakra had first connected in a training session not long ago, it had felt like the moment right before lightning struck, crackling gently over my skin. This time, however, it felt like rolling thunder. Little pinpricks of electricity fizzled uncomfortably around me. Where last time the lightning had felt harmless, now it felt dangerously alive. I glanced to my side and saw Sasuke starting to tremble with fear. He shakily raised his kunai above his thigh. Before he could bring the sharp weapon down onto his own skin, I grabbed his wrist tightly in my hands. Simultaneously, I was channeling magic into the thick mist, as it was mostly water, trying to sense Zabuza's location. It felt like he was in several places at once, yet none at the same time. Suddenly, Zabuza appeared between the 4 of us, sword raised and ready to strike. Before he could make his move, Kakashi jumped in front of him, moving a kunai into his chest. Instead of blood, a steady stream of water poured from the wound as Zabuza's body transformed into liquid. Not giving Kakashi a moment to react, another Zabuza cleaved at him, but the Jounin's body dissolved into water just like the clone. Had he already copied this technique so quickly? This is the end. Mizuki's POV. Recap: Zabuza had appeared between us, shocking us all. But before he could harm Tazuna, Kakashi intervened, striking the water clone, and then Zabuza attacked Kakashi's clone, revealing the real Kakashi behind him. This is the end. Zabuza began to laugh, a sound that sent chills down my spine. It was so sinister. Is this the end? You don't understand. You can't defeat me with mere imitations. I'm confident of that. He chuckled darkly. But you're quite skilled. I see you've copied my water clone technique when you declared, I won't let anyone on my team die. By making your clone speak, you diverted my attention while the real one used my mist concealment technique to hide and observe my movements. However, I'm not so easily defeated. Another Zabuza suddenly appeared behind Kakashi as the first dissolved into water. I felt a surge of anxiety about the situation. Zabuza managed to kick Kakashi into the water, and he followed him in. I stared anxiously at the surface until Kakashi emerged, and I let out a sigh of relief. But my relief was short-lived as Kakashi became trapped in a large water bubble. This is bad. Should I use it? Before I could decide, Zabuza disappeared, only to reappear standing on Naruto's forehead protector. You're just kids. Everyone, get to Zuna-san and run. You can't win against him. Kakashi shouted from within the bubble. I gritted my teeth at his words. No, I won't leave him behind. No, if we run, he'll kill you and then come after us anyway. Weren't we supposed to be a team? We can't just abandon someone. Those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their friends are worse than scum. Kakashi's eyes softened at my words. Naruto and Sasuke nodded in agreement. Sasuke charged at Zabuza with a kunai, but Zabuza grabbed him by the throat and threw him back. This is bad. Naruto is losing his confidence too. But somehow, Naruto regained his determination and charged at Zabuza, only to be thrown back as well. In his hand, he held his forehead protector. My eyes widened slightly. He then delivered an inspiring speech about being a ninja and what it meant to fight for your friends. Hey, Sasuke Naruto. Come here for a moment, I have a plan. I motioned for them to come closer. Curiously, they stepped forward. I need you to distract him. I don't care how, but you have to. While you're keeping him busy, I'll get Kakashi out of there, okay? Nodded in agreement. Zabuza then recounted his final exam, revealing that he had to kill one of his friends to pass. That's horrible. He twisted the narrative by saying it was fun, then attacked Sasuke, kicking him in the stomach. Naruto quickly created a swarm of shadow clones that surrounded Zabuza. They were all sent flying back, but Naruto pulled out a huge windmill shuriken and threw it to Sasuke, who hurled it at the real Zabuza. I noticed a second shuriken following closely behind, concealing Naruto. I smirked slightly. This was exactly the distraction I needed. I closed my eyes to hide the change in color and gathered my magic power. At the precise moment Naruto transformed back into his original form, I lifted my hand and broke the water bubble. When I opened my now green eyes, I saw Kakashi standing next to Zabuza on the water's surface. Mizuki, your plan worked. Great job, everyone. You've all grown, and your teamwork was impressive. He smiled at us and warmth spread through me. Maybe it isn't so bad here. Kakashi and Zabuza sprang apart, both starting to perform hand signs simultaneously. Water style, water dragon jutsu. They unleashed their techniques in perfect sync. Two water dragons appeared and collided, canceling each other out. Wow, so this is what a jounin is like. Kakashi was copying the jutsu just as quickly as he was creating it. They began to run in a circle, Kakashi mirroring Zabuza's every move. It was like he was a reflection. Then they started making hand signs again. Water style, great waterfall jutsu. Kakashi called out even before Zabuza performed the technique, sweeping him away with a massive wave of water. Kakashi pinned Zabuza to a tree with kunai and began discussing his vision of the future. Suddenly, a sunbon pierced Zabuza's neck, and he fell. A young boy wearing a mask stood on a tree branch. He really did die. I narrowed my eyes at the boy suspiciously. Where did he come from? And why hadn't he intervened earlier? Kakashi checked Zabuza and confirmed he had no pulse. Thank you very much. I was looking for a chance to eliminate Zabuza, the masked boy said politely. That mask? If I remember correctly, you must be a hunter nin from the hidden village of the mist, Kakashi remarked, still crouched next to Zabuza. You are well informed. Yes, I am a member of the pursuing ninja unit that hunts exiled ninjas, the boy replied stoically. Who are you? Zabuza was killed. He was so strong, yet he was easily defeated by someone not much older than us. We look like fools. Naruto shouted angrily. I sweat dropped at his words. Thanks, Naruto. I understand your disbelief. But this is reality. In this world, there are kids who are younger yet stronger than you or I, Kakashi said, placing a comforting hand on Naruto's head. The boy then approached the fallen body. I must dispose of this corpse. It holds many secrets. If you'll excuse me. He lifted Zabuza and vanished. Naruto began punching the ground in frustration. I walked over and grabbed his fist. Don't worry, Naruto. One day, you'll definitely be as strong, or perhaps even stronger than the Hunter Nin. I offered him a soft smile and he calmed down. Our mission isn't over yet. We need to take Tazuna-san to his home. All right, let's cheer up and go, Kakashi said, his voice steady. We started walking when suddenly, Kakashi collapsed. I rushed over, filled with concern. Kakashi! Mizuki's POV. After Kakashi collapsed, we had to carry him back to Tazuna's house. By we, I meant Sasuke and Naruto, as I was busy keeping an eye on Tazuna and couldn't help. A few hours later, Tazuna's daughter informed us that Kakashi was awake and we could visit him. I entered the room quietly and smiled when I saw Kakashi propped up against several pillows. Hey Kakashi, are you all right? I asked softly, my worry evident. He smiled back and nodded. I'm fine, thank you for asking, Mizuki. I just overused my Sharingan. I sighed in relief, glad to hear he was okay. I had grown to care about the silver-haired man. Kakashi, what happened to Naruto's hand earlier? It healed unusually fast, I asked, curious. Kakashi sighed and scratched his neck. Have you ever heard of the tailed beasts? I quickly recalled what I knew from my readings. Yes, I've heard of them. Why? Well, Naruto has the 9 tails sealed inside him. That's why he could heal so quickly, but it's also why the villagers tend to ignore him. They're afraid of the 9-tailed beast. My eyes widened at this new information, but soon softened as I felt sympathy for Naruto. Just then, Naruto burst into the room, excitement radiating from him. Kakashi-sensei, you're awake. The Sharingan is impressive, but it puts a lot of strain on the body. Kakashi, you shouldn't have used it so much, I admonished him. Sorry, Mizuki, I didn't mean to, he replied sheepishly, rubbing the back of his neck. But you defeated such a strong ninja. We should be okay for a while, Tazuna chimed in. I wouldn't be too relieved if I were you, Tazuna-san. We didn't defeat him. Zabuza is still very much alive. The masked boy was supposed to dispose of the body, but instead he took Zabuza with him. Furthermore, he used senbons, which are typically non-lethal and can even put someone in a temporary state of unconsciousness, I explained in a serious tone. Everyone looked shocked at my words except for Kakashi, who nodded proudly at me. Correct as always, Mizuki. I'm going to train you all for a few days to prepare for our next encounter with Zabuza. Since he'll need time to recover, we have some time to train. I want to commend you all. You've grown a lot. Especially you, Naruto, you've made the most progress. I gave Naruto a thumbs up, and he beamed back at me. However, my moment of pride was interrupted by his next words. You know your stuff, Kakashi-sensei. Now things are getting interesting. I couldn't help but sweat drop at his enthusiasm just as a little boy interrupted us. No, it's not, he said flatly. Well, isn't he a little ray of sunshine? Inari, where have you been? Tazuna asked the boy. I'm home, Grandpa, he replied, hugging Tazuna before scrutinizing us. Mom, they're ninjas, right? They're going to die. There's no way anyone can win against Gato. Gee, I feel appreciated. What did you say, you brat? Listen up. I'm a superhero who's going to become a great ninja known as Hokage. I don't know who this Gato is, but he's no enemy of mine. Naruto shouted, determination in his voice. A hero? How foolish. There's no such thing as a hero, Inari replied calmly. I could see Naruto bristle with anger, but before he could react, I grabbed his wrist to stop him from lashing out at the boy. Inari looked at Naruto. If you don't want to die, go home, he said before turning and leaving the room. As I walked to my assigned room, I passed Inari's room and saw him crying over a picture of a man he called Dad. Poor boy. His father must have passed away. We will now begin our training. But first, let's review chakra, the foundation of a ninja's abilities. I tuned out for a moment, observing our surroundings. When I focused again, I saw Kakashi hanging upside down from a tree. I couldn't help but chuckle. So, we're doing the tree climbing exercise. Easy, he had already taught me how to do that. He tossed a kunai in front of Sasuke and Naruto, instructing them to climb the tree. Hey, why doesn't Mizuki have to do this? That's not fair. Naruto protested, pointing at me. I smirked and climbed the tree effortlessly, settling on a thick branch near the top. I noticed Naruto and Sasuke staring at me in awe. Yes, Mizuki, since you've already mastered this exercise, I'm going to teach you something else. Follow me, Kakashi said. I jumped down and followed him to another clearing where we sat on the grass. I'm going to teach you another jutsu called Raryuden no Jutsu, Lightning Dragon Blast Technique. It's a B rank jutsu, so it will be challenging to master, but we'll give it a shot. This technique allows the user to create a large dragon made of lightning, which can cleave enemies and burn them. The jutsu sounded impressive and powerful. We began practicing the hand signs slowly, then added chakra. After a few hours, I managed to create a tiny dragon. I wanted to keep training, but Kakashi advised me to stop to avoid exhausting my chakra. When we returned to the training ground, I saw Sasuke and Naruto still practicing. I noticed Naruto wasn't using enough chakra, while Sasuke was overdoing it. Just as I walked in, they both fell flat on their faces, and I couldn't help but chuckle quietly, which earned me a glare from Sasuke and an excited wave from Naruto. Naruto approached me, asking for help. I told him he needed to focus on using enough chakra and concentrate on his own training instead of comparing himself to Sasuke. After I told him he did considerably better, I noticed Sasuke standing there, staring at me, likely debating whether to set aside his pride and ask for help. After a few moments, he approached me with reluctance. Can you perhaps tell me how to do it? He asked slowly, his frustration evident. Very well then. You're using too much chakra, which is causing you to fall off the trunk. Since you don't want Naruto to surpass you, you get frustrated and try harder by using more chakra. If you just used a little less, you'd be able to do it perfectly since you have enough chakra and stamina. I smiled at him and he muttered a small, thanks. He tried again and performed significantly better than before. He made eye contact with me and nodded in gratitude. Wow, the great Sasuke Uchiha is thanking me, what an honor. The next day, I woke up extra early and quietly snuck out. I walked slowly to a different training spot than the day before, a large clearing next to a small lake. I smiled softly and decided to practice my magic for a bit since I hadn't done so in a while. After confirming that no one was around, I took a deep breath and walked to the edge of the lake. As a warm-up, I created a large ball of water and levitated it in front of me. After a few minutes, I transformed it into an ice sculpture shaped like a dragon, then made it shatter and dropped it back into the lake. I practiced a few spells for an hour before deciding that was enough. Next, I began practicing the lightning jutsu. I formed the proper hand signs and added chakra. All I managed was a small dragon, about the length of my underarm. I sighed and tried again. And again. And again. Eventually, in my frustration, I poured most of my chakra into the jutsu. A massive lightning dragon formed. And then exploded. The force sent me flying across the clearing until my back hit a tree painfully. I might have overdone it a bit. After a brief rest, I stood up, wincing, and headed back to Tazuna's house. I looked to my left to see Naruto stuffing food into his mouth at an astonishing rate. To my right, Sasuke was eating just as quickly. I rolled my eyes and took my time with my meal. "Sikons, please," they yelled simultaneously, causing me to choke on my rice. They glared at each other, and I could almost feel the tension crackling between them. Then, in a moment of chaos, they both lost their meals right next to the dinner table. Ugh, disgusting. They have no manners at all. Guys, if you're going to be sick, it might be better not to eat so much, I suggested subtly. No, I'll eat, Sasuke grunted. I have to eat even if I have to force myself. I need to become strong quickly, Naruto said determinedly. Let me rephrase that, I said with a sickly sweet smile. If you get sick again, well, you'll see. After a few seconds of awkward silence, Naruto broke it. Why is there a torn picture? How could he be so tactless? It was clearly not a good memory. Tazuna then explained how he was the village hero and how he was like a father to Inari. I noticed Inari quietly leaving the room during the story, and my heart sank a little. The next day, the three of us trained again. After a day of practice, I still couldn't do it perfectly, but I managed to create a dragon a little over 1.5 meters long, though it didn't do much damage. As I walked back, exhausted, I came across Sasuke and Naruto, who had finally managed to climb the tree. They waved at me and dropped down, looking just as tired as I felt. They could barely stand. I slung their arms over my neck, and we supported each other as we walked back. "What's with you three? You look really dirty and tired," Tazuna remarked. Thanks, Tazuna. That's exactly what a girl wants to hear every day, I thought. We both climbed to the top. Naruto exclaimed, fist pumping excitedly, which caused all three of us to lose our balance and fall. Sasuke and I glared at Naruto while the others laughed. During dinner, Tazuna asked us why we were still continuing the mission, and Kakashi responded with some quote from a Hokage or something. Why? Inari stood up abruptly, tears in his eyes. Why are you trying so hard that you end up like that? You can never beat Gato. Weak people will lose against strong people. Naruto lifted his head slightly from the table. Shut up. I'm not like you. Shut up. You don't know anything about this country, and you're so nosy. It annoys me. I'm different from you, someone who doesn't know real pain and just laughs all the time. My fists tightened under the table. This kid had no idea what Naruto had gone through. Is that why you're pretending to be the main character of a tragedy and just crying? An idiot like you can just keep crying. Crybaby. Harsh, but maybe it was needed. Naruto and Inari both stormed out. I excused myself and went after Inari. I found him sitting outside and sat down beside him. He looked at me curiously but didn't say anything. After a few moments of silence, I spoke up. You know, Naruto's words were a bit harsh, but his life has been tough as well. He grew up without knowing his parents and faced a lot of bullying, but he never cries. He always stays happy. He looked at me sadly. And he's not the only one. Sasuke, for instance, doesn't have any family either, but I don't know the details about that. And you? Do you still have your family left? Inari asked curiously. I sighed. My mother died when I was born, and my father blamed me for her death. Ever since then he has loathed me. Whatever I did, he was never proud of me, not even once. So I ran away from home and met some new people who became like a second family to me. I smiled sadly. But a while ago, I lost them as well. You should always appreciate what you have, not dwell on what you've lost. It's no use living in the past. He then stood up, determination in his eyes, and thanked me with a hug before walking away. You can come out now, I said, and Sasuke emerged from around the corner. So you knew. He sat down beside me. I see you have a troublesome past as well. I guess I do, I replied slowly. Since you indirectly told me about your past, it's only fair I tell you mine. I was surprised but pleased that he decided to share. My family, the Uchiha clan, was the most important clan in the village. We had our own compound where we all lived, including my family. I lived with my mom, dad, and my brother Itachi. We were all happy until one day I came home to find the entire clan gone. That night, Itachi came to me and told me he had done it. He said I should hate him and become strong. So I did. A lone tear trickled down his cheek. I grabbed his hand and gave it a gentle squeeze. Thank you for telling me. I offered him a genuine smile. He smiled back, albeit a little. We talked about lighter topics for about an hour before deciding to go to sleep. The next morning, we decided to let Naruto sleep in because he was exhausted from training too hard while we headed to the bridge. When we arrived, we saw unconscious bodies lying on the bridge. I immediately felt on edge, my eyes scanning the area for any threats. What's this? What happened? Tazuna yelled angrily. A thick mist began to surround us, causing us to step closer to each other and Tazuna. Sasuke, Mizuki, he's coming, Kakashi said slowly. I clenched my jaw and let my hands hover over the hilts of my swords, standing protectively in front of Tazuna. Sorry to keep you waiting, Kakashi. And you're still carrying those kids. He's shaking again. How pitiful, Zabuza's eerie voice echoed through the mist. I noticed a few water clones appear. I glanced at Sasuke and saw that he was indeed trembling, but he smirked at me reassuringly, and I returned the smirk. I'm shaking with excitement, he said as he grabbed a kunai. Go for it, Sasuke, Kakashi encouraged. Sasuke swiftly dispatched the water clones. He can defeat the water clones. The kid has gotten stronger. A rival has appeared for you, Haku. The fake hunter ninja emerged from the mist and stood next to Zabuza. I'll fight him. He pulled that ridiculous act on us. I can't stand arrogant guys like that, Sasuke said, trying to sound cool. As soon as he said that, Haku rushed towards him, but Sasuke managed to stop him. Mizuki, stick with Tazuna-san and don't stray too far from me, Kakashi ordered. Great, I get the fun part. But I decided to obey and stood in front of Tazuna while I watched the fight between Sasuke and Haku. They were talking about something, but I couldn't hear when I suddenly noticed Haku making hand signs with only one hand. I didn't know that was possible. I need to learn that. Flying water of 1,000 kills. Water began to swirl around them, transforming into deadly needles. As they descended, Sasuke jumped out of reach and started throwing shuriken at Haku, then appeared behind him and managed to kick him backward. You can't make fun of our team just because we have kids. Sasuke is Konoha's top rookie. Naruto is the one who loves to show off and is #1 in surprising people. He's the knucklehead ninja. And lastly, Mizuki, one of the smartest kids in Konoha and a master of Kenjutsu, Kakashi said. I feel flattered. Haku, do you really think you can win like this? Zabuza began to laugh creepily. Haku radiated a large amount of chakra, and the temperature noticeably dropped as he performed hand signs. Large ice mirrors appeared all around Sasuke. Haku then stepped into one of the mirrors. I narrowed my eyes at the situation. This is bad. Kakashi rushed towards them but was cut off by Zabuza. I soon heard screams coming from inside the ice dome. I looked at Tazuna, silently asking what to do. He nodded and motioned for me to help the others. I gave him a grateful smile and sped off toward the dome. When I entered, I saw a battered and bruised Sasuke barely able to stand. I unsheathed my swords and prepared for an attack when a shuriken hit Haku squarely in the face. Uzumaki Naruto is here. I facepalmed. That idiot, this could have been the perfect opportunity for a surprise attack. Now that I'm here, everything is going to be just fine. The main character of a story usually appears like this and defeats the enemy in a flash. Sasuke and I exchanged exasperated looks. As Naruto attempted to perform the shadow clone jutsu, four shuriken came flying toward him. I quickly deflected them before they could hit their target. Kakashi reprimanded Naruto about deception and strategy, causing Naruto to look downcast. I couldn't help but feel frustrated. Soon, Haku began throwing needles at us again. I managed fairly well on my own, but since I also had to cover for Sasuke, I got hit too. I then formulated a new plan. If we attacked from the inside and Naruto from the outside, we could break the mirrors. While I was thinking through my strategy, Naruto popped up next to us. Yo, I came to help you. I almost screamed. I forgot that he's not the sharpest tool in the shed. Sasuke, apparently having the same idea as me, began arguing with Naruto. Guys, this really isn't the time to argue, I grunted, deflecting as many needles as I could. Sasuke tried a jutsu to melt the mirrors, but it didn't work. Soon, we were back to being attacked by needles. Since I had to cover for Naruto too now, I got hit more often. I quickly whispered a new plan to Sasuke, and he nodded in agreement. The next time Naruto attacked with shadow clones, Sasuke threw a fireball at Haku. Haku barely dodged it, but he couldn't completely evade the lightning bolt I hurled at him next. I smirked when I saw I burned a bit of his leg. We tried again, but it didn't work, and we were all getting exhausted. If only I could use magic, but the Hokage forbade me. A new wave of needles knocked all three of us down. My movements were becoming less precise. Sasuke and I got up again, but Naruto stayed down. Haku then threw some needles at Naruto, and Sasuke quickly moved him out of the way. When I looked back at Sasuke, my eyes widened. His eyes were a blood red with one black comma. He got the Sharingan. A new wave of needles struck us as we jumped in front of Naruto to protect him. They hit hard this time. Why did you do it? Naruto yelled, tears brimming in his eyes. Who knows? My body moved on its own, idiot, Sasuke sputtered before collapsing. I barely caught him and laid him gently on the ground. That man. I didn't want to die until I killed my brother. You guys. Don't die. Those were his last words before he blacked out. I fought back the wave of sadness that threatened to overwhelm me. He's a ninja worthy of respect. He died in battle, that is the path of a ninja, Haku said, his voice tinged with sadness. Shut up. I hated you too. You will pay. I'll kill you. An enormous amount of red chakra enveloped Naruto. His nails elongated, and his eyes glowed red. What is this? Is this the Nine Tails? The aura radiating from Naruto was filled with malice. I trembled slightly in fear. This wasn't the Naruto I knew. Naruto leaped and struck Haku squarely in the face. He's fast. He then charged at Haku again but halted just before his fist could connect. I glanced to my left and saw Kakashi struggling against Zabuza, so I rushed to help him, swiftly kicking Zabuza aside just as he was about to strike Kakashi. Mizuki, what are you doing here? This is too dangerous, he said. Don't worry about me, I'll manage, I replied. The mist thickened, obscuring my view of Kakashi, who stood beside me. I gritted my teeth and readied my swords in a defensive stance. I closed my eyes and focused on the sounds around me. We stood there for a few seconds until I heard the faintest sound approaching. I immediately raised my swords and blocked Zabuza's incoming attack. Oh, this one isn't half bad. She could block my attack, but too bad she's not strong enough. Zabuza used his strength to throw me against a pole. He then resumed his assault on Kakashi, seemingly forgetting about me. As soon as I saw my chance, I sprang back into the battle and efficiently cut Zabuza's arm, rendering it useless, before backflipping to Kakashi's side. You'd med brat. You'll pay for that, Zabuza growled angrily. Say, Mizuki, did you get that jutsu down? Kakashi asked. Somewhat for the most part. Why? I replied, confused. Because I have a plan, and I need your help. He then whispered the plan to me. We nodded at each other, and Kakashi launched a series of kicks at Zabuza. I threw a kunai, but Zabuza dodged it, and Kakashi unleashed a large ball of lightning to distract Zabuza as I performed my hand signs. Lightning Dragon. I shouted as I completed the signs. A massive lightning dragon appeared and shot toward Zabuza. As he barely countered it with his own jutsu, Kakashi summoned his ninja dogs to hold him down. It's over, Zabuza. Kakashi performed some hand signs. Chidori. His hand crackled with visible lightning chakra as he charged toward Zabuza. But before he could strike, Haku jumped in front of him and was struck by the lightning. My eyes widened in shock. So the kid's useful one last time, Zabuza said, showing no signs of being affected by what had just happened. Ah, the demon of the mist. A small man with henchmen emerged from the fading mist. Gato, why you here? And what's with the subordinates? Zabuza spat. We had a change of plans. You're going to die here, Zabuza. If you ninjas had just killed each other, it would have saved me a lot of money. And you call yourself the demon of the village hidden in the mist? You're just a cute kitten if you ask me. He then kicked Haku. I don't see what's cute about a ninja with a huge sword and blood all over him, but okay, that's probably just me. Kakashi, I'm sorry, but the battle ends here. Since I don't work for Gato anymore, I have no reason to fight you. Zabuza turned to me. Kid, give me your kunai. I threw my kunai, and Zabuza caught it with his teeth. He then fought his way toward Gato, sustaining multiple hits before finally defeating him and collapsing. You might have killed our boss, but you still have to deal with us. I completely forgot about the henchmen, and I didn't have much chakra left. They charged toward us, but the villagers arrived, armed with various makeshift weapons. Naruto, Kakashi, and I then created some shadow clones. Fortunately, the clones scared the henchmen off. My brief moment of relief was shattered as we were reminded that Zabuza was still dying. Kakashi carried Zabuza to Haku, and they lay there, lifeless. "Excuse me, but I'm sorry to say this, but Sasuke is..." Tazuna began, motioning to the still body of Sasuke. We rushed over, and Kakashi knelt beside him, quickly examining his condition. "I'm sorry, but I don't have the skill to heal him, he's dying." I closed my eyes, pushing back tears and clenching my fists. "No, I can save him." I knelt beside him and gently pushed Kakashi aside, placing my hands on Sasuke's chest. Taking a deep breath, I reached into my source of magic. I felt warmth flow from my hands into Sasuke's body, effectively healing him. After a few minutes, he slowly opened his eyes. "Mizuki," he whispered before I passed out from exhaustion. Sasuke's POV. I felt cold and in pain, everything around me shrouded in darkness until I suddenly sensed warmth flowing into me. I could see a speck of light in the distance and hurried toward it. I opened my eyes and saw Mizuki sitting beside me, her hands on my chest. Her long, white hair floated around her like a halo. She looked ethereal. "Mizuki," I whispered softly. She opened her eyes, and I could swear I saw a hint of blue before her eyes returned to their normal shade of green. She smiled at me before passing out. I quickly caught her. What were those blue eyes? The next morning, we had to leave the village, and the villagers decided to name the bridge after Naruto. The entire way back, Sasuke kept giving me sidelong glances, thinking I wouldn't notice. He had been giving me those secret looks ever since I woke up after my dramatic fainting at the bridge, and frankly, it was unnerving. We were somewhat quiet on the way back. I guess we were all tired. When we finally reached Konoha, Kakashi instructed us to meet at a bridge the next day, and we parted ways. I awoke to the smell of pancakes and followed the aroma to the kitchen. As I entered, I saw Kakashi sitting at the table without his mask. I felt a slight blush rise to my cheeks. I couldn't deny he was handsome. I took a seat across from him. When he noticed me, he quickly reached for his mask. "Why don't you let people see your face?" "It's not like you're unattractive," I asked curiously. He fumbled a bit with his hands. "It's just that in the past I was in a similar situation as Sasuke is now, with the fangirls and all." I nodded in understanding and continued eating. "Weren't we supposed to be at the bridge 2 hours ago?" Kakashi smiled mischievously and replied, "Indeed we were, but it's training for them." I looked at him quizzically and he elaborated, "Patience, something they lack greatly." "Well then, let's go." He placed a hand on my shoulder, and in an instant, we appeared at the bridge. "You're late," Naruto yelled upon seeing us. "Well, that's a long story," I chuckled. "We were walking here when we came across an elderly lady who had dropped her groceries, so we had to help her." "Yes, and we also helped her cross the street to get to the bakery for a cake for her son's birthday," Kakashi interjected. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged incredulous glances. "Why is it that Mizuki is always with you?" Sasuke asked, leaning against the side of the bridge. "Oh, I live with him. Didn't you know?" I replied. They all stared at me, jaws dropped. I guess they didn't know. "What?" Before I could respond, I noticed Sasuke and Naruto glaring at each other. I sighed. But our mission was to walk some dogs. I strategically chose the smallest and cutest ones, while Naruto, eager to prove his superiority, picked the largest dogs. In the end, it was the dogs who were walking Naruto. On our next mission, Naruto, trying to showcase his gardening skills, ended up pulling not just the weeds but also the actual plants from a small garden. Unsurprisingly, the owner was not pleased with her now empty garden. That afternoon, feeling a bit bored, I wandered around the village aimlessly. I attempted a game of "The Floor is Lava," jumping from roof to roof, when I stumbled upon Naruto standing next to a small child being held up by his throat by a peculiar-looking ninja. The ninja had purple face paint, a strange black suit with cat ears, and a large wrapped package on his back. Beside him stood a girl in a purple dress, carrying a large fan. They were both from the sand village. I observed for a moment until the cat ninja threw a punch at the little boy. I quickly stepped in front of him and caught the punch effortlessly. Just then, a small pebble struck the hand that was holding the boy, causing him to drop the child. I swiftly grabbed the kid and jumped back to Naruto. I looked up to see Sasuke perched in a tree, holding another pebble in his hand. "What do you think you're doing in another village?" he stated coolly, trying to appear nonchalant. I noticed the sand girl already swooning at his demeanor. Suddenly, I felt a strange sensation that someone else was watching. I scanned the area until my eyes met those of a red-haired boy with a large gourd on his back. His eyes were a cold shade of seafoam green, devoid of emotion. When he noticed me looking, his eyes widened slightly before returning to their usual coldness. Yet, behind that facade, I sensed a hint of loneliness, a reflection of how my own eyes used to be when I lived with my father. "Hey kid, I can't stand kids like you who think they're clever," the cat ninja sneered, reaching behind his back to unwrap the package. "Hey, you're not going to use Karasu, are you?" the girl exclaimed, looking alarmed. But before anything could escalate, the red-haired boy intervened. "Kankuro, stop. You're a disgrace to our village. Why do you think we came all the way to Konoha?" "Listen, these guys started it," Kankuro mumbled, looking intimidated. "Shut up. I'll take care of this," Gaara replied, his tone chilling. I felt a slight shiver at his indifference. I was at fault. "I'm sorry. Really sorry," Kankuro stuttered. Gaara then turned towards us. "Excuse their behavior." He transformed into sand and appeared next to the other sand ninjas. "Let's go. We didn't come here to waste time." "Wait a second, why are you in our village?" Naruto asked arrogantly, striking a ridiculous pose. "You don't know? We have a traffic pass. As you probably guessed, we're genins from the hidden sand village in the Land of Wind. We came here to take the Chunin selection exam," the girl explained. "What's that?" Naruto asked, looking confused. "Naruto, you can advance from a genin to a Chunin if you pass the exam," the little boy chimed in. "Really? Then I must take it too," Naruto exclaimed excitedly. "Hey you there. What's your name?" Sasuke asked. The girl turned around, blushing. "Me? No, the one next to you with the gourd. Gaara of the desert. I'm also interested in you and the girl. What's your name?" "Uchiha Sasuke." Gaara turned to me with a curious expression. "And you?" "My name is Mizuki." "Nice to meet you," I replied politely, and he nodded in acknowledgement. They then turned and left. This could be interesting. The next day, we met at the bridge again, and Kakashi handed us applications for the Chunin exam. We each took one and then dispersed to train individually in preparation for the upcoming exam. "Mizuki, over here." Naruto waved at me with a big grin as I approached him and Sasuke. Sasuke merely nodded, and we continued walking inside. "Chunin exams, here we come." As we entered, we witnessed two guys kicking down. A boy in a peculiar green suit with a rather unfortunate haircut. "You're trying to take the Chunin exams with that kind of skill? Maybe you should just quit, kids," one of the guys taunted. "Please let us through," a girl with buns on her head murmured softly, only to be punched as well. "What did you say? Listen up, we're being kind to you. The Chunin exam is incredibly difficult. We've seen those who gave up on becoming ninja or suffered serious injuries during this exam. What's wrong with filtering out those who aren't going to pass anyway?" one of the participants questioned. "That's a valid point. But I will pass. And please undo the genjutsu you created. I want to go to the 3rd floor, Sasuke interrupted. "Oh, you noticed?" The others smirked at him. "Mizuki, you probably noticed first. You're the smartest on this team," Sasuke said, turning his gaze toward me. I chuckled nervously. I hadn't really noticed, but I couldn't let my reputation falter. "Of course I noticed, we're still on the 2nd floor, I replied, trying to sound confident. One of the guys released the genjutsu, and for some reason he attempted to kick Sasuke, who was ready to counter with his own kick. But then a green blur flashed between them, catching both of their legs. "He's fast." His teammate stepped in, looking quite irritated. "Hey, you broke the promise. You're the one who didn't want to draw attention by doing anything that stands out." The green blur turned to me and approached. "My name is Rock Lee. You are Mizuki-chan, right? You live with Kakashi." I awkwardly nodded. Since Kakashi is my eternal rival, that makes you my eternal rival too, he declared, striking a ridiculous pose. I muttered, slowly stepping behind Sasuke and Naruto. We really don't have to be eternal rivals. Fortunately, his male teammate intervened. Hey you, identify yourself. I glanced at Naruto, who was muttering something about Sasuke getting all the attention. You're supposed to identify yourself before you ask, Sasuke replied simply before walking away. I excused myself to go to the restroom. As I walked, I suddenly bumped into someone and fell gracefully onto the floor. Watch where you're going, a cold voice said. I looked up to see Gaara of the desert staring down at me, a dark aura surrounding him. I smiled awkwardly before standing up. Hi Gaara. I didn't see you, I'm sorry. Did I hurt you? He looked at me strangely before walking around me. TSK, he didn't even help me up. When I returned to my teammates, I saw Sasuke on the ground, looking beaten, while Lee was being reprimanded by a turtle. What did I miss? Suddenly, an older version of the green ninja appeared atop the turtle, who turned out to be his sensei. The sensei playfully punched Lee in the face, then ran back to him, and they both started crying and hugging. At this point, I just gave up trying to understand what was happening and stared blankly ahead. Mizuki, hey Mizuki? We're going, Naruto said, waving his hand in front of my face. Let's go, Naruto Mizuki, Sasuke said, suddenly appearing somewhat excited about the Chunin exams for reasons unknown. I nodded and followed him and Naruto to the entrance hall of the Chunin exams. We first encountered Kakashi in a small room. I'm glad you all decided to take the exam. I'm proud of you, Kakashi said, ruffling my hair until I swatted his hand away. Now go out there and show me what you can do. We nodded, determined to get through this exam. We grinned at each other before stepping into the entrance hall. The room was filled with various ninjas staring at us. When they realized we were just kids, they deemed us unworthy of their attention. Sasuke, you're here, Ino exclaimed, running up to hug a very annoyed Sasuke. I chuckled behind my hand as he tried to shake off the blonde girl. He glared at me for laughing instead of helping him. We were then greeted by the other rookies, who soon began arguing loudly. I noticed the entire hall staring at us with annoyance. I sweat dropped and slowly sidestepped away from the group, trying not to be involved. I saw a girl with buns wave at me, and I decided to talk with her until the exam started. She turned out to be really nice, and we became friends. An intimidating man named Marino Ibiki then entered and explained the rules for the first exam. It was a written test. We had to answer 10 questions while being watched by Chunin, and if we were caught cheating too often, we would fail, along with our entire team. We were graded as a team, so we were absolutely in trouble. My seat was next to a grass ninja, and behind me sat Gaara. Sasuke and Naruto, who was having a minor meltdown, sat in front of me. As we received the tests, I quickly realized that these questions were definitely not meant for Genin or even Chunin to answer. After some thought, I concluded that we actually had to cheat to complete this exam, as the real test was about gathering information without being noticed. I smirked at the realization and began to think of a way to cheat. I subtly glanced around the room to see Sasuke using his Sharingan to cheat, 2 guys a little ahead of me actually filling in their tests, and Naruto panicking. I closed my eyes and slowly moved a puddle of water across the ceiling until it was where I needed it to be, then froze it, creating a mirror. I began filling in my test. A little while later, a sand eye started hovering around me. Recognizing it as Gaara's, I moved my arms from the paper so the eye had a clear view of my test. After it finished observing, the sand eye hovered around me once more in what I assumed was gratitude, and I smiled at it. Moments later, the test ended, and the 10th question was about to be announced. Before I announce the 10th question, there's one thing I need to say. There will be a special rule for this last question. First, you must choose whether you wish to take this 10th problem or not, Marino Ibiki said, sending a menacing glare through the room. Choose? What happens if we don't take the 10th question? Tamari asked. Ibiki smirked at her. If you choose not to take it, your points will be reduced to 0. In other words, you'll fail, and your 2 teammates will fail along with you. And here's the other rule. If you choose to take it and get it wrong, You will lose the privilege to take the Chunin exams forever. My eyes widened slightly as complaints rippled through the room. So I guess this test has to do with psychological pressure then. I'm not afraid to take the question, but what? About Naruto? Several teams started dropping out. After a while, I noticed Naruto slowly lift his hand. I hung my head in acceptance. Maybe this was for the best. But then he slammed his hand down on the desk. No way. I'm not going to run away. Even if I stay a genin forever, I'm going to become Hokage no matter what. I'm not scared. I lifted my head and smiled softly. Naruto's words seemed to lift everyone's spirits, and people stopped dropping out. I'll ask you one last time. This choice will impact your life. If you want to quit, now is your chance. Nobody dropped out, and Ibiki stepped forward again. Nice determination. Then for the first exam, everyone here passes. I see. While Ibiki answered various questions, a purple-haired woman suddenly broke through a window. Everyone, there's no time to celebrate. I am the second examiner, Mitarashi Anko. Let's go to the next exam. Follow me. We all just stared blankly at her. Get with the program, Ibiki said, unbothered by her sudden appearance. 78? Ibiki, you let 26 teams pass? The first exam must have been too easy. Well, I'm going to make sure more than half of the teams fail in the next exam. I'm getting excited. I will explain the details tomorrow. We will go somewhere else, so ask your Jounin teachers about the rally point and time. That's all. Dismissed. Eliminate half the teams? This is going to be interesting. Mizuki's point of view, this sure is an eerie place, Tenten said as a shiver visibly went down her spine. We were currently standing in front of Training Ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death, to begin the second phase of the exams. To be prepared, I brought a water flask which I secured to my belt. You'll soon understand why this place is called the Forest of Death, Anko, our instructor, said with a chuckle. Naruto, trying to lighten the mood, mockingly imitated her, insisting he wasn't scared at all. Anko then flashed a peculiar grin and threw a kunai that grazed Naruto's cheek. In an instant, she appeared behind him, her presence unsettling. To add to the strangeness, she wiped the blood from his cheek with a curious expression, and a ninja from the grass village, known for his unusually long tongue, returned the kunai to her. Thank you, but please don't stand behind me looking so eager, Anko warned, glancing back at the grass ninja. While a sense of intense excitement began to radiate from them, the grass ninja liked their lips. Well, it's my nature to get a little carried away at the sight of red. And with my precious hair being cut, I couldn't help but feel a rush. I apologize. All right, since that was quite a lengthy explanation, let me simplify it for you. First, we had to sign a form to ensure the village wouldn't be held responsible for any possible deaths. She explained the rules. Each team received either an earth or a heaven scroll. To pass the test, you needed to obtain both scrolls and reach a tower in the center of the forest. Opening the scrolls before arriving at the tower was prohibited, and you had 5 days to complete the task. As soon as our team received our heaven scroll, we approached the starting gate, and as the signal went off, we dashed into the forest. Not even 5 minutes into the test, screams echoed around us, sending a chill down my spine. This place was unsettling. Sasuke glanced at me with a smirk. You don't have to be afraid with someone like me here, he said confidently. I shot him a glare just as I noticed Naruto fumbling with his zipper, mumbling about needing to find a restroom. Naruto, please go somewhere out of sight, I said with a forced smile. He grinned and disappeared into some bushes. That was a lot. I'm refreshed, he called out, and I really didn't want to know that. As I looked closer, I noticed the cut on his cheek had vanished, and his kunai holster was now on his left leg instead of his right. I turned to Sasuke, who nodded slowly before punching Naruto in the face. I quickly moved behind Naruto and kicked him, sending him flying back towards Sasuke, who then kicked him up again. What are you doing all of a sudden? Naruto exclaimed as he crawled into a sitting position. What do you mean? That's my line. Where's the real Naruto? Sasuke demanded. I have no idea what you're talking about. The fake Naruto protested, now standing again. I stepped forward, narrowing my eyes at him. What happened to the scratch on your face? And your kunai holster is on your left leg. Naruto's right-handed. In an instant, the fake Naruto transformed back into a strange figure wearing a gas mask and a bizarre suit. Unlucky you got me. In that case, which one of you has the scroll? If you cooperate, I'll spare your lives. Without hesitation, Sasuke unleashed fireballs at him while I rushed to free the real Naruto. By the time we returned, Sasuke had activated his Sharingan, the red hues blazing, but unfortunately, the enemy managed to escape. If we get separated, don't trust anyone, even if they look like one of us. An enemy might transform into one of us to deceive you. So, I created a password. If a different password is given, assume it's an enemy, no matter their appearance. Got it? Naruto and I exchanged hesitant glances before nodding at Sasuke. I'm only going to say this once, so listen carefully. First, you'll ask, the ninja song Ninki? The answer is, it is a good chance when a large number of enemies are making a scene. There are no hideouts even in a quiet place. It is important for a ninja to know the right time. The time when the enemy is tired and has their guard down. That's it. I thought it was a password, not a past story, I muttered softly, but Sasuke clearly heard me and shot me a pointed look. Can you say it one more time? Naruto asked, looking completely lost, clearly struggling to remember. I said I'm only going to say it once. As soon as Sasuke grabbed the scroll, we were ambushed by the creepy grass ninja, who unleashed a burst of wind at us. Sasuke grabbed my arm and pulled me behind some trees. I thanked him with a grateful smile. Hey everyone, are you okay? Naruto came running towards us. I asked him the password, and he recited it perfectly, so it wasn't Naruto for obvious reasons. I smirked and threw a kunai at him, which he barely dodged. He then poofed into the creepy grass ninja. Why didn't you use a shorter password if you knew your teammate is such an idiot? I asked. I knew you would eavesdrop on our conversation underground. That's why I made a long password. Looked at Sasuke with slight admiration. He's smarter than I thought. Looks like I can have more fun than I expected. You want my Earth Scroll, right? Since you have the Heaven Scroll. The ninja grabbed her Earth Scroll and swallowed it. Suddenly, I was pulled into a different dimension and saw myself in peril. I stiffened but then cut my arm to snap out of it. Apparently, Sasuke had the same idea as he stabbed his thigh. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and started attacking the creepy girl. But she was too skilled and dodged all his attacks. I decided it was time for me to step in and pulled out my twin swords. I charged them with lightning and ran at the woman, attempting to stab her back. But she turned around at the last second and blocked my attack with two kunai. I jumped back and started weaving hand signs. Lightning style, lightning dragon. As my jutsu went after her, she quickly made an earth wall, and my jutsu crashed into it, destroying it completely. Her eyes widened as she quickly dodged my jutsu, which crashed into a tree. She then flashed in front of me and tried to stab me, but I blocked with my swords in an X position. You're better than I expected, little girl. That jutsu earlier had quite a bit of power, and you being able to block my attack is impressive too. She smiled at me, her expression unsettling. But unfortunately, you're in the way of my plan. She then pulled back and started weaving hand signs at an almost impossible speed. Earth style, spear column. Spears made of earth started shooting up from the ground towards me rapidly. I quickly jumped high into the air, feeling a surge of panic. Mizuki, watch out! I heard Sasuke yell, worry lacing his tone. I looked up and saw the grass ninja hovering in front of me. Too late. Wind style, great breakthrough. A powerful gust of wind slammed into me, sending me flying. I crashed through several trees painfully. Aya! I let out a scream as I continued being blown back by the wind jutsu. Bam! My back hit a particularly large rock, causing me to come to an abrupt stop before sliding down the rock. Ow! I groaned in pain. My back felt terrible, and I might have injured some ribs. Oi, what are you doing here? Startled, I looked up to see the Sand siblings standing in front of me, staring at me suspiciously. Oh. Hi. I said awkwardly while trying to stand up. Pain shot through my back, and I fell back down again. I closed my eyes and started healing my back, which took about a minute. I opened my eyes again to see the Sand siblings staring at me in surprise. So, I kind of got blown here by some strange windjutsu. Do you know where I am now? I stood up again and gave them a small smile. I suddenly noticed sand floating around me. How do we know you're not trying to steal our scroll? Gaara gave me a chilling glare. Well, I guess you can't really know for sure, but if it helps, our team has the Heaven Scroll, so if you have it too, then it would be pointless for me to try and get yours. The sand retreated back into Gaara's gourd. Fine, we have a Heaven Scroll as well, and I don't think you could overpower us. I sighed in relief. I soon noticed the presence of other ninjas nearby. Gaara, there is an enemy squad nearby. I got into a defensive position. Gaara nodded at me, but neither he nor Kankuro and Temari made a move. Don't we need to do something about it? I asked awkwardly. No, just let them come, Gaara said, starting to move towards them. Since I didn't have much choice, I decided to follow them. About 5 minutes later, the ninjas, who turned out to be from the grass village, sprang out of the bushes grinning. Little brats, it's over. Just hand me your scroll, and we'll try not to hurt you too much, one of them said. I glanced at Gaara, who was radiating a menacing aura. He was grinning creepily and clutching his forehead. Come. For mother, he screamed. Okay, not gonna lie, but that was creepy. I slowly backed away from Gaara and stood between Kankuro and Temari. Temari gave me a reassuring smile, and I calmed down a little. The 3 grass ninjas grinned at each other and ran at Gaara. Gaara slowly raised his hand, and sand surrounded them. At this point, they were sweating nervously. Hey, can't we talk about this, my friend? One of them said. Yeah. Gaara merely tightened his hand into a fist. Sand coffin. The sand tightened, and I gasped in horror as I stumbled backward. Let's go. Gaara started moving forward again, picking up another Heaven Scroll from them. Hesitantly, I followed after them. A few hours later, Say Mizuki, why are you following us? Gaara suddenly stopped, causing me to bump into him. Well, I'm completely lost, and I don't know where my team is, so I thought it would be best for me to follow you guys to the tower and wait for them there. My team can handle it. They're strong, I hoped. Is that okay? Gaara continued walking again, not answering me. I looked to Kankuro and Temari in confusion. That means you can come, Kankuro said with a wide grin. I gave a soft smile in return and followed them. 2 hours later, we stood in front of the tower. Temari, Kankuro, and I grinned, while Gaara just stared at it indifferently. Well, I guess this is where we'll part. Thank you for letting me travel with you. I bowed to each of them and smiled gratefully. Gaara appeared shocked that I thanked him. He nodded at me and entered the tower. Kankuro gave a big smile and followed. Temari handed me some leftover food so I didn't have to go hunting. If we're allowed to leave the tower, I'll come and visit you, okay? Yeah, I'd like that. Thank you. I smiled as Temari walked into the tower. I decided to sit down on the balcony hanging above the entrance and wait. For days later. It was now the last day of the exam, and I was really getting worried about my team. All the worst-case scenarios played in my head. They could have been in trouble with the grass ninja, or maybe they got lost. I nervously bit my nails. Yeah, there's the tower. We did it. Wait, I know that voice. Naruto. As soon as Sasuke, Naruto, and Kabuto entered the small clearing around the tower, I jumped from my spot and rushed to hug Sasuke and Naruto. Oof, Mizuki? Naruto groaned, rubbing his head. I realized our slightly awkward position, sprawled out over Naruto and Sasuke, my face just inches from Sasuke's. I blushed and quickly stood up again. How did you get here? Sasuke asked, a hint of color on his cheeks. After I got blown away by that jutsu, came across another team and accompanied them here. Anyway, what took you guys so long? I was really worried, you know. I felt the same blush warming my cheeks. They quickly explained everything about the grass ninja, who turned out to be a man named Orochimaru, and how he had given Sasuke a strange mark. They also shared how they managed to reach the tower with Kabuto. We nodded at each other and walked into the tower, all grinning. Chapter end. Mizuki's POV. If you do not possess heaven, gain knowledge and be prepared. If you do not possess earth, run through the fields and seek strength. If you open both heaven and earth scrolls, dangerous paths turn into safe ones. This is the secret of something. It shall lead you on your way. I read the inscription inside the tower aloud. So we have to open both scrolls simultaneously. Sasuke and I each grabbed a scroll, opened it, and threw it on the ground. In front of us appeared Irika, his arms crossed. Yo, long time no see. Looks like you went through a lot of trouble. We Chunin are to welcome the examinees at the end of the second exam. Congratulations on passing the second exam, please proceed to the next room. We found ourselves in a large arena, where 7 teams were lined up. In front of us stood the Hokage and our squad leaders. I was relieved to see that all the rookie teams had made it. The Hokage had just finished explaining the true purpose of these exams. The judge, Hayato, a man who was constantly coughing, stepped forward. There will now be preliminaries since there are too many candidates left. Those who aren't feeling well may leave now, as the preliminary matches will start immediately. The preliminaries will be one-on-one fights. You can withdraw now. Sasuke suddenly clutched his neck in pain. I placed my hand on his shoulder. Are you okay? I asked, concern lacing my tone. Sasuke nodded slowly, and I stepped back in line. In the end, Kabuto was the only one who withdrew, and the first match could begin. I looked at the screen, hoping none of my teammates had to go first. Sena Hirashi versus Mizuki. Joy, I'm first. Those whose names were called, step forward. Others, please go to the balconies, Hade announced, coughing out the words. Good luck, Mizuki. Beat her up. Naruto grinned as he headed up to the balconies. Don't lose, Sasuke said, placing his hand on my shoulder for a brief moment before joining Naruto. I felt a slight blush creep onto my cheeks as I stepped forward. My opponent turned out to be a girl with long orange hair pulled into a ponytail. She had blue eyes and wore a purple vest with yellow linings and a yellow skirt. Her forehead protector was tied around her ponytail, and a katana was strapped to her back. She grinned confidently at me as she stepped forward. Get ready to be demolished. That won't be necessary, I replied, getting into a fighting stance with my twin swords held in front of me. The fight may now begin. As soon as Hayate announced the start, we lunged at each other and clashed our swords. I quickly realized she was slightly stronger than I was, which meant I had to rely on my speed to defeat her. I jumped back and threw some shuriken at her. While she was distracted, I quickly made some hand signs. Lightning style, lightning dragon. The girl barely dodged it, causing it to crash into a wall. Ah, my turn now, she said through gritted teeth as she began making her own hand signs. Water style, water bullets. She shot out multiple water bullets. I dodged most of them, but one grazed my left leg. I winced at the stinging sensation of the cut. It was shallow but painful nonetheless. Interesting, she's a water user. Okay, it's my turn again. I threw 4 kunai at her and then dashed behind her. Lightning release, electromagnetic murder. Lightning sparked around my hands as I unleashed a large stream of lightning at Sana. She was too busy dodging the kunai to avoid my jutsu, and she took a direct hit. She screamed as the lightning coursed through her. Once it stopped, her expression shifted to one of fury. How dare you attack me like that? You will pay for this. She began making hand seals at an incredible speed. Tiger style. Her pupils narrowed, her teeth elongated, and her fingernails transformed into sharp claws, giving her a fierce appearance. Suddenly, she vanished and reappeared behind me, kicking me hard against the wall. She's fast. As I slowly scrambled back up, she approached me with a threatening demeanor, a large grin on her face. You stand no chance, little girl. This is my Kekkei Genkai. It raises both my speed and strength. I lunged at her, my blades crackling with lightning, but she sidestepped at the last second and punched me in the gut. I flew backward, landing hard as she began weaving hand signs. Water style, great waterfall technique. A massive wall of water appeared above me. My eyes widened in horror as I realized I wouldn't be able to dodge. The water slammed into me, pushing me forcefully to the ground. I cried out as my already injured left leg hit the floor, and a sharp pain shot through me. I clenched my teeth and stood up, trying to put my weight on my right leg. "Oh, still standing? I'm impressed," Sana taunted, a malicious grin on her face. "I'm not done yet." Lightning release, thunderbolt. A round bolt of lightning shot toward her as I charged with both swords in hand. However, she was too quick, sidestepping the thunderbolt. In a flash, she drew her katana, stabbing me in the stomach before kicking me against the wall. As I landed on my knees, I coughed, feeling the pain in my stomach and leg intensify. "Mizuki, you don't have to continue." I looked toward the voice and saw Naruto, nearly in tears, while Sasuke clenched the balcony tightly, worry etched on his face. "Mizuki!" Startled, I looked up at the Hokage. "You have my permission to use it." A smirk appeared on my face as I slowly stood up. I placed one hand on my stomach and the other on my leg. My eyes glowed blue as I healed both injuries in less than a minute. "It's over for you, kitty." Her shocked expression quickly shifted back to anger. We'll see about that." Water style, water shark. A large shark made entirely of water shot straight at me. I raised one hand lazily, and the shark came to a halt before splashing harmlessly on the ground. "What? That's impossible." "Water release, great waterfall technique," I called out, summoning a swirling torrent of water around me before directing it toward Sana. She was caught off guard and unable to dodge, the wave pushing her back several meters before splashing harmlessly to the ground. "Well then, let's finish this." Water Dragon's Wing Slash. A dark blue magic circle formed around my arms, and as I moved them forward, a massive surge of water enveloped them before crashing into Sana. With a resounding impact, she collided with the wall, creating a noticeable dent. It was clear she wouldn't be getting back up. The arena fell silent for a moment as everyone stared at me in disbelief. The winner is Mizuki, Hey-8 announced, breaking the stillness. I deactivated my powers and jumped onto the balcony between Naruto and Sasuke. "Good job. How are your wounds?" Sasuke asked, giving me a light pat on the head. I lifted my shirt slightly to show them my stomach, where all signs of the injury had vanished. Sasuke's eyes widened a bit, and a faint blush crept onto his cheeks before he quickly turned away, trying to regain his composure. Chapter end. The winner is Mizuki, Hey-8 announced. I deactivated my eyes and leapt up onto the balcony between Naruto and Sasuke. "And good job. How are your wounds?" Sasuke patted my head. I lifted my shirt slightly to show him my stomach, where all traces of the wound had vanished. His eyes widened slightly, a pink hue creeping onto his cheeks before he turned away abruptly. Akido Yoroi vs Uchiha Sasuke, the screen read in neon green letters. "I guess it's my turn," Sasuke smirked before starting to walk downwards. "Wait." I grabbed his wrist. Sasuke immediately stopped and turned around, surprise evident in his eyes. "Let me heal your wounds for you." I released his wrist and placed my right hand on his chest. A blue glow surrounded my hand as I healed his wounds swiftly. Once I finished, I leaned closer to him, standing on my toes to whisper, "Good luck," in his ear. As I pulled back, I noticed Sasuke's cheeks were just as flushed as mine probably were. He gave a small genuine smile and jumped down to the waiting proctor and his opponent, a tall leaf ninja and one of Kabuto's teammates. He had a mask covering the lower half of his face and dark sunglasses concealing his eyes. "We will now begin the second match." "Begin." "Let's go." Yoroi performed a hand sign, causing chakra to surround his hands as he reached into his weapon pouch. Sasuke jumped backward to create some distance and grabbed a kunai to fend off the shuriken Yoroi threw at him. Before Sasuke could counterattack, he flinched noticeably and grabbed his shoulder, his expression pained as he fell to his knees. I clenched the bars in worry. Yoroi flashed behind Sasuke and attempted to strike him with one of his chakra-coated fists. However, Sasuke managed to dodge and kicked his opponent's leg. Yoroi fell, and Sasuke pulled him into a wrestling hold. "He did it!" Naruto exclaimed happily from beside me. "What's he doing?" I pondered aloud as Yoroi grabbed Sasuke's shirt. It appears that he's sapping his chakra, Kakashi explained. I turned to Kakashi in shock. You can do that? I asked incredulously. How can Sasuke even win against that? Kakashi patted my head softly. Don't worry, Mizuki, he'll be fine. I relaxed slightly and focused on the fight again. Yoroi continued to sap bits of Sasuke's chakra, and the Uchiha was noticeably getting tired. His attacks became slower and less powerful. Come on, Sasuke, you're stronger than this. You call yourself Uchiha Sasuke like that? Naruto suddenly shouted. Stop acting like an idiot. Get serious. Come on, Sasuke, you're stronger than this. I exclaimed loudly. Our words seemed to give him newfound determination. Sasuke lowered himself into a battle stance and managed to evade most of Yoroi's attacks. He continued dodging for a minute or so until he suddenly leapt forward, sliding under Yoroi and kicking him high into the air. He jumped behind his opponent. I tightened my grip on the railing as Sasuke let out a grunt of pain. I gasped as I noticed his curse mark rapidly spreading over his body. Sasuke! I screamed desperately. My scream echoed around the room. Mizuki, Sasuke mumbled softly. To my relief, the curse mark receded. Sasuke smirked and slammed his leg into Yoroi, sending him crashing down. He flipped into the air and struck Yoroi's chest with his foot. Lion's Barrage, the Uchiha yelled, overpowering Yoroi. Yoroi coughed as Sasuke slid across the floor, struggling to get up. Silence ensued as the proctor stepped forward to check Yoroi's pulse while Sasuke slowly managed to stand. I will stop this fight now. The winner is Sasuke Uchiha. Yes. Naruto leaned over the railing. I jumped down and hugged Sasuke tightly. You did it. Ahem. Kakashi awkwardly cleared his throat behind me. Realizing what I'd just done, I immediately jumped back, blushing madly. Sasuke. Naruto interrupted our awkward silence. You won in such an idiotic way. You're all worn out. That idiot, Sasuke muttered, but a tiny smile crept onto his face. Uchiha Sasuke, we medics will provide the best possible medical treatment. A medic appeared beside Sasuke. No need, I stepped forward. I'll heal him. He looked at me incredulously as I healed him in less than a minute. Very well then, he said before leaving to tend to Yoroi. Sasuke, come with me. I'm going to try and seal that curse mark. Sasuke thanked me for healing him and left with Kakashi. I returned to my position next to Naruto on the balcony. The results were Shino vs. the Zib, Shino won. Tsurugi Misumi vs. Kankuro, Kankuro won. Ino vs. Sakura, tie. Ten vs. Temari, Temari won. Shikamaru vs. Kintsuchi, Shikamaru won. Kiba vs. Naruto, Naruto won. Hinata vs. Neji, Neji won. Lee vs. Gaara, Gaara won. Dosu vs. Choji, Dosu won. Apologies for the short chapter, but I had little motivation to write it. Mizuki's POV. Where's Sasuke's room? Naruto and I were currently visiting Sasuke. Sasuke-sama is currently not taking any visitors, the lady replied politely. What, why? Naruto whined. Naruto, be quiet inside the hospital. Kakashi emerged from around a corner, seemingly having visited Sasuke. Sensei, I have a request. Naruto practically ran to Kakashi as I followed at a slower pace. You don't have to say more. I knew you would come to me. So, I found someone to supervise your training. But I want you, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto protested, pointing a finger at Kakashi. I have something to do, so I don't have time to look after you. I got it. You're going to train Sasuke. How could you leave Mizuki and me behind? Naruto accused, pointing an accusing finger at an unfazed Kakashi. Now don't get mad. I'll be training Mizuki as well, and I found a much better teacher for you than me. I felt a strange flutter in my stomach at the thought of training with Sasuke. It didn't hurt, it just felt. That would be me. I turned around to see a tall ninja wearing black sunglasses and dressed in dark blue rounding the corner. It's you, the closet pervert. Why is this guy going to be the one watching over my training? He's weaker than me to begin with. Naruto exclaimed loudly. Kakashi and I exchanged confused glances as the two ninjas began to argue. Date. Last time, when I used my harem technique on Hai. Before Naruto could finish, the other ninja covered his mouth with his hands. I have no idea what he's talking about, he said nervously, smiling at Kakashi while holding Naruto in a playful chokehold. Kakashi and I shared a look as the two ninjas continued their banter. Naruto, Kakashi whispered, Ebisu-sensei is a personal teacher who instructs the elite. He is a special jounin as well. He's actually better at teaching than I am. Naruto seemed to calm down a bit. Naruto, out of the 3 people I taught in our squad, your basics are a mess. Have him teach you those thoroughly. An irk mark appeared on Naruto's forehead. How am I inferior to Mizuki and Sasuke? Kakashi let out a long sigh. Naruto, your basics are subpar. The basics are important in everything you do. If you want to become stronger, just listen to what I have to say. Now then, Ebisu-sensei, please take care of him. Mizuki, your training will start once Sasuke gets out of the hospital. I quickly wished Naruto good luck before leaving the hospital. It's been a few days, and Sasuke's still in the hospital. Honestly, I was getting dreadfully bored. So I decided to tag along with Naruto today to see how he was doing with his training. He apparently found a new sensei named Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. As I arrived at their designated training ground, I saw Naruto focusing intently on something his new teacher was explaining. This new sensei had long spiky gray hair and was dressed in mostly gray and red. He had 2 red stripes painted on his face, starting from the bottom of his eyes. Naruto. I waved as I jogged up to him leisurely. Mizuki, what are you doing here? He grinned. Well, Sasuke's still in the hospital, so my training is delayed. I decided to come and see how you're doing. I then walked over to Jiraiya. Hello, my name is Mizuki. I'd be honored if you would allow me to watch today's training. Oi Mizuki, you don't have to be so polite to Pervy Sage, Naruto interjected. Pervy Sage? Ah, how delightful of you to join us. At least one of you kids still has manners. And you'll surely grow up to be a beautiful young lady and… Before Jiraiya could finish, Naruto jumped in front of me, pointing an accusing finger at him. Hey, don't be such a pervert to Mizuki. The strange pair of teacher and student then began to argue. I sweat dropped. This is going to be a long day. I am about to teach you the summoning jutsu. You make contracts with animals by using either your blood or something important from the summoning. You can call upon them anytime you'd like, Jiraiya explained as Naruto and I listened intently. That sounds cool. Teach me. Naruto exclaimed. Before we do that, you must first use up all your chakra. Mizuki, you don't have to do this. Naruto nodded eagerly and immediately started making shadow clones to fight each other. As Naruto was busy fighting himself, I walked up to Jiraiya, a plan forming in my head. Jiraiya-sama, earlier you said you could make a contract by either using your blood or some important item from a summoning. What kind of item do you mean? Well, Jiraiya scratched his head, something that has some kind of emotional value to the summoning, like a piece of a baby blanket or even a piece of themselves, such as a scale or hair. Why do you ask? Oh, nothing, just curious. I will now teach you the jutsu. Naruto finally used up most of his chakra, and Jiraiya was going to start teaching him the summoning jutsu while I chose to merely observe. First I'll show you. Watch carefully. Jiraiya bit his thumb and made some hand signs. Summoning jutsu. A big cloud of smoke appeared, causing me to cough helplessly. As the smoke dispersed, I could see Jiraiya standing on top of a huge orange frog, which held a big scroll in its tongue. The frog slowly unrolled its tongue and handed the scroll to Naruto. Open it. That's the contract for summoning toads. It has been passed down through many generations and now I have it. First, write down your name with blood. Then mold your chakra and place your hand where you want to summon the toad. Jiraiya sat down cross-legged on the toad. Why would anyone want to summon a frog when you could summon something like lions or kangaroos? But Naruto seemed quite willing to summon toads, as he immediately signed the contract with his blood. Right now, your red chakra should be easier to extract. Try it once. Naruto quickly formed the necessary hand signs and put his hand on the ground. Summoning jutsu. A small puff of smoke appeared, revealing a tiny little tadpole. I couldn't help but burst out laughing at Naruto's constipated face. After an entire evening of Naruto attempting to summon a toad, he only managed to summon a tadpole with hind legs. But all in all, it was a good day. I had great fun watching Naruto fail and argue with Jiraiya. Most importantly, I formulated a plan for the Chunin exams. Mizuki's POV. Bird monkey. Ram. I slammed my hand on top of the summoning scroll, creating a small puff of smoke. As the smoke cleared, it revealed a red sock adorned with tiny dragon figures. I sighed in disappointment and tossed it onto my small pile of random clothing I had summoned today. I had been trying to summon something useful for about an hour, but it hadn't worked out. On the bright side, Sasuke had finally been discharged from the hospital, and our training could begin. Okay, you too, I'm going to teach you a jutsu I developed myself, the Chidori. Kakashi performed a series of quick hand signs and gathered a significant amount of lightning in his left hand. The lightning crackled, emitting a high-pitched sound reminiscent of chirping birds. He placed his right hand on his left elbow and dashed toward a large rock. Upon impact, the jutsu sliced cleanly through it. Sasuke and I exchanged smirks. Now the hand signs are dragon, rat, bird, ox, snake, dog, tiger, and monkey. Determined, Sasuke and I began weaving the hand signs, gathering a small amount of lightning in our palms. However, as soon as we attempted to place our right hand on our left elbow, the lightning fizzled out. Hours passed since Kakashi had shown us the jutsu, and neither of us had made any progress. Exhausted, we leaned against a tree. Sasuke's clothes clung to him from sweat, and his hair was damp against his forehead. I probably looked just as worn out. To the left of our training area was a small lake. I slowly got up and walked toward it, removing my shoes and testing the water with my toe. It wasn't too cold, so I decided to take a quick swim to cool off. Turning my back to the lake, I smiled at a curious Sasuke before letting myself fall backward into the water. As I was enveloped by the coolness, I closed my eyes and let my body relax. Sasuke's POV. Mizuki and I sat against a tree, both panting heavily. I glanced over at her, noticing she was sweating too. Her hair clung to her forehead, and her shirt was damp. I felt a slight blush creeping onto my cheeks and quickly looked away. After a few moments, Mizuki walked toward the small lake and took off her shoes. She turned her back to the water and flashed me a lazy smile. Before I could respond, she suddenly fell into the lake. I shot up and rushed to the edge, peering into the water. I saw Mizuki slowly sinking, her eyes closed. My heart raced in panic as I realized she seemed unconscious. Without a second thought, I kicked off my shoes and jumped in after her. I swam to her, wrapping an arm around her waist and pulling her toward the surface. As I did, her eyes snapped open, shining bright blue. She looked confused but allowed me to guide her upward. When we emerged from the water, I carefully laid her down on the grass. I brushed her long white hair from her face as her eyes shifted back to their usual forest green. She looked beautiful, with her hair splayed around her and a slight blush on her cheeks. "Are you okay?" I asked, concerned. "Yeah, why wouldn't I be?" she replied, still a bit dazed. "Because you almost drowned just now." Her eyes widened as she realized what had happened, and she burst into laughter. "Oh my God, you actually thought I was drowning. I'm a water mage. It's impossible for me to drown. I can breathe underwater." A blush rose to my cheeks at my earlier panic. How was I supposed to know? I quickly turned my gaze away to hide my embarrassment. Her laughter echoed around us. "You just stuttered, that's adorable." I snapped my head back toward her. "I'm not adorable." Mizuki's POV. I win. I was at the hospital visiting Naruto, who had managed to summon a gigantic toad, only to end up sitting on its head and landing himself in the hospital. Shikamaru had just beaten me at shogi for the 6th time in a row. "This guy sure sleeps a lot." "Maybe he's dead," Shikamaru muttered. "Maybe." I glanced at Naruto for a moment. He actually looked cute while sleeping. "Hey, finally awake?" Shikamaru said as Naruto slowly stirred. Shikamaru? Mizuki? Where am I? He mumbled, still half asleep. The hospital, I replied. You've been asleep for 3 days. What? 3 days? Naruto jumped up, panicking, before suddenly sitting back down on his bed. What is it? I asked, baffled by his sudden change in demeanor. I'm hungry, he whined. Shikamaru pulled a basket of fruit from seemingly nowhere and placed it on Naruto's bed. This is troublesome, but I brought this for Chuji. The doctor said he can't eat them, so let's eat them together. Chuji? He's here too. Don't get the wrong idea. He ate too much barbecue and his stomach isn't feeling well. Naruto laughed and grabbed an apple from the basket. Halfway through his first bite, he suddenly froze and then started giggling mischievously. Let's eat these in front of Chuji. The three of us exchanged devious looks and headed toward Chuji's room. However, halfway there, we passed Lee's room and saw Gaara standing next to Lee, his sand swirling around him. Shikamaru dropped the fruit basket and instantly captured Gaara in his shadow jutsu while Naruto rushed in and punched Gaara in the face, causing Shikamaru to stagger back a few steps. I lingered in the doorway. Hey, what did you try to do to Bushy Brows? Naruto yelled. I tried to kill him, Gaara replied darkly. A shiver ran down my spine. But you already won the match. I'm going to kill him because I want him dead. Gaara's calm demeanor clearly unnerved Shikamaru. If you bother me, I will kill you too. We know you're strong, Shikamaru spoke up. We saw your match. But the three of us are pretty strong as well. At this, Gaara's gaze shifted toward me in the doorway. A brief flash of hurt crossed his eyes before he focused back on Shikamaru. We didn't show our strongest move in the preliminaries. And it's 3 against 1, you're at a disadvantage. If you listen to us, we can let you go. Gaara, however, remained unfazed. I'm going to say this once more. If you bother me, I'll end you. You can't end me. I've got a real monster inside of me, Naruto interjected. If that's the case, then we're the same. I didn't grow up in a pleasant environment. I lost my mother, and to become the ultimate ninja, my father used a jutsu to seal a spirit of sand within me. I was a monster from birth. My father tried to eliminate me countless times. Now I exist to confront others. Sand began to swirl around Gaara. Now face your end. The sand surged toward Shikamaru and Naruto. Just as it was about to reach them, I stepped in front and raised a barrier of water. As soon as the sand made contact with my water, it became heavier and fell to the ground. Gaara looked at me with a mix of emotions in his eyes. He then gathered his sand back into his gourd and left the room without saying another word. Naruto's POV. I let out a sigh of relief as I realized I was still on time for the final exam. I quickly went to stand next to Shikamaru. As I looked around, I noticed that Mizuki and Sasuke were missing. Hey, Shikamaru, have you seen Mizuki and Sasuke yet? No, they're still missing. I haven't seen this dosu that I'm supposed to fight either, he replied. Before our matches began, the proctor informed us of a change in the fights. Apparently, Dosu had dropped out, and now Shikamaru was supposed to fight someone else. Now the rules are the same as for the preliminaries. The matches will continue until one person acknowledges defeat. However, if I judge that it has been settled, I'll stop the match there. Arguments will not be allowed. Now, the first match is Naruto Uzumaki versus Niji Hyuga. Just those two remain here, and the rest of you will go to the waiting room. The others soon left the area, and I was left facing Niji. As I looked into the audience, I saw Hinata trying to find a seat with Kiba. You seem like you want to say something, Niji said. I said it before, didn't I? I clenched my fists. I'll win no matter what. Now then, round 1. Begin, the proctor announced. Mizuki's POV. These dumplings are delicious, I sighed. Today was the day of the final exam, and because we trained so hard, Kakashi decided to treat us to dumplings. We were just talking and laughing about stories Kakashi told us from his younger days. For the finals, I had chosen a new outfit, tight black shorts, a sky blue top with a white pattern, and black ninja boots. My weapons pouch was securely tied around my right leg, and bandages covered my right upper arm, concealing the fairytale mark. As a finishing touch, I hung a water bottle at my hip. I was nibbling contently on my second stick of dumplings when I noticed something. The sun. The sun was already high in the sky while our matches were supposed to be late in the morning. I started choking on my precious dumpling while Sasuke began patting my back. When I could breathe again, I started panicking. Guys, we're late for our matches. Kakashi casually looked up at the sky. You're right. He then continued eating the last bit of his dumpling. Sasuke and I exchanged puzzled looks. Shouldn't we go then? Sasuke suggested. Fine. Now strike a cool pose. I want to make a big entrance, Kakashi said as he positioned himself next to Sasuke and me. After a few moments of contemplating which pose would be best, we decided to stand back to back with our arms casually crossed in front of us. Leaves started swirling around us, and before we knew it, we were in the arena. Your names? The proctor asked. Sasuke, Uchiha, and Mizuki, Sasuke stated. As soon as he said our names, the crowd went wild. Well then, even though you're late, you are not disqualified. Now let's start the first match. Mizuki from Konoha versus Ryu Fujimoto from the Hidden Mist Village. Sasuke turned to me and wished me good luck before moving up to the waiting area. Kakashi turned to me next and handed me a summoning scroll. I know you've been trying to summon something. I quietly thanked him before turning towards my opponent. My opponent had short red hair and clear blue eyes. He wore red pants and had a katana strapped to his back. The fight may begin. I immediately grabbed my swords and charged at Ryu. We engaged in a fast-paced taijutsu battle, neither of us gaining the upper hand. After a few minutes, we both jumped back. Roar of the water dragon. I gathered a large amount of water and fired it at Ryu. Earth style, Great Wall. A large wall of earth shot up from the ground. My attack slammed into it but didn't penetrate the wall. I realized that earth was a tough opponent for water-based attacks. Deciding that water wasn't going to work, I began weaving hand signs. Lightning style, Electromagnetic Murder. Lightning crackled through the air as I shot a stream of lightning toward Ryu, who managed to dodge by backflipping away. Earth style, Earth Axis. 3 boulders shot toward me. I quickly jumped away, but one boulder grazed my left arm. I gritted my teeth and threw some kunai at him. While he was busy dodging, I charged at him. Water Dragon's Wing Slash. Ryu's eyes widened as my attack struck him. He was blown backward by the sheer force until he was stopped by a wall. As he stood up, his eyes burning with determination, he began weaving hand signs again. Fire Release, Meteor Rain. Large fireballs began raining down from above me. My eyes widened, and I quickly pulled water up to shield myself from the incoming fireballs. But while I was focused on avoiding the flames, I didn't notice Ryu using an earth jutsu. A large wall of earth slammed into my right side, and I slid painfully across the ground. Before I could stand up, Ryu kicked me in the stomach, sending me flying backward. My back connected painfully with the wall, and I quickly scrambled to get up. I drew my swords again and charged at Ryu, who barely managed to deflect my attack with his katana. We engaged in a brief taijutsu battle again, both landing minor hits. I sheathed my sword and balled my fist. Water Dragon's Iron Fist. Water swirled around my right arm as I punched Ryu square in the jaw. He skidded backward but recovered quickly. Earth style, Earth Spears. I narrowly dodged the incoming spikes and backflipped away. Seeing that neither of us was gaining the upper hand, I decided to try what I had been practicing for days. I swiftly grabbed the summoning scroll Kakashi had given me and rolled it open on the ground. I bit my thumb and swiped the blood across the scroll. Making some hand signs, a puff of smoke appeared. As the smoke dispersed, I noticed a single sandal sitting on top of the scroll. Ryu started laughing as he noticed my dumbstruck face and the lone shoe. Oh my god, I thought you were going to summon something really special, but all you summoned is a shoe. This is gold, he managed to say between giggles. Damn it, what am I missing? My thoughts flashed back to what Jiraiya had said. You need something special, something like a piece of its favorite clothing. Of course, the scarf. I took off my necklace with a piece of Natsu's scarf and placed it on top of the scroll, tossing the shoe aside. I swiped my still bleeding thumb across the scroll again and made the appropriate hand signs. A large amount of smoke erupted from the scroll, immediately silencing Ryu. As the smoke cleared, I could make out who I had summoned. Pink hair, black clothes, a white dragon scale scarf, and the red guild mark proudly displayed on his right arm. I also noticed he was wearing only one shoe. Natsu! I cried out as I rushed to hug him. His eyes widened as he recognized me. Mizuki, you're here? I've been looking for you everywhere, he exclaimed joyfully as he returned the embrace. Ahem, Ryu stood awkwardly next to us. All right, I had forgotten about him. Who's that? Natsu asked as we both stood up again. Oh, his name is Ryu, and I'm sort of in the middle of a battle against him right now, I replied quickly. Oh, he dares to fight against my precious Mizuki. What do you say, Mizuki? To take him on. Warmth filled me as Natsu referred to me as precious. Since we had both lost our parents, we grew up very close. For me, Natsu was like a big brother, and he considered me his little sister. I looked at him and nodded seriously. Natsu cracked his knuckles and rolled his shoulders while I removed the bandages from my right arm, proudly displaying my blue guild mark. I took a sip from my water bottle, feeling re-energized. Natsu and I exchanged wicked grins and charged toward the still perplexed Ryu. Water Dragon's Iron Fist. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Our fists connected with Ryu's stomach, sending him flying backward. He quickly scrambled up and made some hand signs. Fire Style, Great Fire Wall. A wide stream of pure fire shot toward us. Natsu swiftly pushed me behind him and began to consume the flames, astonishing everyone in the arena. I'm all fired up. Natsu grinned. Let's go, Mizuki. Fire Dragon's Roar. Water Dragon's Roar. Our roars combined, the water and fire swirling around each other, rapidly shooting toward a startled Ryu. The attack hit him head-on, and he flew backward, crashing against the arena wall before sliding down and remaining still. As Ryu is unable to continue fighting, the winner of this match is Mizuki, the proctor declared. Natsu and I fist-bumped each other, grinning widely. Medics rushed to Ryu and carried him away while Natsu and I made our way toward the waiting area. Halfway there we passed Sasuke. Good luck, I said. But he just looked away from me with an angry expression on his face. That actually hurt, but not wanting to worry Natsu, I gave him a small smile, and we continued on our way. Say, Mizuki, the weirdest thing has been happening to me recently. All my shoes and socks keep disappearing. Natsu looked genuinely confused. I immediately burst into laughter while Natsu stared at me strangely. Sasuke's POV. TSK, who is this Natsu guy? I don't like him. Is he Mizuki's boyfriend or something? He did call her my precious Mizuki, and they even have matching tattoos. As I made my way toward the arena, I came across Mizuki and Natsu. When Mizuki noticed me, she put a bright smile on her beautiful face. Good luck, she said. But for some reason I felt angry or maybe even hurt, so I looked the other way, completely ignoring her. I couldn't help but notice the quick flash of hurt crossing her face, and I immediately felt bad for ignoring her. As I contemplated turning around and apologizing, I heard the pink-haired idiot say something, and Mizuki laughed loudly. I clenched my fist and walked away. Merry Christmas, everyone. Mizuki's POV. I nervously leaned on the railing, cautiously watching what was happening below me. Gaara and Sasuke stood in the middle of the arena facing each other while the proctor explained the rules one more time. I bit my lip anxiously. I knew Sasuke was strong, but Gaara was powerful as well. To be honest, I had no idea who would win this match. Begin. As soon as the proctor gave the signal, Gaara released sand from his jar while Sasuke swiftly jumped backwards. Gaara seemed to be clutching his forehead in pain while muttering something I couldn't hear. After a while, Gaara appeared to have calmed down and urged Sasuke to attack. From my left, I noticed Naruto and Shikamaru coming up to the balcony. They both looked quite shaken. I glanced towards Sasuke to see he was faring relatively well in the battle and quickly moved towards Naruto and Shikamaru. Hey, are you two all right? I inquired worriedly. Oh Mizuki, Shikamaru turned towards me. This Gaara, he's dangerous. Naruto and I just saw him take someone down for no apparent reason. My eyes widened slightly, and I ran back to view the battle, my worry for Sasuke growing every second. I saw Sasuke slipping through Gaara's sand defense and kicking him in the chest before grabbing his shirt and kneeing him in the stomach. Afterwards, he quickly jumped backwards. I let out a sigh of relief. Sasuke was still holding his own against Gaara. But how much stamina did he have left? Gaara made a hand sign, causing the sand to form a sphere around him, leaving only a small hole. Sasuke dashed towards the sand sphere and attempted to punch through it. The sphere suddenly formed long spikes, and Sasuke barely managed to stop. I narrowed my eyes and noticed a small trail of blood trickling from his fist and on his cheek. My hands gripped the railing tightly, my knuckles turning white. Sasuke, please be safe. Mizuki, I looked to my right to see Natsu standing with a confused look on his face. I wanted to ask sooner, but what is this place exactly? How did we get here? I noticed all the present genin giving us suspicious looks. I glanced back towards the battle to see Gaara creating a sand eye. I grabbed Natsu's wrist and pulled him with me to an empty corridor. Ah, this is going to be hard to explain. Natsu leaned against the wall casually. Well, this appears to be a different world, something similar to Idolas, I guess. I have no idea how I got here myself. There was a bright white light, and then I suddenly woke up in this world. However, I do know how you got here. I summoned you. At this, Natsu tensed somewhat, his attention completely focused on me. Before he could ask how, I quickly explained. You see, this world has something called chakra. It's similar to magic. Chakra is used to perform jutsu, which are the magic spells of this world. I used my chakra to open a portal between our world and this one, and you got pulled through it. Natsu nodded slowly, contemplating my words. So, I take it you don't know how to get back? And why does everyone here have some symbol on a piece of metal? I sighed in a deep breath. Well, I do know how to get you back to our world, but I don't know how to get back myself. As for your second question, everyone carries that symbol to show which nation they come from, and it indicates that they're ninja. I carefully looked to see how Natsu would take this new information. He had stars in his eyes and a dreamy expression. Ninja! He started jumping up and down. That's so cool. So that means you're a ninja, right? I want to be a ninja too. I sweat dropped. The only word he heard from my entire explanation was ninja. Anyway, I have to go back to watch the match. My teammate is fighting. I started walking back after Natsu mentioned he had to use the restroom and assured me he would be back soon. Natsu's POV. I was walking through the building trying to find a restroom, a smile on my face. Mizuki was happy here, I could see it. She had opened up more, showing her emotions clearly on her face. This place was obviously good for her. It managed to do in a few months what we, Fairytail, had been trying for years. Furthermore, she seemed quite interested in the raven-haired boy, and from the looks of it, it was mutual. Mizuki's POV. When I returned, Sasuke had his arms stuck in Gaara's sand sphere. He performed some familiar hand signs and used the Chidori to pull his arm back out of the sand. As he finally managed to free his arm, he quickly jumped backwards, a massive arm shooting after him. The tailed beast, I muttered in realization. A terrifying roar came from inside the sand sphere. The sand cracked and fell to the ground, revealing a slightly injured Gaara, who was clutching his shoulder protectively. Suddenly, feathers started falling all around the arena. I felt myself becoming sleepy. A genjutsu. I quickly released myself from the genjutsu and looked around. It seemed like the entire arena, minus a few ninja, had fallen asleep. Moreover, I noticed Sasuke following after an escaping Gaara. I quickly jumped over to where Kakashi and Guy were standing. Kakashi, what's happening? Mizuki. Kakashi patted my head softly. Good job on releasing the genjutsu. It seems like we're under attack. At that moment, explosions went off all over the place, and chaos erupted. Sand and Sound Ninja stood up and started attacking the remaining Leaf Ninja, which sadly included me. Kakashi, Guy, and I stood back to back, trying to defend ourselves from the enemy as best we could. Kakashi and Guy decided to make some sort of competition about who could take down the most ninja. All in all, I was faring relatively well against the enemy ninja. Mizuki! Kakashi's voice screamed, worry lacing his tone. 3 ninja were coming straight at me. Kakashi and Guy were both occupied with 6 ninja each and were unable to come to my aid. I managed to block 2 of the 3 attacks, but the third one I was unable to dodge. Ninja art, kick but no jutsu. Natsu jumped in at the last moment and punched the third attacker in the jaw with a flaming fist. The 2 of us quickly took down the other 2 attackers. Great job, Nin. Natsu stood beside me, his scarf wrapped around his face like a mask and his hand in some made-up hand sign. I sweat dropped. Mizuki, I have a mission for you. Kakashi suddenly appeared beside us again. I want you to wake up Naruto and Shikamaru and go after Sasuke. Pakken will track him down. He quickly summoned Pakken and continued fighting. I glanced at Natsu, feeling a mix of determination and uncertainty. Don't worry, I'll help here. I nodded and made my way towards Naruto, who was still drooling, and Shikamaru, who was likely waking up. Sasuke, wait for us. Mizuki's POV. What is it, Mizuki? A groggy Naruto asked after I released him from the genjutsu. Before I could reply, a kunai came sailing our way. I pushed Naruto down with me, narrowly avoiding the weapon. I'll tell you later. Stay down for now. I crawled over to where Shikamaru was sleeping and noticed his eyebrow twitch slightly. I sweat dropped before giving him a gentle tap on the head. His eyes snapped open, and he quickly sat upright, holding his head with one hand. What was that for? My eyes suddenly caught a flash of movement behind the still-dazed Naruto. Naruto, look out! I exclaimed in worry for my teammate. Before any of us could react, however, the enemy ninja was engulfed in flames and smashed against a wall, courtesy of Natsu's frying ninja technique. While Natsu protected us, I quickly explained the mission to Shikamaru and Naruto. After a quick, be safe, from Natsu, we left in a hurry, although Shikamaru had to be dragged out by Pakken. So who's going to do it? After a lot of chasing and Shikamaru complaining, we noticed some ninja following us, rapidly closing in. We decided that someone would have to stay behind to delay them. I clenched my fist determinedly. I guess it has to be me, Shikamaru interrupted. The only ones among us who'd have a chance to make it out alive are Mizuki and me. However, the shadow possession technique was originally intended as a delay tactic. I'll catch up with you later. So get going. We're counting on you, Shikamaru. Shikamaru raised a hand in farewell, his back turned toward us. Naruto and I nodded to each other and continued the chase after Sasuke. Please be safe, Shikamaru. Boom. The sound of an explosion a short distance away caused our small group to pause for a moment. An explosion? Perhaps it was a trap set for Sasuke. Pakken, now perched on top of Naruto's head, suggested. Worry for my raven-haired teammate filled me. I hope he's okay, I whispered softly. Naruto put a comforting hand on my shoulder. Don't worry. He's a strong guy. I sent him a small, grateful smile before continuing to jump through the trees, hoping to get closer to Sasuke. A few minutes later, Pakken notified us that Sasuke had stopped moving. A newfound determination set in, and we picked up our pace. However, that small piece of hope soon vanished when Pakken announced that Sasuke had begun to move again. It smells like Sasuke is chasing 2 people. There are no other signs of movement. But the other people in front of us are going to fight each other. Therefore, we'll be taking a longer way to avoid them. After finally convincing Naruto to take the longer way, we started on our detour. This chase was turning out to be quite troublesome. After pursuing Sasuke for a short while, we finally managed to catch up to him. When we found Sasuke, he was just about to be hit by an incoming half-man, half-beast that turned out to be Gaara. Half of his body was covered in sand lined with purple veins, and a massive sand claw covered one of his arms. Naruto swiftly kicked the beast away while I jumped to Sasuke. My eyes widened when I noticed the curse mark spreading across his skin. I quickly helped to pain Sasuke into a sitting position, supporting part of his weight with my arm held behind his back. I tried healing him, but since the cause of his pain was the curse mark, I couldn't do much to help. Mizuki. This guy. Who is he? Naruto slowly pointed to the beast that was Gaara, his eyes wide with shock. That's Gaara. My voice wavered slightly when I made eye contact with Gaara. His eyes, once mostly empty with a hint of sadness, were now full of anger and hatred. A pained grunt brought my attention back to Sasuke. My lip in worry. I need to get him out of here, somewhere safe. Run! Naruto screamed, panic lacing his tone. I turned around to see Gaara jumping toward us, one claw extended. I grabbed Sasuke and barely managed to jump away in time, landing on a branch somewhat to our right. I put Sasuke down on the branch and slowly got up. Gaara, I really didn't want to fight you, but you leave me no choice. I immediately started forming hand signs. Lightning Dragon. Lightning crackled as my jutsu rushed toward Gaara and managed to hit him, causing him to be thrown back into a tree. Without giving him a chance to recover, I gathered water around my fist and dashed toward the man-beast. Iron Fist of the Water Dragon. My eyes lit up with a blue fluorescent color. My fist made contact with Gaara's jaw. Without pausing, I pulled out my twin swords and attempted to strike at Gaara. He easily blocked my attack with his sand claw, my sword getting stuck in the sand. I charged the sword with lightning and managed to pull it out. Because I was focusing on the sword, I didn't see the incoming attack and got hit in my stomach by Gaara's sand tail. I coughed up a small amount of blood before backflipping away to create some distance between us. I put my swords back in their sheaths, deciding close combat was a bad idea. Roar of the Water Dragon. A large wave of water came out of my mouth. Gaara quickly jumped away before it could hit him. He grinned evilly before shooting a large amount of sand toward the branch where Sasuke was. My eyes widened in shock. No! I yelled as I flashed in front of Sasuke, getting hit by the sand. The force threw me back into a tree, pinning me against its trunk. The back of my head hit the tree, and everything around me went black. The last thing I heard was Sasuke screaming my name. I awoke to the sensation of falling briefly before being caught by strong arms. I slowly opened my eyes to see Sasuke hovering above me. As soon as I opened my eyes, he seemed to relax slightly. He helped me sit up against the trunk of a tree. My eyes widened when he softly kissed my forehead. I'm glad you're okay. He gave me a genuine smile before leaving me in Pakin's care and jumping to where I presumed Naruto and Gaara were. I slowly brought my hand up to my forehead, still feeling the tingling sensation of his lips on my skin. So, you and him, huh? Pakin wiggled his dog eyebrows suggestively. My cheeks turned a bright scarlet. No, it's nothing like that, I denied frantically. Pakin gave me an unimpressed look before filling me in on what happened while I was unconscious. Long story short, Gaara was defeated by Naruto. After talking with Pakin for a while, Sasuke and Naruto returned to us, announcing that Gaara had left with his siblings and that he wanted them to apologize to me in his stead. Sasuke bent down with his back turned toward me. Get on. My eyes widened when I realized he wanted to carry me on his back. No, it's okay. I can walk. He looked at me with a confident smirk. It's either you get on my back or I'll have to carry you in my arms. Blushing furiously, I climbed onto his back, my heart racing in my chest. Mizuki's POV. I let out a heavy sigh as I finally managed to get out of bed. I absent-mindedly put on a black dress and combed my hair. It's going to rain today. How fitting. Mizuki, it's time to go, Kakashi said solemnly, dressed in black as well. I nodded slowly and grabbed 2 white roses before stepping outside, feeling Kakashi's comforting hand on my shoulder. Natsu trailed behind us, also clad in black except for his white scarf. As we arrived at the funeral, which was held on a large roof in the center of the village, numerous ninja were already present, a somber atmosphere hanging over them like a dark cloud. The non-ninja villagers stood on the streets surrounding the roof, all wanting to pay their respects to the late Hokage and the many fallen ninja who had bravely protected their cherished village. A black altar was set up for the 3rd Hokage, with a framed picture of him smiling kindly resting on top. Natsu and I moved to stand next to Sasuke, offering him a sad smile while Kakashi stepped away to stand among the other jounin. Halfway through the funeral, it started to rain, the droplets adding to the already heavy atmosphere. When it was time to place flowers on the altar, I slowly made my way over. I set one of the white roses down and held onto the other one tightly. I gently placed my hand on the small altar. Hisama, thank you for everything you've done for me and the village. You welcomed me into your community, and because of you, I made so many friends. I will always be grateful for your kindness. May your soul rest in peace. I stepped back, bowed to the altar, and returned to where my teammates and Natsu were standing. It stopped raining, Ino said. The sun peeked through the dark clouds, a beam of light bathing the Hokage's picture. I smiled softly, beginning to walk away from the now concluded funeral. Mizuki, where are you going? I turned at the sound of Naruto's voice and saw him, Kakashi, and Sasuke looking at me curiously. Natsu offered me a sad smile, knowing my intentions. There's somewhere I have to go. I smiled sadly and walked away from them. As I left, I heard Natsu stopping Naruto from asking for more details, aware of the significance of the day. After a few minutes, I arrived at a small clearing in the forest surrounding the village, where a gentle river flowed through. Sasuke, I know you've been following me, I said, standing at the edge of the riverbank with my back turned to his hiding spot. You can come out now. I sensed he had been tailing me since I left the funeral. I wasn't upset. In fact, I felt relieved to have someone with me. I usually spent this day alone. He stepped out from behind the tree and stood beside me. I'm sorry for following you, but I was worried about you, he said softly, his gaze falling on the white flower in my hand. It's my mother's death anniversary. It's silly, really. I never knew her, but she's still my mother. I feel this strange sense of responsibility for her death, I admitted, my voice trembling slightly. It's not your fault, Sasuke said, placing a hand on my shoulder. I knelt down and lowered the white rose into the river, watching as the current carried it away. Hey, Mom, it's me again. How have you been? Something really strange happened to me this year. I somehow got transported to this amazing place. The people here are really kind and let me. I became a ninja and made a lot of friends. I really miss everyone from Fairytail. I just wish you could have been here with me. I miss you, Mom. A single tear trickled down my face and into the river, soon followed by more. Sasuke knelt beside me and pulled me into his embrace, his arms wrapping around me comfortingly. I clutched the front of his shirt and cried until I had no tears left. He softly caressed my hair and whispered comforting words. When I felt composed enough to face the world again, I pulled away from Sasuke and wiped my red, puffy eyes, clearing the last traces of my tears. Thank you for staying with me. I needed that, I said as he helped me to my feet. Anything for you. His words were so soft I could barely hear them, but a warm feeling spread in my stomach, causing me to smile. I stood on my tiptoes and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek before turning around and jumping away, blushing furiously. Mizuki's POV. Hey Mizuki, do you want to come eat breakfast with me? Kakashi poked his head into my room where I was currently reading a book. Yeah, sure. What about Natsu? Kakashi's sweat dropped at the mention of the pink-haired boy who had crashed at his house. I think it'd be better to let him sleep for now. He must be exhausted from last night. I grimaced as I remembered Natsu's antics. He had been pestering me non-stop to teach him about chakra. Eventually, I gave in and tried to teach him the tree climbing technique. Instead of focusing chakra into his feet, he infused them with magic, causing flames to erupt and set the trees on fire. After he finally gave up on learning chakra after burning 16 trees in our backyard, he discovered our TV. He stayed up half the night watching a series, laughing loudly at every joke and keeping Kakashi and me awake as well. Now, he was snoring loudly on the couch. I nodded at Kakashi, and we left the house. Yo, you two. You seem to be getting along well, Kakashi noted slyly as we came across Asuma and Kurenai in front of a dango shop. Fool, Kurenai blushed. Anko asked me to buy dango, that's all. What are you doing here? Asuma interjected, eager to change the subject. I'm here to buy offerings. I've made plans to meet here with Sasuke. At the mention of his name, one of the two men wearing black cloaks with red clouds abruptly put down his tea. Kakashi, Mizuki, it's strange for you to be here first. A warm feeling spread in my stomach as Sasuke smiled at me. I averted my gaze slightly, trying to hide the faint blush creeping onto my cheeks as I recalled our last encounter. My eyes widened as I noticed that the two cloaked men had vanished, their dango and still steaming tea left on the table. Kakashi subtly nodded at Kurenai and Asuma, and they immediately disappeared. Sasuke and I exchanged confused looks before shrugging and sitting down to eat some dango. We chatted softly the entire time while Kakashi seemed distracted by something. I have to go now. Kakashi abruptly stood up and jumped onto some rooftops. Sasuke and I rose after sharing a bewildered look. I guess I'll see you later. I mentally scolded myself for stuttering in front of my raven-haired teammate. Yeah, later. A small blush adorned his cheeks. He's adorable. I waved cutely before jumping onto a rooftop and rushing in the direction Kakashi had gone, curiosity getting the better of me. As I approached his location, I sensed 5 chakra presences engaged in a fight. I hurried my pace. Get down, Kurenai! Kakashi shouted, grabbing Kurenai as they dodged an exploding water clone. I quickly jumped in front of them, focusing chakra into my feet to stand on the water's surface and created a dome of water around the 3 of us, protecting us from the massive wave crashing toward us. My arms trembled slightly under the weight of the water. Mizuki? What are you doing here? A slightly battered Kakashi exclaimed, his Sharingan blazing. Well, you seem to be in quite the predicament, so I thought I'd help out for a bit. I replied, keeping my eyes trained on the cloaked man standing before me. He had long black hair tied into a ponytail, but most noticeable were his eyes, 2 red eyes with 3 black commas in them. The Sharingan. Could he possibly be Itachi Uchiha? Be on guard, everyone. He's the one who became a division chief of the Umbu Black Ops at the age of 13. We haven't seen his true strength yet. Kakashi then turned to face the man I presumed to be Sasuke's older brother. I didn't expect someone outside the Uchiha clan to master the Sharingan to that extent. But your body isn't suited for the eye. I'll demonstrate the true strength of the Sharingan. He closed his eyes briefly and then slowly reopened them. Don't look at his eyes. Kakashi yelled, panic lacing his tone. Kurenai, Asuma, and I immediately closed our eyes while Kakashi kept his Sharingan eye open. No matter what you do, don't open your eyes. It's all over if your eyes meet. Only those with the Sharingan can withstand that technique. I nodded, still aware of my surroundings thanks to a combination of my magic and chakra. The magic allowed me to sense the vibrations in the water. It's true, with the Sharingan you can resist the Mangekyo Sharingan to a certain extent. However, this particular technique, the Tsukuyami, is unbreakable. Only someone with the same Kekkei Genkai can counter it. I sensed Kakashi suddenly freeze for a moment before collapsing onto his hands and knees. Kakashi! I knelt beside him and placed my hands on his arm, glowing blue as I attempted to sense where he was injured, only to find that he wasn't physically hurt. What happened, Kakashi? Should we keep our eyes closed? A frantic Kurenai asked. Wow, to take that jutsu without causing his spirit to collapse. Another man, presumably the other cloaked figure, appeared beside Itachi. But Itachi, it's dangerous for you to overuse those eyes. The thing you were looking for, was it Sasuke? Kakashi panted. I immediately straightened up, fully on guard again. No, the legacy of the 4th Hokage, Itachi replied monotonously. I sighed with relief, knowing that the 2 men were not after my teammate. Kurenai and Asuma, however, gasped in shock, likely understanding what the legacy of the 4th Hokage was. The 9-tailed fox inside Naruto is your target? I gasped softly at Kakashi's words. I know you 2 aren't the only ones on the move. Your organization's name is Akatsuki, right? Kisame will take Kakashi. Get rid of the other 2 jounin, live. The girl alone. Why would he want Kisame to leave me alone? Kisame immediately sprang into action. Water release, water shark. A massive shark made of water rushed toward Kurenai and Asuma. I jumped in the way, stretching out my arms as the water shark came under my control. I spun around, the shark following my movements before sending it back toward a shocked Kisame. "You brat! How did you do that? You're going to pay for that." He pulled out a sword-like weapon strapped to his back and dashed toward me at an incredible speed. My eyes widened, unable to dodge fast enough. Severe leaf hurricane. A foot swiftly kicked Kisame backwards before jumping back to where the four of us were standing. "Who are you?" Kisame asked, slowly getting back on his feet. "I know who that is. The leaf's noble, blue fierce animal, Might Guy." I sweat dropped. What a sight. Shouldn't you be called a strange beast? I nodded subconsciously in agreement. Don't underestimate that man. Also, I told you to leave the girl alone, Itachi drawled. Suddenly, Kakashi fell face-first into the water, and Guy fished him out, draping him over his shoulder. "Open your eyes, you three. When you battle the Sharingan, it's not a problem if you don't look at those eyes. Look at his feet instead," Guy instructed us. I slowly opened my eyes. My eyes widened slightly at the odd appearance of Kisame. He had blue skin and what appeared to be gills, resembling a fish-human crossover. "Kurinai, get Kakashi to the hospital. Suma, Mizuki, you are my backup. Until the reinforcements of the Umbu Black Ops arrive, we'll keep these guys busy," Guy instructed us. I nodded and pulled out my twin swords. "Kisame, let's end this. We didn't come to fight. It's unfortunate, but this nonsense stops here." "We're leaving," Itachi interjected. Too bad, I was finally getting motivated. It can't be helped. The two Akatsuki members vanished. Relieved, I dropped my guard and sheathed my swords again, glad we didn't have to engage in any more combat, knowing full well that I couldn't keep up with them. "Let's get Kakashi to the hospital," I sighed, worried for the man I had come to care for as a brother. Chapter end. Mizuki's POV. "It appears that they haven't found Naruto yet," Guy said slowly. Asuma, Kurinai, Guy, and I were gathered around a still unconscious Kakashi. "But don't you think that's strange?" Asuma hopped onto a cabinet. "Those guys had already infiltrated the village. It should be easy to find Naruto here. Itachi knows Naruto's face." "Sure," Guy hushed as footsteps approached Kakashi's room. "Kakashi!" Sasuke entered the room, a glint of confusion in his eyes as he saw his unconscious sensei surrounded by us. Why is Kakashi sleeping? Besides, only Jounin and Mizuki are gathered here. What happened? Nothing. In particular, Guy lied not very convincingly. Is it true that Itachi has returned? And that he's after Naruto? A random ninja stormed into the room, causing the gathered Jounin and me to collectively facepalm. I carefully studied Sasuke's reaction. His eyes widened before narrowing into slits. His expression darkened, and he clenched his fist before abruptly storming out of the room. "Sasuke," I said worriedly, standing up from my position next to Kakashi. "I'm going after him," I declared before dashing out of the room as well. I hurriedly ran over the rooftops, trying not to lose sight of Sasuke. He passed several places Naruto often visited before leaving the village. I gritted my teeth and picked up the pace. "Sasuke!" I yelled, finally managing to catch up with my raven-haired teammate. "Mizuki!" He turned his head to the left, not slowing his pace. "What are you doing here? You can't stop me." "I know. But you can't stop me from coming with you," I replied, staring into his eyes defiantly. After a few seconds, he nodded and broke eye contact. "Long time no see, Sasuke," Itachi said, his back turned to us. We finally found Naruto, only to see that Kisame and Itachi had found him too. Jiraiya was nowhere to be seen. I glanced to my left and saw the blazing red hues of the Sharingan and a determined scowl on Sasuke's face. "Ah, your little brother and the girl from before," Kisame muttered as soon as he caught sight of us. Naruto's eyes widened in shock, now realizing who was standing in front of him. "Uchiha Itachi, I will defeat you," Sasuke growled lowly. "It's just as you said, I held a grudge against you and hated you." A Chidori slowly formed in his hands, electricity crackling around him. "For the purpose of defeating you, I have lived my life. I'll defeat you." He charged at his unfazed older brother, the Chidori leaving a trail of destruction behind. At the last second, Itachi effortlessly grabbed Sasuke's wrist, causing the Chidori to be deflected into the wall, creating a gaping hole. Naruto, seeing the predicament his teammate was in, quickly formed a hand sign, red chakra swirling around him. "You're in the way," Itachi said, now focused on the Kyuubi's chakra behind him. A loud crack echoed as he snapped his younger brother's wrist, causing Sasuke to yell in pain. "Sasuke!" I dashed to his side, tentatively starting to heal his broken wrist and hoping to alleviate the pain. "Too slow," Kisame smirked, taking the bandaged sword from his back and swinging it through Naruto's chakra. Naruto's eyes widened as the chakra he built up disappeared. My sword Samahata has the ability to cut through and absorb chakra. It's a pain if you move around and use jutsu like that. Before these legs. Should I chop off those arms? Kisame swung down his sword while grinning sadistically. An orange toad appeared just in time to block the strike. "You guys don't know me well, do you? This man Jiraiya does not fall victim to a woman's allure. Rather, his forte is winning women's affection." I sweat dropped as I noticed the unconscious woman draped over his shoulder. Yeah, he'd never fall for a woman Stuckton. "You were totally excited by a lame tactic of a woman winking at you." Naruto whirled around, pointing an accusing finger at the Sannin. "You shouldn't be the one trying to act all cool and suave, pervy sage." While Jiraiya and Naruto continued to bicker back and forth, I finished healing Sasuke's broken wrist for now. It would still hurt, but at least he'd be able to use it. I slowly helped him sit upright, mindful of his still painful wrist. He gave me the tiniest of smiles in thanks. I noticed Itachi watching our interaction out of the corners of his eyes for a split second before he focused them back on Naruto and Jiraiya. "I'll get rid of you now," Jiraiya said. "Don't butt in." I watched in concern as Sasuke slowly got to his feet. "The one who's going to defeat him is me." He charged at his brother, who kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying into a wall. Once again, he got back on his feet, his Sharingan now blazing, and stormed towards his older brother, only to be sent flying into the wall again. I flinched as he coughed up a small amount of blood. I knew he had to do this, though, so I remained standing near Itachi. "This is my battle," Sasuke grunted in a pained voice. "Fine," Itachi surprisingly agreed. As Jiraiya and I attempted to interfere, Kisame quickly stepped forward. "This is their battle." I averted my eyes as Itachi continued to mercilessly overpower Sasuke. I clenched my fists as a single teardrop fell from my eye. I hated this. I wasn't able to do anything. Inside Sasuke's Genjutsu POV, I screamed as I saw the bodies of my parents lying on the floor. I ran outside only to be met with the sight of an endless pile of dead bodies right in front of me. I was paralyzed with fear. "Hate me. If you want to kill me, begrudge me," Itachi's voice echoed. "Sasuke?" a familiar female voice said. I turned around and saw Mizuki standing a few meters in front of me, her long white hair softly blowing in the wind, her green eyes sparkling with happiness. "And Mizuki?" I muttered, confused about what she was doing here. She giggled melodically and gave me a happy smile. My eyes widened as a dark silhouette manifested behind her. "No, Mizuki! Get away from there!" I yelled, scrambling to my feet and running towards her. But it was too late. My brother's katana emerged through the front of her stomach. Her smile fell from her face, morphing into a look of shock. "You couldn't protect me. You're weak," she said monotonously. Tears streamed down my mortified face as I let out an agonizing scream. Mizuki's POV. I flinched as Sasuke let out a chilling scream before his body limply dropped to the ground. Without a second thought, I dashed past a surprised Kisame and knelt down beside Sasuke's limp form. My eyes lit up blue as I tried to heal Sasuke, only to find it was futile. The damage was mental and not physical. Tears slowly fell onto his still face as I quietly cried. I barely noticed the walls shifting into a strange, organic texture. My gaze remained fixed on the motionless body of my teammate. "Mizuki," Naruto gently shook my shoulders, pulling me from my daze. "Are you okay?" I quickly wiped the tears from my eyes and managed a small smile. I'm okay. Dynamic entry. A familiar voice shouted, and I winced as Guy burst in, accidentally kicking Jiraiya in the face. I face-bombed, recognizing Guy's frantic apologies to an annoyed Jiraiya. My eyes flickered back to the raven-haired figure. Sasuke, please be alright. A few hours later, Kakashi and Sasuke were allowed to leave the hospital, provided they took it easy for the next few days. It turned out that the mysterious lady was actually the new Hokage, Tsunade. When Kakashi and I entered our apartment, Natsu jumped up from his spot in front of the television. Mizuki, I need to talk to you for a moment. I nodded and followed him outside into the garden. What is it, Natsu? I asked, offering a gentle smile. I think it's time for me to head back to Fairytail. I've been here for over a week, and the others must be worried sick. I kind of disappeared on them in the middle of a mission. He nervously scratched his neck, avoiding my gaze. My smile faded as I realized he was leaving. It's all right, I understand. I stepped forward and wrapped him in a warm embrace, which he returned. Please tell the others I said hi and be safe. I slowly pulled back and retrieved the summoning scroll from my pocket. I performed a series of swift hand signs and pressed my hands down on the scroll. With one final wave, Natsu vanished in a cloud of smoke. Goodbye, Nats and I whispered before turning back to the house. Hey, don't you want to see it? Naruto asked, a hint of mischief in his voice. It's about time? See what? I replied, curious. Oh, you know what I'm talking about. Kakashi-sensei's real face, he said, grinning. Sasuke, Naruto, and I were standing in an empty street after returning from a mission. I've already seen his face. I live with the guy, I interjected. Naruto turned to me, eyes sparkling with curiosity. What does it look like? I can't tell you. That's confidential information, I smirked, watching as Naruto's excitement deflated. I want to see, he whined. That's silly, Sasuke scoffed, turning away from us. Today's mission is over, so I'm going home. Maybe he has lips like Kadro? Naruto whispered suspiciously. I couldn't help but smirk as Sasuke suddenly halted. Or maybe buck teeth? Naruto added. A visible shiver ran down Sasuke's spine, his imagination clearly working overtime. This is rare. All three of you treating me. Are you up to something? Kakashi asked, eyeing us warily. What are you talking about? Naruto laughed nervously. We're celebrating your release from the hospital. Please eat. All right, then I'll eat it. Naruto and Sasuke watched Kakashi intently as he picked up a pair of chopsticks. He slowly lifted his hand to his mask, fingers brushing the top. Oh, Sasuke, what a coincidence. Ino and her team barged in, blocking our view of Kakashi's mask. Go away, I can't see. Naruto yelled in frustration. I'm finished. That was good, Kakashi said casually. Our jaws dropped at how quickly he devoured the bowl of ramen. Something wrong? He asked, giving us a puzzled look. Nothing's wrong, I replied with a closed-eyed smile. Naruto's and Sasuke's eyes widened when they noticed the shop owner and his daughter blushing as they stared at Kakashi. Now, I will not allow myself to be denied a glimpse of him, Naruto declared, fists clenched in determination. We'll follow him and keep track of his movements, Sasuke suggested. Fine, let's go follow Kakashi. We sweat-dropped as Kakashi wandered around a bookstore, acting strangely. Sasuke, Naruto, and I were hiding on top of a building. We had been following him for nearly an hour, and all he had done was buy groceries and glance at some magazines. Let's go, Sasuke whispered as Kakashi rounded a corner. We quickly jumped after him, only to realize we had lost him. He's gone, I said, stating the obvious. Can we do something else now? I was growing bored of tailing Kakashi for something I already. DMN, he got away. Sasuke grumbled. Damn it, where did he go? Naruto sulked. What are you guys doing? We froze as Kakashi appeared behind us, groceries still in hand. Do you have some business with me? We rapidly shook our heads. And not really, Naruto stammered. How did he find us? Naruto whined after Kakashi walked away. We're too obvious. Let's follow him individually. If we do that, he'll eventually take off his mask. Mizuki, you come with me, Sasuke said. Hey, why does Mizuki have to go with you? Naruto pouted. Firstly, because she's already seen his face but won't tell us what it looks like. So if she goes alone and sees his face, she won't spill. And secondly, he slung an arm around my shoulder, because she's my girlfriend. Naruto's jaw dropped. What? Since when? Since the day Sasuke woke up in the hospital, I replied with a soft smile. And so, we began following a seemingly oblivious Kakashi. Despite our efforts, we kept losing track of him and had to start over again. Let's go! Naruto yelled, excited at the prospect of going on a mission with Kakashi again, undoubtedly planning another ridiculous scheme to see his face. Today's mission was to help at a farm near the village. When we went to grab something to eat, Sasuke and Naruto once again stared intensely at Kakashi. Suddenly, Naruto accidentally knocked over a teapot towards Kakashi's face. Kakashi swiftly picked up the entire table to block the incoming teapot, causing all the food to crash to the ground. Our jaws dropped again, either from losing the food or missing the chance to see his face. What's your next plan? I asked, stifling a yawn. I have an idea, Sasuke smirked. Apparently, his brilliant idea was to go to the hot springs tonight and wait for Kakashi to take off his mask. Since the hot springs were same to see, I decided to stay behind in our room, waiting for their plan to fail. When we finally arrived at the farm, they presented their most ridiculous plan yet. They had stolen some odd ninja outfits, including masks to conceal our identities, and intended to ambush Kakashi to force him to reveal his mask. Remind me why I'm doing this again? I asked, pulling on the oversized disguise with reluctance. Because you're our teammate, so you have to help us on this super important mission. I sighed, feeling defeated. Fine. Kakashi Hatake! Naruto yelled as we charged toward him in our disguises. Hey, what are you guys doing? He asked, puzzled. What are you talking about? We are simply ninjas. It's not that we want to see what's behind your mask. Naruto said nervously. I couldn't help but feel exasperated by his antics. Stop right there. 3 ninjas wearing disguises identical to ours appeared out of nowhere. Kakashi, it's time for you to pay for your crime. You shall suffer with this medicine I prepared that will make you cry. What? The strange ninja's jaw dropped as he saw Kakashi holding the 3 of us, bound together with ropes, with one hand. Oh, just when I thought you guys were going to sneak around forever. He set us down on the ground. You finally showed yourselves. But before that, Sasuke, Mizuki, Naruto, why are you dressed like that? Panic set in immediately. Huh. We finally caught you. I managed to free an arm and pointed it at the confused ninjas. We were fully aware that you 3 were targeting Kakashi. This was our trap to lure you out. I ignored the bewildered expressions from Naruto and Sasuke. So we were completely caught in the trap. We underestimated you, thinking you were just kids. I had to stifle a laugh as the strange ninjas believed my story. Kakashi slowly approached them until they suddenly dropped to their knees, pleading for forgiveness. There's no use talking. He swiftly captured them and hung them from a tree. By the way, who are you guys? On our way back, Naruto finally decided to ask Kakashi what was behind his mask. What? You wanted to see what's behind this mask? You should have said that from the beginning. I'll show you. Naruto and Sasuke froze, staring at Kakashi in anticipation. He reached up and removed his mask to reveal another mask. Naruto and Sasuke fell to the ground while I burst into laughter. They were fools, but I loved them. Mizuki's POV. Where's Kakashi-sensei? Naruto wondered aloud. Sasuke, Naruto, and I stood in the Hokage's office, waiting for our new mission, but Kakashi was noticeably absent. Kakashi will not be coming, Tsunade informed us. We exchanged puzzled glances, unsure why we were being sent on a mission without our sensei. As you 3 already know, most of the Jonin, including Kakashi, are on different missions. This time, you will have to execute the mission by yourselves. This is a B-rank mission, escorting an important figure, but depending on the situation, it could escalate to an A-rank mission. Who are we escorting? I asked, curious. Don't know, Tsunade replied, sounding uninterested. What do you mean, don't know? Naruto stepped forward, clearly frustrated. In the neighboring nation of the Land of Tea, they have a dedication ceremony at the Todoroki Great Shrine once every 4 years. We've received a request to escort the runner who will participate in the race there. However, an assailant from the opposing side attacked the messengers before they arrived here. You should get the details directly from Jirocho. Now, depart immediately. Tsunade stood up and pointed toward the door. Get to the Land of Tea by today. We all dashed off to grab our backpacks and supplies before leaving the village. I'll have sweet bean soup, Naruto ordered at a small tea shop along the way. Dumplings for me, please, I said, my eyes sparkling with excitement. Jelly for me, Sasuke added. The waitress nodded politely and walked away as pleasant conversation erupted at our table. Having sweet bean soup when it's so nice outside, a boy with brown hair tied into a low spiky ponytail approached our table, smirking with a toothpick in his mouth. The ninja profession sure is carefree. What did you say? Naruto asked defensively. Things must really be peaceful for the Leaf Village. Such a dense-looking bunch of guys. The rude boy paused as his gaze landed on me. Hey, I didn't know there was such a cutie here. I take back that previous comment. I awkwardly shuffled closer to Sasuke, who was glaring at the boy. I'm Idate Marino, he said, leaning too close to me. What's your name, miss? Don't talk to Mizuki like that. Naruto defended me. Naruto a grateful look before focusing back on the annoying boy in front of me. Mizuki. That's a good name. This meeting must be due to karma from a previous life. Why don't we talk about our future? He winked, sending an uncomfortable shiver down my spine. I really didn't like that boy. I'm talking about you quitting the ninja life and becoming my bride and… She has a boyfriend, Sasuke said darkly, putting an arm around my shoulder and glaring at Idate. Details, Idate scoffed. Anyway, I hate ninjas. If you wander around the Land of Tea anymore, there'll be a price to pay. Huh? Bring it on. Naruto exclaimed, determination shining in his eyes. The two boys glared at each other until Sasuke decided to intervene. Naruto, we don't have time to waste on this idiot. Shut up, Sasuke. Naruto whipped his head back to look at Sasuke. I'm not going to forgive a guy who makes fun of a ninja. I'm going to punish this guy. As we turned back to confront Idate, we noticed he had vanished. Before Naruto could get worked up and storm out of the tea shop, the waitress returned with our orders, placing 2 checks on our table. Oh, that kid who was here left, saying that you guys would pay, the waitress said with a smile. The 3 of us exchanged angry glances, tossed the money on the table, and stormed out of the shop, chasing after Idate, who turned out to be quite a fast runner. However, we were trained ninjas while he wasn't. Serves you right, Naruto said, looking down smugly at Idate from a tree branch after he stumbled down a small slope. You have some nerve, trying to run away from us, Idate said, turning around quickly to see Sasuke and me standing on a tree branch behind him. He suddenly dropped to his knees. I'm sorry. I had my wallet stolen and was at a loss, then you guys showed up. So I did that, he wailed. We jumped down to stand next to him. Now I feel sorry, Naruto said. I couldn't believe this idiot. You should have said that from the start, Naruto began, but was interrupted by a small wooden object falling onto his head and bouncing to Idate. As soon as Naruto tried to pick it up for a closer look, Idate snatched it and jumped up. This is mine. He took off his leg warmers and held them in his hands. On your mark, get set, go. He dropped the leg warmers, which turned out to be training weights, and sprinted away, even faster than before. We swiftly jumped into the trees and pursued him but unfortunately lost sight of him after a few minutes. Thank you all for coming. An old man named Jirocho welcomed us as we arrived at our destination. Begging your pardon. Begging your pardon. Naruto stepped forward and bowed dramatically to Jirocho. Here it comes, I sighed, sweat dropping. I was born and raised in the Leaf Village in the Land of Fire. I was bathed in birth water at Ichiraku Ramen. My given name is Naruto, and the surname is Uzumaki. People call me loser, Sasuke said, clearly annoyed at Naruto's antics. I cracked a smile. Jirocho seemed to find the situation amusing and laughed. The fifth Hokage told us to get the details of this mission from you, Sasuke said. Do you know of the dedication ceremony at the Todoroki Great Shrine? Naruto shook his head, and Jirocho motioned for us to sit down. He explained that there was an old legend stating that Ryuko's jewels were dedicated and brought to the shrine every 4 years. This practice had evolved into a race a few decades ago. Two families, the Wasabi and the Wagarashi, had a long-standing conflict. The winner of the race would rule the town for the next 4 years, and both families had decided to hire ninjas to assist them. As soon as Jirocho finished explaining, he clapped his hands to call in the runner from his family. Idate Marino appeared in the doorway, just as shocked to see us as we were to see him. Naruto pointed at him and started shouting while Sasuke and I chose to glare at Idate. Ah, you already know each other, that makes things easier, Jirocho said, completely oblivious to the tension in the room, smiling. Naruto was the first to take Idate away, already arguing with him, while Sasuke and I decided to explore the village. As we stood inside a small souvenir shop, we heard some commotion outside and decided to see what was happening. An older man had accidentally bumped into 3 imposing figures. One of the men grabbed the still apologizing older man, raising his fist as he shouted about being part of the Wagarashi family. I glanced at Sasuke, who nodded at me and then effortlessly caught the man's fist in his hand. Get out of here before you get hurt, he muttered quietly. Please run away, these people are from the Wagarashi fam, the female owner of the souvenir shop worriedly called out. He'll be fine, I reassured the older lady, turning back to see the 3 men struggling to confront Sasuke while the lady hid her face in her hands. The confrontation was over in less than 20 seconds, with Sasuke emerging unscathed. The older man and woman thanked us, and we walked away. After walking side by side for a little while, our hands accidentally brushed against each other, and I quickly pulled my hand away. Sorry, I muttered, feeling my cheeks heat up. Sasuke quickly looked the other way and then took my hand in his. Don't apologize. I glanced at him and noticed a slight blush on his face as well. I smiled contentedly and laced my fingers through his. Mizuki's POV. I'm coming in. My head snapped up at the sound of the unfamiliar voice. I drowsily looked around, my eyes lingering on the face of my raven-haired teammate before focusing on the lady walking into the room. After Guy had noticed Sasuke unconscious on the floor, we decided he needed to be transported back to the hospital in Konoha immediately. When Naruto asked if I wanted to join him on his mission to find someone, I declined and chose to stay with Sasuke and Kakashi. That was a few days ago, and I practically lived in the hospital. I only left to grab something to eat. Most of my time was spent sitting next to either Kakashi or Sasuke, hoping they would be alright. Natsu sometimes visited, showing his concern for my well-being. A few hours ago, I apparently fell asleep with my head and arms resting on the side of Sasuke's bed. The lady had long blonde hair tied into 2 twin tails, brown eyes, and a purple diamond-shaped mark between her eyes. She wore a gray top with a green jacket. Who are you? I asked wearily, standing up. Mizuki. Mizuki. An excited Naruto dashed into the room. Everything will be all right now. I brought someone incredible. Sasuke, Kakashi, and Lee will be fine now. My eyes widened, and I smiled softly at Naruto before turning to watch the lady approach Sasuke. I decided to sit on the edge of the bed to see what she would do. She placed her hand on his forehead, and a soft green light enveloped her hand. I anxiously fiddled with the hem of my shirt, waiting for something to happen. After a few minutes, the lady removed her hand. Sasuke stirred and slowly opened his eyes. Sasuke. Naruto exhaled with relief, seeing his previously almost comatose teammate awakening. Sasuke sat up, still looking a bit dazed. As his eyes met mine, they widened slightly. Unexpectedly, he threw his arms around me and pulled me into his chest. Mizuki. You're alive. You're okay, he mumbled softly. My eyes started tearing up again, and I threw my arms around him. We sat like that for a while. When we finally pulled apart, Naruto and the unknown lady had already left the room. "Mizuki, do you think I'm weak?" he asked uncertainly, his eyes focused on the bed sheets. "Of course not, you're one of the strongest people I know." I tentatively placed my hand on his shoulder, and he lifted his head to meet my gaze. "You'll never be weak to me." We stared into each other's eyes deeply, subconsciously leaning closer. When we were mere centimeters apart, his eyes dropped to my lips before returning to my eyes as he closed the gap between us. I closed my eyes as I felt his lips softly press against mine. After a few seconds, he pulled back, much to my hidden disappointment. "Mizuki, would you please be my girlfriend?" My eyes widened, and I was frozen in shock. "Why you don't have to if you don't want to, I understand," Sasuke sighed, hurt flashing through his eyes. "No." His words broke me from my trance. His head snapped up, and he laughed bitterly. "It's okay, I shouldn't have gotten my hopes up." "No, that's not I mean you don't." I internally face-bombed as I stumbled over my words, not making any sense at all. I closed my eyes and pressed my lips against his once more. I slowly pulled back. "I'd love to be your girlfriend." Chapter End. Mizuki's POV. Today was the day of the race. A large crowd had gathered at the starting point to cheer for their favorite runner. We were supposed to start by taking a boat to Todoroki Shrine, the midway point, where the runners had to take a Ryuko jewel and bring it to the Todoroki Great Shrine. "On your marks, get set, go." The two runners immediately took off. Idate, instead of heading for one of the boats, quickly veered to the left. The three of us exchanged glances before dashing after him. After a few minutes, we finally managed to catch up. "Hey wait, why on earth did you come this way?" Naruto questioned. "Shut up," Idate scoffed. "It's none of your business." Naruto and Idate continued to bicker while Sasuke and I kept our distance from the squabbling pair. My eyes widened as I realized they were caught in a genjutsu, running along a path near a cliff. "Stop! Don't go that way!" I yelled in warning. They ignored us and kept running until Idate suddenly ran off the cliff. Without hesitation, Naruto jumped after him and caught him midair. Sasuke and I grabbed the end of the rope that Naruto had tied around his ankle and pulled them back to safety. "That was unnecessary," Idate said arrogantly. An irk mark appeared on Naruto's forehead as he jumped up. "Did you say unnecessary? Can't you even thank us for saving you?" "You saved me because it's your duty. No need to thank you." "What did you say?" "Stop it, Naruto, he's right," Sasuke interjected. "But if you don't want to die, you should stay close to us." Idate merely scoffed and walked away. "Where are you going? Aren't you heading back to Port Degarashi?" Naruto asked. Idate looked back while walking. "Idiot, I'm heading north from here, it's faster." "Huh, I don't believe you." Idate stopped and turned around, glaring at my blonde teammate. "This is why ninjas are no good. At this time of year, a strong seasonal wind blows across this ocean. Plus, to the north of this island, there's a sea current that flows straight to Nagi Island." He pointed to his head. "This part is different from you guys." Before Naruto could get angry again, I stepped forward. "Fair enough, let's go." After running for a short while, we finally reached a small beach next to the ocean. "Is that the halfway point?" I asked, pointing to a small patch of land across the water. Idate nodded and quickly led us to a boat an old man had prepared for him. We boarded the boat and set sail. "Say, Idate, how long will it take for us to get there?" I inquired. "About 2 hours," he said nervously. "I hope it'll be fast enough." I walked to the front of the boat and slowly raised my arms. "I bet we can make it in 1 hour," I smirked. My eyes began to glow blue as I used my arms to manipulate the water and speed up the boat. I was completely focused on this, not paying attention to the ongoing bickering between Naruto and Idate. "Watch out!" Sasuke tackled me, narrowly dodging arrows aimed at us. We quickly jumped up and ran to Naruto and Idate, who were using kunai to deflect the arrows. "Naruto and I will chase them away." "Mizuki, protect Idate," Sasuke commanded. I nodded and unsheathed my twin swords, hovering near Idate. The attackers shot arrows with ropes into our boat, pulling their vessel alongside ours. The attackers were 3 ninjas we had fought in the second stage of the Chunin exams. "Naruto, cut the ropes, I'll cover for you," Sasuke said as he jumped away. Naruto reached for his weapons pouch, only to realize he had lost all his kunai when he saved Idate from falling off the cliff earlier. He whirled around and ordered Idate to give him his knife. Idate refused, and I swiftly threw one of my kunai in front of Naruto's feet. He grabbed it and cut all the ropes, allowing our ship to leave the enemy's vessel behind. I squealed and jumped back when a body emerged from the wood I had just been standing on. Naruto whirled around, readying my kunai as more clones appeared all over the ship. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and told us that the real ones were hiding among the clones. I tightened my grip on my swords and dashed forward, slashing through 2 clones. Sasuke and Naruto quickly took care of the remaining ones. Suddenly, water clones appeared. I gritted my teeth and whirled around, my blades cutting through multiple water clones. I suddenly felt droplets raining down on the ship. Looking up, I saw oil falling on us. Sasuke began weaving hand signs for a fire-based jutsu. "Sasuke, no!" I yelled and he stopped, just realizing his mistake. The oil rain ceased, but one of the enemy ninjas shot a flaming arrow, igniting our boat. The flames spread rapidly across our ship. I tried to put the fire out with seawater, but it was no use. The fire had already spread too far, and the boat was starting to collapse. Idate, standing near me, seemed transfixed by the flames, a pained look on his face. "Idate!" I shouted, snapping him from his trance. "Can you swim?" He nodded slowly. "Jump into the ocean. We'll swim to the port. I'll cover for you. The smoke should allow you to escape unnoticed." His eyes widened, but he refused to leave. I gritted my teeth, frustrated by his unwillingness to listen. The 3 of us yelled at Idate to jump into the ocean, but he wouldn't budge. My eyes widened as 2 clones appeared behind Idate. I quickly pushed him aside and slashed through the clones. "Trust me, Idate, I promise I'll protect you." I dashed in front of him to shield him from an incoming kunai, groaning as it lodged itself firmly in my left shoulder. "Mizuki!" Sasuke yelled worriedly from where he was fighting. "Go on, Idate, we'll follow you soon after," I said, sheathing my swords and pulling out the kunai. I threw the kunai to the ground and quickly began healing my shoulder, trying to stop the blood from flowing from the deep wound. Idate finally agreed and jumped into the sea. I was quickly distracted from healing by more incoming water clones. I grabbed one of my twin swords and started to wield it with my uninjured arm. Mizuki's POV. After Idate safely reached land, Sasuke, Naruto, and I jumped into the ocean as the ship burned behind us. "Mizuki, is your wound okay?" Sasuke asked as we swam toward Idate. The salty sea water made the wound sting painfully, and I could see the water around me turning red. "I'm fine," I lied. "An injury like this is nothing. But what about the Rain Ninja?" Sasuke studied my face for a moment, searching for any signs of deception. I kept my expression completely neutral. He eventually let out a small sigh. "It might be a problem if they're going after Idate." Suddenly, Naruto yelled and disappeared underwater. "They're here," I said. Sasuke and I exchanged worried glances and dove after Naruto. I saw him being pulled down by the Rain Ninjas who had attacked us on the boat. In an instant, I was grabbed from behind and dragged down by multiple water clones. My arms were painfully twisted behind my back, and my wound throbbed. Naruto unleashed multiple Raisengans, creating a large whirlpool that effectively dispersed the Rain Ninjas. However, the whirlpool pulled Sasuke and me into it as well. I looked up and saw Naruto and Sasuke swimming upwards. I tried to move my arms and legs, but due to blood loss, I was too weak. My eyelids grew heavy as my shoulder throbbed in pain. The last thing I saw was Sasuke swimming toward me, a panicked look on his face. Sasuke's POV. I smirked as Naruto's plan worked, and the water clones holding us down disappeared. As soon as I was released, I started swimming upwards. I glanced around and saw Naruto swimming up as well. Panic gripped me when I realized Mizuki was missing. I looked down and my heart sank. She was floating limply in the water, surrounded by blood. I quickly swam down, gently grabbing her and throwing her arm around my neck. I took a deep breath of much-needed air as I broke through the surface of the water. I swam faster than I ever had before and carefully placed her on the small beach. Sasuke. Naruto came running toward us. What happened? I looked down at Mizuki once more. Her hair was splayed out around her, tiny droplets of water covering her face, and she was barely breathing. Her wound was still bleeding, but not as much as it had in the water. I checked her pulse and cursed softly as it was faint. Her wound, I replied. I gently shook her, but she didn't wake up. Taking a deep breath, I pressed my lips to hers, breathing out. I then placed my hands on her chest and began to push. I repeated the process a few times until she slowly opened her eyes. She blinked a few times, appearing dazed. I let out a sigh of relief and helped her sit up. I grabbed some bandages and moved to wrap them around her injury. Her hand stopped me, and she gave me a small, forced smile. She placed her hand on the wound, and a soft blue glow surrounded her hand. I watched anxiously as the flesh began to close, and she dropped her hand, letting out a small sigh. I gently pulled her into a hug. Don't ever do that to me again, okay? I whispered into her hair. I won't, she replied, slowly wrapping her arms around me in return. So Mizuki, are you all right now? Naruto asked loudly. The two of us reluctantly pulled apart. I shot Naruto a glare for interrupting the moment. I'm fine now, she said with a small smile. We rested for a while before setting off to find Idate, rain pouring from the sky. Mizuki's POV. Idate. Naruto screamed as we neared him. Idate was lying on the ground. A tall, dark-haired man with an umbrella towered over him. Are you the boss of the Rain Ninja? Naruto demanded angrily. I see they lost to you. It seems that Leaf Genin are better than the Rain Genin. However, do you think mere Genin can fight me? The man smirked arrogantly. Shut up. Naruto roared as the three of us jumped toward him. Naruto threw a punch while Sasuke aimed a kick, and I hurled some kunai at the Rain Ninja. He swiftly dodged all of our attacks and leaped into the air. With a slashing motion of his umbrella, he unleashed a powerful wave of chakra that pushed us down painfully. So that's your level. I'll use the same method I used on Idate and send you to your end. He took out various senbon needles and hurled them toward us at incredible speed. Unable to dodge, the three of us felt the sting as the needles pierced our skin. Those needles are poisonous. They will incapacitate you in a few minutes, no matter how strong you are, the Rain Ninja taunted. Don't underestimate us. Naruto shouted, trying to stand but collapsing again, his legs unable to support him. I gritted my teeth and pulled out the 3 needles that had struck me. Quickly, I placed my hands over the small wounds and began to draw out the poison. Suddenly, loud cheering echoed from a distance. Looks like Fukasook has reached Madaraoki Shrine. Dai gasping. It's a fitting end for you Genin brats, the enemy. Ninja said before jumping away. I hurriedly extracted the poison from Naruto, Sasuke, and Idate. Sasuke and Naruto then carried the still unconscious Idate toward a cave where we lit a fire. I smiled softly as I noticed Idate waking and trying to sit up. I moved over to help him. What happened to Aoi? He inquired. He disappeared, Sasuke replied. So that Rain Ninja is called Aoi? Do you know him? Idate looked uncomfortable for a moment before answering. He was a teacher when I was in the Leaf Village. Aoi betrayed Konoha and became a Jonin of the Hidden Rain. I came all this way and yet. It's too early to give up. You were once a shinobi of the Leaf. Naruto interjected. I forgot all about Konoha the moment I walked away from the village. I was depressed after failing the Chunin exam. Aoi tricked me into stealing some artifacts and bringing them to him, and then I had no choice but to leave the village. I am an irresponsible man who can't do a single thing right. But Boss Jirocho believed in me. Even though I had never been of any use to him, he had faith in me. And yet He clenched his fist around his pocket knife, tears streaming down his face. There's a person who still trusts you, right? Naruto exclaimed, grabbing Idate by the shoulders. One is enough. The race isn't over yet. You never know how things will turn out unless you try until the very end. Stand up, Naruto urged as he pulled Idate into a standing position. If you can't run, I'll carry you on my back, he offered, determination in his voice. Idate looked up at Naruto, desperation evident in his eyes. The opponent must already be at Madaraoki Shrine, he said, feeling defeated. Naruto grasped him by the front of his shirt. Don't give up. Jirocho is waiting for you, right? Pull yourself together. For the people who believe in you and are waiting for you. Show them what you've got. Idate's expression shifted to one of determination. Naruto, please take me there. Without hesitation, Naruto hoisted Idate onto his back, and they set off running into the pouring rain once more. A small smile played on my lips. Naruto always managed to bring out the best in people. Chapter End. Mizuki's POV. Above here? It's quite a long staircase, believe it, Naruto said, staring at the giant staircase in front of us. They're also called the stone steps that tear hearts apart, Idate replied, still perched on Naruto's back. Cool name. Let's go at a sprint. Naruto dashed off excitedly. Meanwhile, Sasuke and I stood at the bottom of the stairs, panting loudly. We had been running for hours, and we were getting tired well, except for Naruto. I had no idea where he got all that energy. Furthermore, I was still a bit weak from blood loss and the use of healing magic. What kind of stamina does he have? Sasuke asked rhetorically, trying to catch his breath. I quickly took a gulp from the bottle of water I had brought with me and took off after Naruto and Idate, feeling a little bit replenished. After running for a while, I could see that Naruto and Idate had reached the top of the staircase. Idate quickly jumped from Naruto's back and started running toward the jewel waiting for him. I bit my lip in determination and increased my pace, trying to catch up to them. As soon as Sasuke and I finally managed to catch up, we saw Aoi attempting to attack Idate with a sword made of lightning. I quickly grabbed some kunai and threw them at the blade, managing to deflect the attack. Mizuki! Sasuke! Naruto cried out in relief. He was currently sitting on the ground, looking worn out and panting slightly. Several needles protruded from his legs. I swiftly moved over to Naruto and started pulling out the needles and the poison. Rest, Naruto. I'll handle this. Sasuke smirked determinedly. You can't beat me, Aoi scoffed. No matter how many people show up. I am Aoi Rokusho, the Rain Jonin who possesses the blade of the Thunder God. Is that so? Interesting. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, eyes blazing red, and formed a Chidori. The blade of the Thunder God and my Chidori. Let's see which is better. Sasuke stormed toward Aoi, his Chidori clashing with Aoi's blade. The Chidori fizzled out, but Sasuke, without faltering for even a second, grabbed a kunai and clashed weapons again. Sparks flew as his kunai met the crackling blade. The rumors were true. The survivor of the village's honorable Uchiha clan is just a good-for-nothing kid. Aoi pushed hard against Sasuke's kunai, sending him flying backward, small sparks dancing around his body. Sasuke! I cried out in worry. Mizuki, run. He'll show no mercy, no matter who the person is. Everyone will be in danger, Idate yelled at me. No way. We'll protect you no matter what. I promised that, didn't I? Trust us, I replied, slowly taking my hands away from Naruto and standing up, my legs shaking slightly from exhaustion. Now all that's left is the wounded rabbit and the excellent pupil? You two together, go to the next world, Aoi smirked. Did he just call me a wounded rabbit? I slowly took out my twin swords. Take that back. Sasuke shakily got to his feet in front of me. What you said earlier, take it back. Don't mess with the Uchiha. With me. He quickly manifested another Chidori and charged toward Aoi. As his Chidori clashed with Aoi's blade once more, he actually managed to push Aoi back a few meters. A tiny crack appeared on the surface of Aoi's sword. But in the end, Aoi overpowered Sasuke and sent him onto an unstable bridge, causing electrical shocks to ripple through his body. Sasuke! I screamed. I charged my swords with lightning and dashed toward Aoi, our weapons clashing multiple times in a fast-paced Kenjutsu battle. In the end, he was the stronger one and pushed me next to an unconscious Sasuke, the wooden bridge wobbling unsteadily. "Oh, how cold the ocean must be," Aoi muttered slowly as he slashed one of the remaining ropes holding up the bridge, sending Sasuke and me tumbling down into the ocean. Just before we hit the water, I managed to grab Sasuke's hand and conjure a small shield made of water to break our fall. We hit the water with a big splash, and my shield broke, causing us to fall into the cold ocean. I threw Sasuke's arm around my neck and started swimming toward the surface, using a bit of my magic to make us go faster. I slowly and painfully pulled us out of the water onto a small beach at the bottom of the cliff. I lay Sasuke down on the shore and used the last remaining bit of my magic to heal most of his wounds. After a few minutes of healing Sasuke, I noticed Aoi falling into the water some distance away from us and Naruto and Idate swinging over the cliff. "Mizuki, are you okay?" Naruto yelled, relieved at the sight of us. "We'll be fine. Go on and win the race." I shouted back. "I'll come right back after the race to help you." He waved and dashed off. I let out a heavy sigh, the blue glow around my hands slowly fading away. I felt my eyelids growing heavy and collapsed next to Sasuke. The winner, Idate of the Wasabi family. The crowd went wild and I clapped tiredly. Just after Idate won the race, Naruto came back with some other villagers and found us passed out. We were taken to a small hospital and woke up a few hours later. Today was the official victory ceremony. "Wait a second," a random man interrupted. "On the way here, Idate rode on the back of a hired ninja. This is a violation of the rules, therefore, Idate is disqualified. The winner is Fukazuka Hikyakuya of the Wagarashi family. I order the Wasabi family dissolved immediately." "Just a minute. There is no such rule anywhere. Do not speak nonsense." Another man, who appeared to hold some power, interrupted. "Or perhaps you have a reason for wanting the Wagarashi to win at all costs. Could it be because you would not be able to do things like this?" The man pulled out a picture that we couldn't see from where we were standing. "Retire and enter the monastery." "Wise, my lord." The man bowed down in respect. "Kuroku Wagarashi." The man now turned to look at another man. "Word of your evil deeds has reached my ears as well. Your sins against the people of Degarashi Port are severe. Therefore, the Wagarashi family is to be dissolved as of today." Kuroku reluctantly bowed, and the crowd let out another wild cheer. I smiled at Sasuke and he threw his arm around me, pulling me closer to him. Kakashi's POV. I quietly tiptoed into Mizuki's room, carrying a big blue birthday cake. My heart warmed at the sight of her still sleeping, her white hair fanned out like a halo and a gentle smile on her lips. It was surprising how much I cared for her after only knowing her for a few months. I carefully set the cake on her bedside table and gently shook her awake. "Mizuki, wake up." She groaned and curled deeper into her blankets. I chuckled softly. "Come on, it's your birthday." Her eyes fluttered open, and as she took in her surroundings, a smile spread across her face. "You actually remembered my birthday?" "Thanks, Kakashi," she said sleepily. "Of course I did." I held the cake in front of her. "Make a wish." She blew out the candles, clasped her hands together, and closed her eyes. After a moment, she opened them again. "What did you wish for?" I asked, curious. "I wished for all of us to be happy and to be able to stay together forever." Mizuki's POV. After Kakashi and I enjoyed the cake for breakfast, he handed me a small package wrapped in pastel green paper. I carefully unwrapped it to find a black wooden picture frame containing a photo of Team 7, taken a few days ago. I stood in the middle, with Sasuke's arm around my shoulder and Naruto striking a wacky pose on my other side. Behind us, Kakashi waved at the camera. We were all smiling. I placed the frame on my bedside table and thanked Kakashi with a warm hug. Just then the doorbell rang. Kakashi told me to get dressed while he answered the door. I quickly changed into a black high-waisted skirt and a soft blue crop top, pulling my hair into a ponytail before heading downstairs. "Kakashi, who is it?" As I entered the living room, I saw Sasuke standing awkwardly with a bouquet of roses. A small smile appeared on his face when he saw me. Happy birthday, Mizuki. He handed me the roses. Thank you. I kissed him gently on the cheek, then quickly placed the roses in a vase. Sasuke took my hand and led me outside. Where are we going? I asked, curious. You'll see, he smirked. Sasuke first took me shopping, and then we went to a small clearing in the forest where he had set up a picnic. We swam in a nearby lake and had a wonderful time. As we walked hand in hand back home, I was greeted by Naruto jumping out in front of me, yelling, "Surprise!" and nearly giving me a heart attack. We all enjoyed dinner together, and afterward, the four of them presented me with a gift. Pooling their money together, they had bought me a beautiful thin golden bracelet adorned with small gems, with the letters K, N, M, and S engraved between them. I put it on, marveling at how the gems sparkled in the light. Warmth filled me as I hugged them all in gratitude. Best birthday ever. Hey Shikamaru, you got called here too? I waved at the laid-back genin as he entered the Hokage's office. Both of us had been summoned by Tsunade. Shikamaru flashed me a lazy grin and stood beside me. I've called you both here today to congratulate you. Although the Chunin exams were interrupted, many higher-ups, including the former Hokage, were impressed by the skills you displayed. Therefore, it has been decided that from this day on, you too will be Chunin. Tsunade handed us both green Chunin vests. I smiled at Shikamaru as we left the office, giving him a high five before heading home. I was overjoyed to be a Chunin now. Kakashi, look. I rushed into the living room to show him my new vest. He congratulated me and took me out for lunch to celebrate my promotion. I chose not to wear the vest since it was summer and too warm for it. Afterward, we were called back to Tsunade's office for a mission. This mission is a B rank. You'll be escorting our client safely back to his home in the Land of Waves. The client is a wealthy man from an important clan. You'll meet at the gate in half an hour. Dismissed. We nodded and went home to pack our things before meeting at the gate. Our client was a 20-year-old man with brown hair and green eyes, dressed in an intricately designed red and gold kimono. He greeted us kindly and introduced himself as Akira Goya, the eldest son of an influential and wealthy family. After introducing ourselves, we left the village. Little did I know it would be our last mission together. Mizuki's POV. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? No, Naruto, we left the village 2 hours ago, I replied with a forced smile. Those 2 hours had been filled with Naruto's endless complaints, even about the color of the trees. It was clear everyone was getting annoyed. Did I need to pee? An irk mark appeared on my forehead as I turned to him with a sickly sweet smile. There's a bush right. Feel free to take care of it. But Mizuki, everyone can see me there. Then hold it, Naruto. With that, I jogged over to where Sasuke was walking next to our client. 5 minutes of peace and quiet followed. I'm thirsty and Naruto continued to whine. With a flick of my hand, I summoned some water from a nearby river and splashed it right into his face. You're welcome. Akira stared at me curiously. How do you do that? The water thing. You don't seem to be using a jutsu. It's something like a Kekkei Genkai, I chuckled nervously. He tilted his head in thought but decided not to pursue the subject. This is nice, I sighed as I sank into a hot spring. After 6 hours of walking, Kakashi decided it was time to call it a day. Lucky for us, we came across a small inn with hot springs. I closed my eyes and enjoyed the warmth of the water. Pest, Sasuke. Do you want to peek at the female side? It was obviously Naruto, who was loud enough for all the women to hear him. I noticed the women around me glaring at the wooden fence separating us from the men. No, Naruto, I do not, Sasuke replied monotonously. The women visibly relaxed and resumed their hushed conversations. However, I kept staring at the fence, particularly at a small hole that had just appeared. As soon as I saw what could only have been Naruto's eye peeking through, I clenched my fist and willed the water to splash him for a moment before letting him go. Muffled laughter came from the men's side. With a satisfied sigh, I closed my eyes again and soaked in the warm water. When I had enough, I got out, dried myself, and put on some clothes before wandering through the inn. After searching for a few minutes, I found my room and opened it. Or at least I tried to. My eyes widened when I saw my hand pass straight through the wooden door. I quickly jumped back and stared at my hand. I wiggled my fingers and carefully reached for the door again, this time feeling the solid touch of wood. Mizuki, food's ready soon. My thoughts were interrupted by Kakashi appearing. I shook my head to clear my thoughts, deciding it was just a trick of the mind, and followed Kakashi to dinner. I smiled softly as I entered the dining room of the inn. Sasuke gave me a quick smile as I took my seat between him and Akira. So, what's your favorite animal? I personally like birds. Akira awkwardly tried to start a light-hearted conversation, and everyone seemed eager to join in. Oh, I like toads and foxes. Naruto exclaimed, grinning widely. I guess I like dogs since they are my summonings, Kakashi added, rubbing his neck awkwardly. I don't really know, Sasuke grumbled. Well, I really like dragons, even if I've never seen one, I said thoughtfully. I guess you could say I have a special connection to them. It's a long story really. Anyway, what's your favorite food? The others picked up on my subtle hint to change the subject, and we filled the evening with casual banter. Yeah, I laughed as I reached for the cup of tea resting on the table. And then Naruto said that he didn't even like ham, so that obviously made. I stopped talking as I noticed my hand didn't touch the cup of tea but instead passed through it. I quickly pulled my hand back and jumped up. Mizuki, are you okay? Kakashi asked carefully. My eyes widened as I noticed everyone watching me with concerned expressions. I have to go. I quickly turned around and ran out of the room. Wake up, Mizuki. My eyes fluttered open as I felt a gentle touch on my cheek. I smiled sleepily when I noticed Sasuke hovering above me. Good morning, I muttered before turning around and pulling the blankets back over my head. I closed my eyes again contentedly until they burst open as Sasuke pulled the blankets away. How cruel! I glared at a confused Sasuke as I slowly got out of bed and made my way into the bathroom before shutting the door. I quickly got ready for the day and exited the bathroom again to see Sasuke still standing near my bed with a confused expression. Are you mad at me? He asked awkwardly, rubbing his neck. Of course not, silly. I planted a light kiss on his lips before turning around. Sasuke caught my wrist and turned me back, pulling me in for a deeper kiss. I sighed softly as I felt him smile into the kiss before pulling away. I grabbed my backpack and walked out of the inn. The others were already waiting for us, so we quickly jogged toward them before falling into a casual walking pace. Time to go. We had been walking for about an hour now, and thankfully Naruto had stopped complaining every other minute. Sasuke and Kakashi walked in front, continuously scanning the area. Akira and I followed, engaged in casual banter, while Naruto lagged a bit behind, tasked with watching our backs by Kakashi. I gotta say, having rich parents is great and all, but it tends to get kind of boring. Or at least it's lonely. My parents are always working, so I barely get to spend time with them. Akira smiled sadly, thinking about his parents. I get what you mean, I said, placing a comforting hand on his arm. Truly. Akira cleared his throat. Anyway, enough about me. Tell me something about yourself. How did you become a ninja? That's quite the story, honestly. One day, I chanced upon Konoha, and the Hokage took me in. I started living with Kakashi immediately and began training to become a ninja. Sorry for asking, but where is your family? My family isn't really here, I said with a sad smile. But I now have Kakashi and the others. They're my new family. Akira gave me a pitying look before quickly changing the subject to his pet goldfish. He's called Goldie, but he's really orange, so that's kind of odd. I recently bought him a new fish bowl, bigger than the last. I'm thinking of getting him a friend. Not a female, of course, because then I'd have like 50 little Goldies, and that's overkill. So it'd have to be male. I'm terrible at naming them, though, so I have to think of a good name before I can get it. I chuckled at Akira's enthusiasm. When he talked about his goldfish, there was a spark in his eyes. He obviously liked animals quite a lot. Indeed, naming things is difficult, I pondered aloud. How about something like... I was interrupted by a kunai flying straight at Akira. Without thinking twice, I jumped and pushed him down with me. I immediately scrambled up and pulled my swords. My eyes nervously scanned the area, searching for our attackers. Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke had drawn their weapons as well. After a tense moment, four ninjas slowly walked out of the forest. All four of them wore slashed forehead protectors. "Give us the boy and we won't harm you." "Maybe," the leader smirked maliciously, twirling a sword in his hand. The other rogues slowly pulled out their weapons as well. One wielded chakra blades, another had kunai, and the last was a twin sword wielder. "We are currently on a mission to keep this boy safe, so no can do," Kakashi replied. "Very well, it seems we'll have to take him by force then." We immediately engaged in battle. Kakashi faced the sword wielder, Sasuke took on the one with chakra blades, and Naruto confronted the kunai wielder. The twin sword wielder approached me slowly. He had shaggy dark blue hair and lighter blue eyes. His loose black pants contrasted with a tight blue shirt that showcased his muscles. If he weren't the enemy, I might have found him attractive. I twirled my swords, infusing them with lightning, and smirked at him. "Let's dance." I dashed forward and swung one sword at his neck. He quickly parried with his own sword and retaliated with a swing at my right side. Sparks erupted as metal clashed against metal. I gritted my teeth and attacked again. He dodged swiftly, managing to nick my left shoulder. The cut wasn't deep, but it stung. We continued clashing swords for a while, neither of us managing to overpower the other. We both jumped back and sheathed our swords. This was now a battle of ninjutsu. "Lightning style, lightning dragon," I called out. "Lightning style, lightning tiger," he countered. Lightning crackled in the sky as our jutsu clashed and canceled each other out, both equal in strength. "So, you're a lightning user too," he remarked. "Don't worry," I smirked. "There's more I can do." The rogue chuckled. "So can I. Fire style, fire phoenix." A massive phoenix made of pure flame screeched before diving straight at me. "Roar of the water dragon," I shouted, unleashing an enormous stream of water. As my roar clashed with the phoenix, steam filled the air. "Quite the interesting attack you've got there." I decided to call him Blue for now. I smirked and dashed closer to him. Water dragon's wing slash. I managed to jam my water-coated elbow into his stomach, sending him flying back a few meters. He coughed and slowly stood up again. Earth style, earth spikes. Rock spikes shot up from the ground, and I jumped back to avoid getting hit. My eyes narrowed as I began weaving hand signs again. Lightning style, electromagnetic murder. I shot out a stream of crackling lightning from my hands, rushing toward Blue, who was already weaving hand signs. I quickly pulled my blades again and charged at him. Lightning style, lightning bolt. He sent out a lightning orb that canceled out my jutsu. As soon as it dissipated, I jumped forward, managing to create a deep gash in his side. I tried to attack again, but he parried my following strikes. I gritted my teeth, realizing we seemed equal in skill. I backflipped away and raised my hand. The water from my previous attacks rose and hung in the air. I focused and froze it into tiny ice needles, flicking my wrist to send them flying toward him. Blue jumped around, dodging and deflecting the icy needles as best he could. He got nicked by a few, but no major injuries. I jumped forward again, coating my fist with magic. Iron Fist of the Water Dragon. Magic flared around my fist, encased by water. Blue's eyes widened as he realized he had no time to parry. I smirked, my fist about to make contact with his face. Except, it didn't. My hand went straight through his head. I pulled my hand back, noticing a soft white shine around it. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through my stomach. I looked down in horror at the sword impaling me. Blue had taken advantage of my moment of distraction and plunged one of his swords into my stomach. I glared up at him in anger, gathering chakra in my fist and punching him hard in the face. He flew backward, skidding across the ground. When he fell, he stayed down. However, I had forgotten one detail: he was still holding onto the sword. When he flew back, he took the sword with him. Blood poured from my wound. I quickly gathered the last of my magic and placed my hand on the injury. As my hand glowed softly blue, I slowly sank to the ground. Kakashi's POV. With a final effort, I managed to defeat my opponent with one of my jutsu. When I pulled back my hand, the rogue fell to the ground. I wiped sweat and blood from my face before looking around to see how the others were faring. Naruto seemed to be doing well, and Sasuke had just knocked his opponent unconscious. His eyes scanned the area for Mizuki, widening when he saw her sitting on the ground, healing a wound on her stomach, her eyes clenched in pain. He immediately flashed next to her. "Mizuki, are you all right? What happened?" She opened her eyes slowly and pointed at the bloody sword held by her unconscious opponent. My eyes widened as I realized that was her blood. She had been impaled. I gasped when I noticed something strange happening. Mizuki began to glow, a soft white light encasing her frail body. She seemed unaware or unconcerned. "Mizuki!" Sasuke called, rushing over with worry evident in his eyes. He dropped next to her and placed a hand on her shoulder, but instead of making contact, his hand went straight through her. Sasuke quickly pulled his hand back, staring at it in wonder. Mizuki opened her eyes again, now noticing the glow. It was increasing by the minute. "Sasuke? Kakashi? What's happening?" Panic filled her wide eyes as she tried to touch Sasuke, but her hand slipped right through him. Tears formed in her eyes. "It's going to be okay, Mizuki. It's all going to be okay," Sasuke reassured her, desperately trying to hold her close. The white glow intensified, forcing Kakashi to shield his eyes to look at her. But her body kept eluding his grasp. The glow intensified to a level where Kakashi and Sasuke had to close their eyes. When they opened them again, she was gone. There wasn't a single trace left of her. Mizuki was gone. A small gust of wind picked up some fallen leaves and blew them across a clearing in the forest. A small river coursed through the clearing. A dark figure crouched in front of a slab of stone. Mizuki Hatake, a kind ninja beloved by all. Requiescat in pace. The figure gently placed a single white rose in front of the stone. He allowed himself to shed a few tears before standing up and tightening his backpack. "I will make you proud, Mizuki. I wasn't able to protect you, so I promised to become stronger. Stronger than him." The young boy glanced at the slab one more time before turning around and heading toward the village gates. Meanwhile, far away, green eyes snapped open. The girl looked around her in confusion. She was lying on a bed in a room with white walls and a white ceiling. As she moved to sit up, she noticed something tugging on the back of her hand. She smoothly pulled the needle out and swung her legs over the edge of the bed. She noticed she was wearing a hospital gown. Her bare feet tapped against the ground as she slowly walked toward the door. She sighed with relief when her hand, for once, didn't go straight through it. She quietly walked out of the room to find a long hallway. Crash! A loud noise startled the girl, and she whipped around immediately. The noise seemed to be coming from around the corner. She could hear people arguing loudly, with the occasional sound of an object being thrown or destroyed. Cautiously, she rounded the corner, her eyes widening with shock. "Natsu," she whispered softly. The pink-haired dragon slayer stopped his antics and snapped his head in her direction. His eyes widened and he dropped the half-destroyed chair. A large grin spread across his face as he quickly ran toward the barefoot girl, enveloping her in a big hug. The girl visibly relaxed and wrapped her arms around the person who was like a brother to her. After a few moments, the two slowly pulled back. How did you get here? I didn't summon you, did I?" Natsu awkwardly bit his lip and looked down. "You didn't. You're back at Fairytail." The girl's eyes widened, conflicting emotions swirling within her. Joy filled her heart at the thought of seeing all her friends again. Natsu, Gray, Wendy, Lucy, and Urza. But an overwhelming sadness bubbled inside her for losing her new friends, her new family. "You want to go see the others? They'll be overjoyed to see you," Natsu smiled. The girl forced a smile and nodded. "I need to use the bathroom first, though." She swiftly turned around and walked to the nearest restroom, shutting the door behind her. She slowly slid down against the wall, tears streaming down her face. She cried for Naruto, the lonely and goofy boy she had befriended, who had suffered so much yet still smiled brightly. The boy who would become the future Hokage had grown on her more than she had initially realized. She cried for Kakashi, the lazy man who read novels, who had taken her into his home and cared for her, like an older brother. But above all, she cried for Sasuke, the boy with the unique hair, who had lost so much already, the boy she cared for more than anyone else, the boy she loved. After a short while, she slowly got up from the bathroom floor. She wiped her eyes dry and put on a small smile. She exited the door and walked with Natsu toward where the others would be.